Hashtag C1301 The Decisive Battle in the Amazon 15. Sure. It was him who threw it. Listening to the cursing coming from the deep pit, although everyone still didn't believe their eyes, the facts were in front of them and they had no choice but to believe it. But why did the missile make a right-angle turn in the air? If all missiles can do this, the 7th-level mutant beast is nothing. A hydrogen bomb will kill even a 9th-level mutant beast as long as it hits the target head-on. Because the temperature of the hydrogen bomb explosion can even reach a terrifying 100 million degrees in the center, no matter what mutant beast it can't withstand such high temperature and will be melted in an instant. And the mutant beasts with a life level of 7 have the ability to fly, and their speed is also extremely abnormal. When facing a fatal threat, they can escape 1,000 meters away in an instant, avoiding the high temperature at the center of the nuclear bomb explosion. The temperature of the periphery will also decrease at an exponential rate, so it can barely withstand it. More importantly, the battle with mutant beasts has lasted for almost 10 years. So not only do humans know the methods of mutant beasts, but even mutant beasts know that the missiles with long tail flames cannot be blocked by the body. When the missile appeared, its momentum was too obvious and it was impossible to hit the mutant beasts above level 7 head-on. Even missiles with a speed of more than 20 Mach would not have a chance to hit. Like just now, making a direct 90-degree turn was something no one had ever thought of. Fuck. Has Yanhua's technology been so terrifying? Looking at the cursing figure in the deep pit, Shaq, House, Blevins and others all turned their eyes to look at Han Feng, Chun Wu, and Zhang Zhun who had already rushed over. At this time, the giant ape in the deep pit bent its legs slightly. Bang! With a dull explosion, he jumped out of the pit and appeared in front of Zunette in an instant, saying with a murderous look on his face, "Hey, what's that look? The 3 generals are not dead? Are you disappointed?" "No, General Xiao, don't get me wrong." Seeing Xiao Han like this, Shaq immediately understood and looked at Han Feng and Zhang Zhun for help. This guy is getting more and more terrifying now, and he doesn't want the 2 people in front of him to fight. Even if General Zunette has the strength of level 8, Xiao Han has shown such a fearless look. Obviously he still has other cards in his hand. So even if the dragon is not brought here, who knows whether he has materialized other pets from the game during this period. Thinking so in his heart, he also knew that with the identity of General Zunette, it is impossible for him to say a soft word at this time, so he hurriedly said, "General Zhang Zhun, please help explain a few words." Cough. Zhang Zhun and Xiao Han are not familiar with each other, so he just coughed and didn't say anything. Han Feng beside him immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao Han, if General Zunette hadn't used all his strength, I might not have seen you now." Xiao Han frowned slightly and looked at Han Feng with some doubt. Seeing this, Shaq on the side hurriedly explained, "Generals Han Feng, Zhang Zhun, and Chun Wu are all here to help. Even if Na 6 and Yanhua don't get along well, they won't stand by and watch someone die at a time like this. Look over there." Shaq pointed to the bodies of the giant scorpion, the hawk, the mantis, and the macaw and continued to explain, "Those level 7 mutant beasts were killed by General Monad in cooperation with General Zhang Zhun. If these level 7 mutant beasts hadn't been killed, the whale with a length of more than 100 meters wouldn't have appeared." That's right. Seeing that the murderous aura in Xiao Han's eyes had slowly receded, Shaq's eyes moved slightly, and he changed the subject and said, "How is the whale? Is it dead?" Looking at its body length of more than 100 meters, it couldn't be a level 9 mutant beast. Level 9. Xiao Han frowned and thought for a while, then said uncertainly, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be level 9. That's a blue whale. Even if it's not a mutant beast, its body length can grow to about 30 meters. From the pressure it showed, it should be only about level 8. As for whether it is dead or not, I don't know. But in order to kill that guy, I threw 50 nuclear bombs at it in one breath. 50. Shaq's eyes glared and said in disbelief. But with such a great power, how did you escape? Hey, you don't need to know this. Xiao Han chuckled. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to tell Shaq that. The golden dragon armor he was wearing had the ability to teleport. Quack. At this moment, a loud frog croak came from the Panama Canal in the south. Then the sailfish, swordfish, sharks, and other level 7 mutant beasts that stopped in the distance began to fly here again. Even the lynx, jaguar, octopus, and anaconda that were about to retreat stopped, and looked over here with a fierce look. Xiao Han's eyes condensed, and he said solemnly, "Why don't you retreat? What do these mutants want to do?" "I don't know." Han Feng came over with a solemn face and whispered, "The previous 2 times, these mutants had to retreat. But it was the sound of frogs that made them come back to attack again. If we can't kill the frog mutant beast, this mutant beast siege will not end easily." "Frog." Xiao Han frowned, then flipped his palm and threw a porcelain bottle over, saying at the same time, "This is the detoxification pill, give 2 to each person. As for the frog, don't worry about it for now. Since it is hidden in the dark, it is not so easy to find it, but as long as these level 7 mutant beasts in front of us are killed, there is no need to worry that it will not come out." Then he immediately looked at Zunette beside him and said in a deep voice, "The 2 level 8 mutant beasts should not be so easy to kill. As long as you can entangle them, the remaining level 7 mutant beasts can be handed over to me." "All to you," Zunette repeated in a low voice, and said seriously, "Are you sure that one person can stop all the level 7 mutant beasts?" "Hey!" Xiao Han chuckled and didn't explain too much, but a pair of purple thunder wings appeared behind him. Then, with a light pat, he rushed towards the jaguar and lynx. #C1302 The Decisive Battle in the Amazon, 16. With the blessing of the Thunder Wing Cloak, Xiao Han was extremely fast. With just a flash of his figure, the distance between him and the jungle wolf, puma, and lynx was already less than 100 meters. Then a purple thunderbolt shot out from between his fingertips. Boom! The butterfly hovering in the air had no time to make any dodge movements, and his figure suddenly froze. Compared to Monad, the artifact-level Thunder God's grip has almost 100% paralysis effect on level 7 mutant beasts. At the same time, it is precisely because of this that Xiao Han has the confidence to conquer all the 7th level mutant beasts. At this time, seeing that the paralysis effect of Thunder God's strike had appeared, he no longer hesitated at all, and slapped the purple thunder wings behind his back fiercely again. Whoosh! While flying at high speed, the butterfly in the distance slowly recovered. But at this moment, a furry black hand appeared in front of it, and then it shook it hard. Click! The crisp sound of bones breaking followed, and the black giant ape's other hand also grabbed its body, and then pulled its arms suddenly to both sides. Tear! A stream of green mucus instantly sprayed out from the butterfly's torn body. The black giant ape just flipped his palm, and the body that was torn in half disappeared without a trace, and his eyes were fixed on the jungle wolf more than 10 meters away. Woo! A low roar sounded. Seeing the butterfly being instantly killed, the rushing jungle wolf stopped instantly. While slowly retreating back, his eyes were full of fear. Xiao Han shook off the green mucus on his palms and said with a murderous look on his face, "Oh, I want to run away. Is it too late now?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward again. Boom! The familiar purple thunder and lightning appeared again, and landed accurately on the coyote's head, causing it to freeze involuntarily like the butterfly. At the same time, Xiao Han's figure also appeared next to the jungle wolf. The palm like a cattail fan pinched the coyote's throat as if holding a chicken and then gave it a firm squeeze. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The severe pain immediately caused the coyote to struggle desperately, but its throat had been pinched, and its screams became somewhat intermittent. Heh, he's pretty solid. Without crushing the jungle wolf's throat bone, Xiao Han said softly in surprise. However, he actually expected this situation. After all, after taking action just now, I have already felt that the 7th level butterfly has the same magic system as Han Feng and Shaq. It is normal that its body defense is not strong. The 7th level jungle wolf like him is equivalent to a beast shifter. Among humans, it is normal for the body defense to be stronger. Of course, it's not that easy to just crush it to death. But it's just that it's not easy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Listening to the intermittent whimpers in his ears, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. He grabbed the jungle wolf's right hand and smashed it to the ground. Bang! Amid the dull crashing sound, he also heard the howling sound of wind coming from the left side. He glanced over there from the corner of his eye and saw the black jaguar running towards this side. He couldn't help but reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said softly, "Huh, you are really looking for death." As he said this, the coyote that was hit on the ground had already turned over and was about to run away with its tail between its legs. "Still want to run?" Xiao Han said something in a low voice, and then the purple thunder wings flapped again and appeared next to the jungle wolf as if teleporting. Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell, paralyzing it and at the same time stepping on. At this time, the jaguar also ran up to him, and its sharp claws with a cold light had already grabbed his head. But in Xiao Han's hand, a black mace appeared out of thin air at this time, and he waved it like a jaguar and smashed it. Boom! With a dull explosion, not only did the jaguar miss Xiao Han, but his own brain claws were hit hard by the mace. The huge force caused it to fly back faster than when it came. Xiao Han, who was stepping on the jungle wolf, did not chase the jaguar. Instead, he looked at the jungle wolf under his feet and whispered, "Come one by one, don't be too anxious." As he spoke, the mace in his hand suddenly slammed down. Boom! The body of the coyote who was trampled under his feet sank deeply into the ground in an instant. At the same time, there was a clear click sound, and it was obvious that the bones in the body had been broken by this violent force. But at this time, Xiao Han had no intention of stopping. Boom! 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 A series of violent sounds continued to echo in the open plain. And only 2 or 3 seconds later, a pit several meters deep appeared on the ground. The coyote at the bottom of the pit was no longer breathing. Even his head has turned into a ball of paste. It was only then that Xiao Han stopped what he was doing and reached out to grab the bottom of the pit in the air. Dozens of purple thunder and lightning immediately entangled with each other to form a thunder and lightning palm. Then the thunderous palm suddenly stretched forward, grabbed the coyote at the bottom of the pit and pulled it out of the pit. But Xiao Han just turned his palm slightly, and the body of the jungle wolf disappeared out of thin air like the body of the butterfly. Roar! At this time, the jaguar in the distance let out a low roar, but his eyes were full of fear. Even with the strength of the peak of level 7, he did not dare to take a step forward. "Oh, are you scared now?" Xiao Han chuckled, and his murderous eyes immediately swept towards the jaguar, and the jaguar who dominated the jungle could not help but retreat several steps in a row. This scene also made Shaq, House, Faller, and Blevins look serious. Although they knew that Xiao Han was very powerful, it was still shocking that he killed 2 level 7 mutant beasts with just a raise of his hand. Hiss! At this time, a dull roar came from the other side, and the anaconda with a length of more than 3 or 4 meters had already flown towards Xiao Han. With a shocked face, Schneider immediately took off into the air and said in a deep voice, "Don't watch, it's time for us to take action." #C1303, the decisive battle in the Amazon, 17. Xiao Han's mobility was too strong. Before they could take action to entangle, the 2 8th-level mutant beasts, Butterfly and Jungle Wolf, were killed. At this time, seeing the anaconda flying towards Xiao Han, he couldn't continue to watch like this. At least before the red deer, fire ants, lobsters and centipedes were killed, they had to find ways to stop the anacondas and octopuses. As for the flying swordfish, sailfish, sharks and other sea beasts further away, they can be put aside for the time being. Following Shonet's greeting, everyone immediately took action. At this time, no one would think of holding back. But even if Shaq, House, Schnet and others are very fast, they are still more than 100 meters away from there. When, at this time, a blast sound also sounded, and Xiao Han had already waved his mace and hit the anaconda's tail covered with black scales heavily. But even though he had completed the beast transformation and even activated the blood demon's wrath, his power was still not comparable to that of the 8th level anaconda, and he was instantly knocked away. At the same time, its body flew towards the octopus involuntarily. "Maid, you are playing dirty tricks with me." An angry voice came from a distance, and the purple thunder wings flapped violently several times in succession, flying between the 8 tentacles of the octopus with dangerously close calls. This made Xiao Han's face turn ugly in an instant, and he roared angrily, "Since you want to die, I will make it happen for you." As he spoke, a white skull appeared in his hand. While holding it in the palm of his hand, he immediately shouted, "Come out! Hurry up and control him." As the words fell, a fluffy white head protruded from Xiao Han's golden collar, and then a bright silver light flashed in his bright pupils. "Damn it! That level 7 mutant beast has been tamed?" Seeing this scene, Shaq exclaimed with surprise on his face, "Can the 7th level mutant beast in reality be tamed?" Looking at it like this, it should be said that it's okay. Farrar answered, and immediately added, "But what I want to know more is, has the level 7 violent bear been subdued? The violent bear has such a bad temper, he probably won't be tamed." Blevins said something uncertain, but looked at the skull in Xiao Han's hand, and asked in a deep voice, "Does any of you know what is in the skull that Xiao Han is holding in his left hand?" "Use. I don't know." Schnatter's face darkened, and while flying towards the anaconda, he said solemnly, "But since Xiao Han is so serious about it, take this thing out. Presumably that skull is not a simple thing." "Humph. It's just a skull. How extraordinary can it be?" Richard said a little jealously, and then immediately asked, "Could it be that that skull can also be an 8th level creature?" Roar. As he finished speaking, a 10-meter tall black skeleton suddenly appeared beside Xiao Han out of thin air. At the same time as he let out an angry roar, he immediately ran towards Anaconda. "Damn it! Have you ever opened your mouth?" Feeling the aura emanating from the black skeleton, Shaq couldn't help but look at Richard on the side and said with shock, "How do you know that the skeleton is an 8th level creature?" "Nima, I know this." Richard cursed in his heart, and at this time he no longer knew how to describe his mood. Looking at the black skeleton that was over 10 meters tall, he even wanted to I wanted to stay quiet for a while and then find him again when I became stronger to regain the lost face. But only a few days have passed since Tama, and this guy actually created another 8th level creature. How can others survive? Forget it, I don't have the same experience as him. Saying something secretly in his heart, Richard curled his lips and said with disdain, "What's so hard to guess? Xiao Han's explosion rate is so abnormal. Even if he summons an 8th level creature in a few days, it wouldn't be strange." "Yeah, that's not weird." Shaq chuckled, opened his mouth to cater, and stopped saying anything more. After all, even if Richard's lies were exposed, it would not do him any good. The only thing he got was his grudge. So keep a line when talking, and you can get along better in the future. Bang! At this time, the black skeleton had collided with the anaconda, and the ground even shook due to their fierce collision. Although the black skeleton, which is more than 10 meters high, is extremely powerful, it is still inferior to the anaconda. Fortunately, this time it was not knocked away but only took a few steps back involuntarily. but he quickly stabilized his figure and rushed towards Anaconda again. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han immediately turned his attention to the red deer, centipede, and jaguar and shouted loudly at the same time, "You can't catch that 8-clawed octopus. Hee hee. Someone underestimated us." At this time, Schnatter was less than 20 meters away from the anaconda. He originally wanted to cooperate with the black skeleton to kill the anaconda first, but when he heard what Xiao Han said, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, do we have to show General Xiao from Yanhua that we are not vegetarians either?" "That's necessary," Shaq shouted back, instantly transformed into an elemental state, and at the same time wrapped around Schnatter's body, and continued, "Leave that octopus to me and General Schnatter. You are responsible for stopping the swordfish, sharks, and other sea beasts coming from the south." "Hey, how about just blocking?" Monad glanced at Zhang Zhen beside him and asked with a murderous look on his face, "Brother, do you want to cooperate again?" Boom! Before Zhang Zhen, who looked eager to try, could speak, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky, hitting the puma accurately in an instant, and Xiao Han also appeared next to the puma as if teleporting. The 2-meter-long black mace roared and hit the stiff puma. Bang! With a loud bang, the puma's forehead was instantly dented, and it looked like he was dead. Xiao Han was satisfied with this. He raised his hand and pointed towards the centipede, and then another bolt of thunder and lightning fell. At the same time, the centipede, who was fleeing into the distance, instantly froze. #C1304 The decisive battle in the Amazon 18. In just 10 seconds, all 4 level 7 mutant beasts were killed. While putting the body into the space ring, Xiao Han immediately looked around. And looked around. Through the indirect control of the white fox, the black skeleton is still colliding head-on with the anaconda. Although every impact was less than half an advantage, its defense was extremely strong and it could completely ignore the anaconda's attacks. On the other side, Schnatter was already facing the octopus. After just observing for a few seconds, Xiao Han discovered that he actually had a slight upper hand in the battle with the 8-clawed octopus, although he is inferior to octopus in terms of size and strength. But at this time he was like a god of fire with orange-red flames burning all over his body, making his 8th-level octopus extremely fearful. Even if he wrapped his tentacles around Schnet, he would soon be loosened by the burning flames. This elemental body seems to be quite practical. Seeing that his help was not needed there, Xiao Han said softly in surprise, and immediately turned his attention to Han Feng and Chun Wu. At this time, the distance between them and those sea beasts was less than a kilometer. Xiao Han deliberately wanted them to retreat. After all, there was a frog of unknown level hidden secretly. If he takes action, another 7th-level evolver may die. But I gave up after thinking about it. After all, there are too many mutant beasts, and no matter how strong he is, he cannot carry them all by himself. And those who killed the sea beast were actually not as weak as he imagined. In the past 10 years, mutant beasts have attacked the city several times. Every year, they have been able to survive all these sieges, and they all have their own methods, so they are not easily killed. Anaconda! With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's thoughts became clearer. He immediately looked at the giant python fighting the 8th-level skeleton and whispered in his mouth, "If his bones are absorbed, the 8th-level skeleton will grow. To what extent? It's a pity that the 100-meter-long whale was killed. I don't know if it was killed. If we can get the whole body of the whale skeleton, even if the skeleton cannot break through to the 9th level, it can still have the peak strength of the 8th level." Thinking of the whale, Xiao Han was actually very sad. After all, the flesh and blood on that big guy is unmatched by ordinary mutant beasts. But at that time, seeing the huge waves that were 400 to 500 meters high, he had no other choice but to forcefully change the missile's flight direction and hit it directly. If it weren't for that one, Panama City would probably be gone. But fortunately, There is another anaconda in front of us, which is more than 30 meters long. If you can kill it, you will gain a lot, and even with the 7th level mutant beasts you just killed, you can make the 8th level skeleton go further. Hey, it's you. With such a thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became greedy. At the same time, he flapped his wings lightly and quietly detoured behind Sen. Anaconda. At this time, the black skeleton also received Qi Yuan's order, and the attack instantly became violent. Bang! Amidst the dull impact, deep ravines were plowed out of the hard ground. Faced with the sudden madness of the black skeleton, Anaconda seemed to be completely irritated. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent retreated, he immediately chased after him. As he roared from his mouth, the 30-meter-long snake body immediately rolled towards the skeleton. Roar! Faced with such an attack, the 8th level skeleton let out an angry roar and took a few steps back. At the same time, its pitch-black claws suddenly stretched forward and accurately grabbed the snake's tail. Then he exerted force with his arms, and the snake's tail, covered with black scales, was instantly thrown away. But at the same time, the upper half of the anaconda's body flew up, and the snake's tail trembled violently. While breaking free from its sharp claws, it was already wrapped around its body. Crunch! The next second, Anaconda immediately tightened his body and tightly entangled the dark 8th level skeleton. Even its bones made an overwhelmed sound. Xiao Han, who had already flown behind Sen Rao, suddenly changed his expression. He waved the mace in his hand and hit Sen Rao on the head. When a harsh technical impact sounded, and Anaconda's head tilted to the side, involuntarily, but in less than a second he adjusted again. At the same time, he also turned his head to look behind him, and a cold gleam suddenly appeared in his dark vertical pupils. Crunch! At the same time, the snake body, with a diameter of more than 1 meter, continued to tighten forcefully. Although the 8th level skeleton entangled by it was struggling hard, there was still no chance of breaking free. Maid, you are quite resistant to being beaten. Seeing that where the anaconda was hit just now, there were only a few barely visible cracks on the scales, Xiao Han could not help but curse in a low voice. The mace in his hand was specially crafted by him. The material is the thigh bone of Dark King Behemoth, and its weight even exceeds 1,000 kilograms. But even such a divine weapon could not break through Anaconda's defense. At this time, seeing that the anaconda seemed to be paying no attention to him, and was still tightening the snake's body, Xiao Han couldn't help but have a cold light flash in his eyes. Holding the artifact mace in his hand, he couldn't help but whispered, "Hey, I didn't expect my attack to be ignored like this." Crack! As soon as his voice fell, a crisp sound came from the 8th level skeleton, and Xiao Han's face changed immediately. Then, without any hesitation, a red pill was pinched at the fingertips, and then it flew into his mouth with a slight flick. With the red blood pill, Xiao Han immediately activated the blood demons. Anger without any scruples. At the same time, another black pill appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand and threw it into his mouth. At this time, he said coldly, "This time, I'll see how you can resist." While speaking, the mace was raised high, and at the same time Xiao Han shouted angrily, "The power of the Beast King, die for me." #C1305 The Decisive Battle in the Amazon 19. Facing the level 8 anaconda, Xiao Han did not dare to take it lightly. At the same time, with the blessing of Blood Demon's Fury and Dragon Pattern Demon Pill, he could feel that his strength had reached a new height. At this time, his strength was 3 times stronger than the last time he faced the level 7 Violent Bear. When the roar sounded, the true essence in his body surged towards the ring on the middle finger of his left hand like a flood. With it came an unknown energy. This energy flowed through the meridians of his left arm in almost just an instant. Then Xiao Han felt that his whole body began to heat up, and at the same time, a powerful force that could not be described in words was instantly generated. In his body, At this time, he even had the confidence to press the anaconda under him to the ground and beat him violently. And the mace held in one hand seemed a little redundant at this time. Crack. However, the sound of bones breaking in his ears made him give up this idea. And at the same time, his other hand tightly grasped the mace. He aimed at the head of the anaconda and smashed it down fiercely again. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, there was a crack sound, and the head of the anaconda, which was more than 1 meter in diameter, was hit by a huge hammer, and instantly swung to the other side. At the same time, even the snake body wrapped around the 8th level skeleton couldn't help but loosen a little, and a stream of scarlet blood splashed out from under the broken scales. Bang! Another explosion sounded, and the head covered with black scales also hit the ground heavily. A few meters deep pit appeared on the ground amid the flying dust. At this time, Xiao Han, who had made this attack, was a little stunned. He looked at his hands in disbelief, and said in a daze, "Fuck, what kind of power is this?" With the blessing of Blood Demon's Fury and Dragon Pattern Demon Pill, even if his power has not reached the peak of level 7, it is not far away. But when the true energy flowing into the Beast King ring began to feed back to the whole body, he could clearly feel that his strength seemed to have broken through the limit of level 7 in an instant and directly increased by more than double. At this time, the true energy in the Dantian continued to flow into the beast ring, and the energy fed back also kept the body in a hot state. It's just that the speed of the true energy loss is too terrifying. In just a short second, almost 1/10 disappeared. 10 seconds. After whispering, Xiao Han immediately said, "Even with the continuous replenishment of pills, I can only hold on for 15 seconds at most. And then if you want to continue to use this ability, you need to rest for at least 2 minutes. When the pill is completely digested and the Xuanwu true power replenishes the energy in the pill to fill the entire Dantian, I can use this ability again. 15 seconds, I only have 15 seconds. As he said this, Xiao Han raised his hand and took out another pill and threw it directly into his mouth. At the same time, he held the mace tightly with both hands again. With a hint of excitement in his eyes, he smashed it hard. Again. Hiss! At this time, the anaconda shook its head and roared. Obviously, the previous blow was not so easy to bear. The huge force of more than 10,000 pounds even made it unable to continue to effectively control its body. And the snake body tightly wrapped around the 8th level skeleton. Even if it wanted to continue to tighten, it couldn't help but relax. Ooh. A sharp whistling sound was heard, and the anaconda could already feel that. The mace that had been smashed down before had smashed down again, and a trace of fear flashed across his vertical pupils. He immediately tried to shake his still dizzy head to the left. But in his pupils, a black object full of spikes quickly enlarged in his sight. Boom! Accompanied by a dull explosion, an unbearable pain suddenly came from his pupils, and the anaconda immediately opened his mouth and roared. Hiss! 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 The scales on the eyelids were smashed directly into pieces, and the eyeballs inside also exploded, splashing white mucus all over the sky. At this moment, the anaconda immediately let go of the 8th level skeleton and rolled on the ground in pain. But Xiao Han, who was holding the mace, did not intend to let it go at this time. The purple thunder wing just patted lightly, and it rushed to the other side of the anaconda's eye as if it was teleported. Boom! As the mace in his hand smashed down again, a puff explosion sounded again. Both eyes were smashed, and the anaconda's painful roar instantly rose to a higher level, but at the same time he twisted his body and quickly fled into the distance. Humph! You still want to escape? Xiao Han snorted coldly and immediately caught up with it. The mace in his hand kept hitting the anaconda's head tirelessly. Boom! 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 In the dull explosion, the anaconda felt that there was no escape, and its ferocity was instantly aroused. Even though he couldn't see the figure that hurt him, the extremely thick tail, swept across his head. Woo! In the sharp whistling sound of the wind, Xiao Han didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. The purple thunder wings just flapped lightly and rose to a height of dozens of meters, successfully avoiding this attack. But the next second, he found that the anaconda had shrunk into a ball. The head that was injured was already hidden under the snake body covered with black scales. It is completely impossible to attack the fatal vital point of the head. Hey, is this useful? Seeing the anaconda coiled up like an ostrich, Xiao Han couldn't help but snorted. Then his figure just flashed, and when he flew to his side, the mace hit him. Again. Boom! Even though the scales on the anaconda's back were harder, there was a click sound the moment it was hit by the mace, and the dark black scales immediately broke into several pieces. At the same time, a stream of scarlet blood also splashed out from under the scales. Hiss! The painful roar sounded again, and the tail of the snake left outside was swiped violently, causing Xiao Han to take dozens of steps back again. And the moment he retreated, the wound that had just appeared was hidden. Again. This won't work. Feeling that there was not much real energy left in his dantian, Xiao Han frowned and whispered, with a fierce look in his eyes, and said angrily, "Since you don't want to come out, then let me drag you out." The 300% increase in the power of the Beast King has raised Xiao Han's confidence to an inflated level. Seeing that the snake's tail was still dangling, as if it would sweep over at any moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then the mace in his hand disappeared instantly. As he took a step forward, he also grabbed the thick and powerful snake tail, and then shouted loudly, "Come, out here." #C1306 The decisive battle in the Amazon. 20. The manic roar immediately spread to the surroundings, and the veins on Xiao Han's arms also popped up. This scene immediately stunned the Gnostics evolvers outside the city. At the same time, some people opened their eyes wide and said in disbelief, "What does he want to do? What does Xiao Han want to do?" With the reversal of the situation, the mentality of these evolvers has actually recovered, and as those 7th-level mutant beasts died in large numbers, they even rushed out of the city together again, hoping to kill those lone mutant beasts. But looking at Xiao Han's actions, they all stopped again. Almost everyone had a look of confusion on their faces, frowning and whispering, "What on earth does he want to do without using the mace? Looking at that posture, he must be trying to lift the anaconda directly. Are you joking? The anaconda is more than 30 meters long and weighs at least 100 tons. How can this horse be lifted? How do I know this? I'm just guessing. Why are you so serious about riding a horse?" Bursts of discussion continued among the crowd. No one thought that Xiao Han, who transformed into a giant ape, could directly lift the anaconda. But his behavior made everyone confused. Fuck! Suddenly, an unbelievable roar sounded, and then everyone stretched their necks and looked hundreds of meters away in disbelief. The black giant ape grasped the snake's tail tightly with both hands and swung it upwards. The anaconda, which was more than 30 meters long, was thrown flying in an incredible instant. "Hey, get down here." Then there was another roar, and the giant ape holding the anaconda suddenly lowered its waist and immediately swung its arm with bulging veins, slamming the anaconda that had just flown into the air to the ground again. Boom! At this time, a loud roar also sounded, and the ground shook. Everyone who saw this scene shouted in disbelief, "Holy shit! How is this possible? That's 100 tons. At least 100,000 kilograms. Oh my god! How did he do it? Is this horse still a human being?" The anaconda, which is more than 30 meters long, was thrown into the air like this. Not even Lord Shonet can do that. Disbelieving comments came one after another. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, and even some doubted whether it was true. At this time, Xiao Han's movements had not stopped yet. Boom! 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 A series of extremely violent collisions came continuously from a distance, and the 30-meter-long anaconda seemed to have become a whip in the hands of the giant ape. But looking at it from a distance, it looked so weird. It was like an inconspicuous ant holding the tail of a small snake with both hands and pounding it on the ground. But the snake that looked stronger didn't even have the slightest resistance. Boom! The dull explosions were still ringing, and deep ravines appeared on the ground. This made the Gnostics evolvers who saw this scene no longer know how to describe their feelings. Hey! Get out of my way! At this time another roar came. The Gnostics evolver, who was stunned on the spot, couldn't help shaking, and immediately shouted, "What does he want to do? What does he want to do?" He wanted to touch the octopus, but he had already run towards the octopus. Damn! This is going crazy. Is it possible that he wants to beat up 2 8th-level mutant beasts alone? Then what kind of strength does Xiao Han have now? Amid the exclamations, everyone saw the giant ape dragging the softened anaconda towards the 8-clawed octopus as fast as a wolf. And Schnet, who was struggling with the octopus, couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw this scene, he didn't expect that Xiao Han would deal with anaconda so quickly. He even dragged the anaconda, which was more than 30 meters long, and ran toward him with murderous intent. However, thinking that the octopus was his opponent, he did not get out of the way immediately. Instead, the intensity and frequency of his attacks instantly increased to a higher level. After all, it would be easier for 2 people to deal with the octopus together. Roar! At this time, another roar rang out, and the flames covering Skunat's body immediately condensed a pair of blue pupils behind his head. Then he suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed loudly and in disbelief, "Damn! Get out of the way quickly. That guy Xiao Han is going crazy." Before the long knife in his hand could slash at the 8-clawed octopus, such a voice came to his ears. Skunat was immediately startled. Out of his trust in Shaq, he stopped attacking the 8-clawed octopus in front of him and flew to the left. The same time, he turned to look behind him. I saw the black giant ape running wildly, having already thrown the anaconda into the air and smashed it directly towards the 8-clawed octopus. Woo! Amidst the howling of the wind, Shonet's eyes suddenly widened, and he also opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Oh Mag, my God! How did he do it?" As an 8th-level evolver, he once tested his power. In a full-strength run-up, the ultimate force can be roughly 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms. But even so, he is no match for Anaconda. That behemoth, which was more than 30 meters long, had a force of at least 50,000 kilograms every time it flicked its tail. But Xiao Han, who transformed into a giant ape, regarded it as a whip in his hand. Woo! Amidst the howling wind, Schnet saw the anaconda being smashed past by him. At this time, the 8-clawed octopus also wanted to dodge, but its size was actually not much smaller than the anaconda, and it couldn't dodge at all for a while. Boom! With a dull explosion, the 8-clawed octopus with its teeth and claws was instantly slapped to the ground heavily. The black giant ape holding the snake's tail suddenly raised his arm and threw the anaconda into the air again. At the same time, he turned half a circle on the spot, and with the help of the power of inertia, he pushed the entire anaconda toward the octopus. Side-swept over. Fuck! Seeing that he was also within the attack radius, Schnatter couldn't help but exclaimed and quickly flew upwards. But just after rising less than 10 meters, a gust of wind passed under the feet, and then the boom sound came again, and the 8-clawed octopus was swept away in an instant. Puff! But at this moment, a sound like a fart suddenly sounded, and the surrounding area suddenly became dark. Hashtag C1307, the decisive battle in the Amazon 21. 1 second ago, the sun was still shining brightly in front of him. But just in the moment of being distracted, the surroundings were filled with black fog that was so dark that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. This startled Zunette and his face turned ugly instantly. At the same time, a faint fishy smell came from the tip of his nose. As the fog was sucked into his body, he immediately felt dizzy in his head, and he hurriedly shouted in surprise, "No! This fog is poisonous." As he spoke, he suddenly felt a little top-heavy, and even couldn't fly. However, the flames on his body rose at this time, forcing the fog back a little, and Shaq immediately shouted loudly, "Detoxification pill. Take the detoxification pill quickly." "Yes, detoxification pill." Hearing Shaq's reminder, Zunette reacted instantly, and his mind moved with it, and the pill in the storage bag was taken out. Looking at the purple pill in his hand, he no longer hesitated, raised his hand and threw it into his mouth. Boom! But at this moment, another dull explosion came from a place 100 meters behind him, but now it was pitch black all around, and nothing could be seen. However, as the pill went down his throat, Zunette also felt a refreshing coolness rushing straight to his mind, and the dizziness immediately subsided. A lot. Knowing that the effect of the pill was not bad, he was relieved and said, quickly, "What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark?" "I don't know," Shaq, who was attached to Zunette, said, and continued, "I was just staring at Xiao Han just now, and didn't pay attention to what happened." "That's troublesome." Zunette's face sank, and he said solemnly, "I have flown 400 or 500 meters, but I am still covered by the black fog. Although the effect of the detoxification pill is good, I don't know how long it can last. If it continues like this, your flame can force back the black fog. But House, Richard, and Blevins, if they are also covered by the black fog, it will be bad." "Don't worry." Just as he was worried, someone in the black fog in the distance immediately shouted, "The coverage of this black fog is not large, less than 1,000 meters in radius. The others are far away from here and are not affected by the black fog. Leave the octopus here to me. You all fly up with all your strength. You should be able to rush out of the coverage of the black fog soon and help House, Han Feng, and Richard." "Okay." Zunette responded and immediately flew up with all his strength. Even though he was very curious about what was going on, he didn't ask. After all, once Xiao Han explained, he would definitely be distracted. Although he had gained an absolute advantage and should be able to kill the octopus soon, Zunette didn't want him to be distracted at this time. Because killing the octopus would bring too many benefits to Panama City, he didn't want any accidents to happen. With the killing of a large number of level 7 mutant beasts, especially the death of the level 8 anaconda, the Amazon beast tide will no longer be a threat, at least for a long time in the future. Without the Beast King driving the beast tide, ordinary mutant beasts are actually easy to deal with. Thinking of this in his heart, Zunette flew up faster and faster, and whispered, "I just don't know what level of mutant beast that frog is. But it can drive the level 8 octopus and anaconda. Is it a level 9 mutant beast?" No one can answer Zunette's doubts, not even Xiao Han, who is dragging the corpse of the anaconda. Whoosh! At this time, Xiao Han has slowly stopped his steps after hearing the octopus. That is moving away quickly, although he also wants to kill the octopus, as the true essence in his body is exhausted. The energy feedback in the Beast King ring has disappeared, and the blessing of the Beast King's power will of course be interrupted. Although he was still holding a 100-meter-long anaconda in his hand, he could no longer lift it with ease as before, and it became very difficult to move forward. "Forget it. Let it run away," he whispered, and the Xuanwu Zhengong in his body continued to run, digesting the pills in his stomach with all his strength. However, it is definitely impossible to recover to the peak state in a short period of time. Fortunately, the octopus had already fled in a panic, and the beast tide should have retreated at this level. He didn't need to help Nami and get rid of all the mutant beasts and the frog croaking before also made him feel apprehensive. After all, the mutant beasts that can drive the 8th level octopus and anaconda should have the strength of the 8th level peak, even if they are not 9th level. If he chased them in the current state, the situation might be reversed in an instant. It is actually very reasonable not to chase the desperate enemy. Besides, leaving the octopus behind can also contain the 7th level evolvers of Nami here so that they will not lose their sense of crisis and make trouble everywhere. Xiao Han stopped and looked at the snake tail in his hand, then said to the white fox in his arms, "Our skeleton is injured, let it come over to recover, and improve its strength by the way." Yi. The level 7 white fox received the order and immediately cried softly. Then looked at the skull tied to Xiao Han's arm, with a silver light flashing in his eyes. Roar. At this time, a roar came from the distance, followed by a series of heavy footsteps. The level 8 skeleton was strangled by the anaconda before, and several ribs were broken, although this level of injury does not affect its combat effectiveness. Since it already has an 8th level mutant skeleton in hand, it is better to let it recover. After all, the ink sprayed by the octopus just now can block everyone's sight, so that they will not know what happened here. Hey, frog! While muttering to himself, Xiao Han was actually a little afraid of the frog, croaking that commanded all the mutants. So he stopped expanding the results of the battle, raised his hand to take out a black dagger, and cut hard along the wound on the anaconda's head. The anaconda is dead, even if its scales are still hard. But there are still gaps between the scales, so it is not too difficult to deal with. As the snake skin was pulled off and the snake meat was removed, a white skull appeared in front of him. Roar. At this time, the 8th level skeleton was already impatient. Xiao Han inserted the dagger into the gap between the cervical vertebrae and pried it hard, and the skull fell off. Then he kicked it and the skull flew towards the level 8 skeleton, where it was grabbed in his hand. #C1308 Decisive Battle at Amazon 22. The flesh and blood of an 8th level anaconda is something that can only be found but not sought, even if an ordinary person just drinks 1 or 2 sips of the broth made from it. It is estimated that the chance of awakening will be greatly increased. Xiao Han picked the snake meat off the bones and quickly threw it into the space ring. Roar. At this time, the 8th level skeleton roared with excitement, and the snake head in its hand turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the broken ribs on the chest are also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 2 breaths, the skull that had been stripped of flesh and blood was directly discarded by the 8th level skeleton. With a crisp click sound, the skull was instantly smashed to pieces. Xiao Han didn't hesitate when he saw this, and immediately used the dagger to pry on the anaconda's spine again, broke off 2 ribs and threw them over. Grumble, grumble, grumble. But at this moment, the white fox in his arms barked a few times. Xiao Han couldn't help being stunned, and then whispered, "I forgot about this, it can do it by itself." After saying that, he stood up and took a few steps back. The 8th level skeleton had already grabbed the 2 ribs and after absorbing the energy inside, the green soul fire in the skull immediately stared at the anaconda corpse on the ground. Roar. Then he let out an excited roar, and immediately stepped forward and reached out to grab it. On the other side of the battlefield, Schnet had already flown out of the black mist, but saw the octopus fleeing crazily towards the Amazon Canal, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he looked at the black mist beneath him, and couldn't help but whisper, "What happened to Xiao Han? Didn't he say that the octopus was given to him? Maybe he didn't really want to kill the octopus." Shaq said in a low voice and then continued, "With the fighting power he showed just now, it shouldn't be too difficult to kill that octopus." "Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult," Schnatter said helplessly, and then immediately comforted himself. "Forget it, the result now is not bad. Although it failed to kill the octopus, the 8th level anaconda has been killed. Even the 7th level mutant beasts were killed in one go. 11 of them were killed in one go. The pressure here in Panama City will not be so great. In the future. Yes. And we can continue to expand the results. Shaq glanced at the direction of the Panama Canal and said with a smile, "Look, another level. 7 mutant beast has been killed over there." Zhang Zhen and General Monad cooperated, and the results were shocking. It's just that the lobster's defense is really strong. They probably won't be able to kill it for a while. Hey, that lobster's defense is indeed quite strong. Schnet's eyes flickered, and he continued to say coldly, "In that case, let me do it myself." As the words fell, his speed suddenly increased. Boom, boom, boom. Several more purple thunderbolts fell in the distance. The swordfish, which was over 10 meters long, tried its best to avoid the lightning falling above its head. After resisting twice, the third lightning finally triggered the paralysis effect, and his body suddenly stiffened. At this time, the black giant sword that had been ready to go appeared beside it as if teleporting. Then there were several puff sounds in unison, and it penetrated directly into the body of the swordfish. Seeing this situation, Schnet's eyes suddenly lit up, and even his flying speed couldn't help but speed up a bit. As for the red lobster, Richard and Blevins worked together to keep it from disturbing Zhang Zhen and Monad. Although it was a pity to let the octopus run away, it was actually very good to be able to keep all the remaining 7th level sea beasts. With this thought in his mind, Schnet immediately looked at the 8-clawed octopus again. Gwa! But at this moment, a loud frog cry came from the distance again, and then the octopus in the distance suddenly stiffened and fell from the sky without any warning. I'm crazy. Seeing such a scene, Schnet stopped immediately and whispered to himself in disbelief. Level 9, is it really a level 9 mutant beast? He could kill the 8th level mutant beast in an instant. Apart from the 9th level mutant beast, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. But at the same time, this will also lead to dire consequences. An 8th level octopus can be killed instantly, so even he is at risk of being killed instantly, let alone House, Richard, Zhang Zhen, Monad, and others. Thinking of this result, Schnatter did not dare to continue flying over, and quickly shouted, come back to me quickly. The 9th level mutant beast has appeared. Even though he didn't know whether the frog that instantly killed the octopus was a level 9 mutant, he still shouted with anxiety on his face. Even if the judgment is wrong this time, it will only kill a few less sea beasts. But once the judgment is correct, there may not be many human evolvers who are fighting the sea beasts who can come back alive. Come back quickly. At this time, Shaq, who was attached to Schnet, also saw the situation on the octopus side, and shouted loudly along with him. Boom! At the same time, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and shot straight towards a silver tuna. But the lightning suddenly turned in the air and hit an electric eel. 3 black giant swords whizzed away, but were evaded by the tuna swiftly. Hearing Zunet's shout, House, Zhang Zhen, and Monad and others, even though they were still a little hesitant, wisely chose to retreat. Boom! 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 But at the same time, several lightning bolts fell from the sky, accurately hitting the people who wanted to escape. And those level 7 sea beasts immediately rushed up and intercepted everyone. At this time, even if they wanted to retreat, they had no chance. Fuck! Seeing this situation, Zunet couldn't help but curse angrily, and immediately shouted to the black mist under him, Xiao Han! Come out quickly! That frog killed the octopus in seconds, and now wants to attack Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, and General Chan Wu. Hashtag C1309 Decisive Battle at Amazon, 23. The frog killed the octopus in seconds? Listening to Zunet's anxious roar, Xiao Han whispered, frowning slightly. Being in the black fog, he could hear the movement from afar. But there was no way to see what happened. But even if he focused on the anaconda corpse in front of him, he was still paying attention to the escaping octopus. So he knew that it had just paused in the air, and now it has fallen to the ground. Boom! While he was hesitating whether to go out to help, a dull sound came from afar, and the octopus also fell heavily to the ground. It seems that the frog really appeared. After whispering, Xiao Han immediately focused his hearing over there. At the same time, because the true energy in his body had recovered a little, the purple thunder wings were summoned again. While flapping his wings fiercely, the black fog around him cracked and was pushed away a little, and he also flew towards Qinwu, Hanfeng, and Zhang Jin at a high speed. He could not care about the death of Nasik's evolvers, but he could not care about Yanhua's evolvers. Whoosh! As the purple thunder wings flapped at high speed, Xiao Han's speed became faster and faster. At the same time, there was a sound like a bullet breaking through the air from a distance. Not good, Zhangjin. The sound was still far away from him, but he could quickly judge that the sound was approaching Zhangjin quickly. After a little thought, Xiao Han understood why. Because except Zhangjin, no other evolver had the ability to completely kill the 7th level mutant beast. So, he would also become the first target to be eliminated by the 9th level mutant beast. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Zhangjin, be careful, the 9th level mutant beast is rushing towards you. Come to my side?" Hearing Xiao Han's reminder, Zhangjin's expression immediately became solemn, and at the same time he quickly turned his head to look at the place where the octopus died, trying to find the frog mutant beast. But looking around, there are some mutant beasts in sight but no large frog mutant beasts are seen. This made him feel a little click in his heart, and his face suddenly became ugly. Because Xiao Han had just awakened, he had the ability of enhanced hearing. Since he said that the frog had already killed him, this information must be worthy of belief. But now that the frog mutant beast is not seen, the degree of danger has been raised by several levels. Humph, wanna kill me? The killer hiding in the dark is always the most dangerous. Although it is a bit troublesome to face such an opponent, it is not impossible to deal with. While snorting in his heart, Zhangjin did not take it lightly. The palm with the space ring waved forward vigorously, and hundreds of tons of steel immediately floated in the sky around him. Yang! 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 And the next second all the steel flew towards his body. In just a blink of an eye, it was wrapped into an iron ball. Bang! Almost as soon as the steel was completely closed, a heavy explosion was heard in the ears, and at the same time the iron ball weighing hundreds of tons flew away instantly. At this time, everyone nearby also saw a frog. A poison dart frog slightly larger than a fist, with a tongue more than 10 meters long, had already hit the black iron ball heavily. Even the hit part was corroded by an unknown liquid, leaving a deep pit. Is this a level 9 mutant beast? Looking at the somewhat inconspicuous poison dart frog floating in the sky, everyone had such a doubt in their hearts. However, seeing that the iron ball that wrapped Zhangjin flew more than 10 meters away in an instant, although the heart was unwilling to believe it, it did not take it lightly at all. Blevins, who was entangled by the lobster, took the attack without hesitation, and staggered away. Richard was more decisive, and he flapped his wings hard and fled to a place dozens of meters away. At the same time, Farrar House, Chunwu, Hanfeng and others also made the same choice. Even if they were seriously injured, they turned around and ran without hesitation. Boom! 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 But at this moment, several lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky and instantly hit the few people who wanted to escape. At the moment when their bodies froze, everyone's hearts clicked. They couldn't control hundreds of tons of steel to protect themselves like Zhangjin did. Now they can only pray that the suspected level 9 poison dart frog will not target them at the first time. And only in this way can there be a glimmer of hope to escape. Monad. Get out of the way quickly. Just as everyone was praying in their hearts, Xiao Han's roar came from a distance again, and at the same time there was a swoosh sound, although Monad had heard the prompt at this time. But his movements were still a little slow, and he only had time to take out a shield to block in front of him. Yang! The legendary shield that appeared in the game was pierced instantly, and the tender red tongue of the poison dart frog also hit Monad's chest with a snap. But the next second, the powerful force from the shield immediately made him fly out. At the same time, the snake tongue stuck to his chest was instantly retracted. During the flight, Monad took the time to look at his chest. The leather armor and underwear had been corroded to form a fist-sized hole. At the same time, his chest felt hot, but it was not pierced like a shield. Only a few drops of blood came out. Feeling that the injury was not serious, Monad couldn't help but say to himself with some relief, "Fortunately, it was just some skin injuries. After piercing the shield, it should be exhausted." Thinking so in his heart, he felt dizzy in his head. His face suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly, "No! This frog is poisonous." Warning his companions around him, he quickly took out the detoxification pill that Han Feng had given him before. But suddenly he found that his hands and feet were no longer under his control. Although he tried his best to eat the pill, his consciousness was getting more and more blurred, and even the pill he took out fell from his hand. In the last moment of consciousness, he couldn't help thinking in his heart, "Am I going to die?" #C1312 Decisive Battle at Amazon 26. Outside Panama City, the Na6 evolvers who had come back because of Xiao Han's appearance had all stopped at this time, looking at the frog as big as a fist with fear on their faces. In just a few dozen seconds, 3 level 7 evolvers died in its hands. If it weren't for the 100-ton round iron ball that protected all the remaining evolvers, this number might have been doubled. At this time, looking at the skeleton that was more than 12 meters tall, everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation. At the same time, some people whispered, "Can that skeleton defeat that frog?" "Have no idea." A slightly unconfident voice sounded in the crowd, and everyone looked at the frog the size of a fist in the sky. If it weren't for its previous record, everyone would think that it could be crushed to death by stretching out one's fingers. But now, no one has such unrealistic ideas. Although there was a huge difference in size between the two creatures, no one thought that the skeleton could defeat the frog. After all, the octopus and the anaconda were both level 8 mutant beasts. But the skeleton was almost killed by the anaconda, while the octopus was instantly killed by the frog. Thinking about the consequences of failure, everyone's faces turned ugly. Roar. At this time, a thunderous roar came from the distance, and at the same time, the 8th level skeleton stretched out its pitch-black claws, roaring and grabbing the poison dart frog. The 5 outstretched fingers have almost blocked all the poison dart frogs. Dodge space. Gua. But with a loud frog cry, the poison dart frog just kicked its hind legs and flashed to the left side of the skeleton as if teleporting. At the same time, his mouth opened slightly, and a red flash of light instantly shot out of his mouth. "Call out." Bang! The red light just flashed and accurately hit the left arm bone of the 8th level skeleton, even piercing it directly. The mucus left on his tongue was also rapidly corroding the dark arm bones. "It's over." Seeing this scene, the Na6 evolvers immediately said with despair on their faces, "The poison dart frog is too fast, and it is impossible for the skeleton to hit him. What's more important is its toxin, which can kill even 8th level mutant beasts instantly. If the 8th level skeletons can't restrain the poison dart frog, Farrar, House, and Blevins, wouldn't they be in danger? No way." Seeing that the skeleton in the distance had been hit, they still waved their palms to grab the poison dart frog again. Someone retorted, "It's not dead, yet. It seems that the poison doesn't have much impact on it." Yes, creatures like skeletons seem to be immune to poison. So what if it's immune It's no match for the poison dart frog. Its arm bones have been penetrated. How long can it last? Bang! Everyone was discussing with worried faces when another muffled sound came. From the distance, the spot on the left arm bone of the 8th level skeleton that had just been hit was accurately hit again by the tongue of the poison dart frog. This caused a small hole that was originally only the size of a finger to more than double in size in an instant, although the arm bone of the 8th level skeleton is 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter. If this happens again and again, the arm bone will not be removed directly by the poison dart frog. Bang! While everyone was thinking this, another dull explosion came from the distance. Although the 8th level skeleton avoided it with all his strength, the bone hole in his left arm bone was still hit again and became as big as an egg. Roar! With an angry roar, the 8th level skeleton waved its 2 arms, as if it was frantically trying to catch the poison dart frog. But although its size is as high as 12 meters, its agility is far lower than that of the poison dart frog by more than 1 level. So no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Bang! The dull sound came from the distance again, and everyone's expressions became very ugly. They no longer had the extravagant hope of defeating the poison dart frog, they just wanted to escape with their lives. Run! In the battle above level 7, they could no longer help. As a panicked roar sounded, all the Gnostics evolvers rushed into the city. Thousands of meters away from here, Xiao Han was gently flapping his wings and floating quietly in mid-air, but his brows were deeply furrowed. Bang! As another muffled sound came from the distance, he immediately turned his gaze to the iron ball controlled by Zhangzhen and shouted loudly, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you get out of here quickly? Get away as far as you want. If you don't run now, do you mean you want to stay and wait for death? Then what should you do?" Zhangzhen, who was in the iron ball, replied and asked urgently, "Is it better for me to stay and stop the poison dart frog? You should seize the time to escape. We must escape back to Jing'an. We Yanhua cannot live without you. Don't talk nonsense. I know it well." Xiao Han's face darkened and he continued, "Although the poison dart frog is very fast, it can't catch up with me. I'll stay here to contain you for a while. As long as you all leave, I will leave immediately." This, Zhangzhen hesitated, but at this time he also knew that he could not delay, and Xiao Han had a pair of thunder wings, so there should be no danger. So he said loudly, "Okay then." Boom! The moment the words fell, the big iron ball started rolling rapidly. After all, the skeleton should be able to be contained for a while. As long as the poison dart frog is contained, they still have a chance to escape. "Quick! Open the door. Let me in too." Just after running less than 100 meters, there were several clangs on the iron ball. When Zhangzhen heard that it was Chun Wu's voice, he immediately controlled the steel to wrap it in. In less than 2 seconds, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and asked, "You are still alive, how is this possible?" House was also hit by the poison dart frog, but even after taking 5 detoxification pills, he barely survived. "Hey, I'm different from him." Chun Wu pointed to the armor on his body and explained with lingering fear, "This is a spiritual weapon armor. Although I was also hit, the poison was not injected into my body." "The poison was not injected into your body?" Shaq said with envy, and then looked at House in Blevins' arms with some sadness, but didn't say anything more. Zhangzhen's eyes suddenly lit up at this moment, and he asked quickly, "So, Brother Han Feng should not be dead?" "Yes." Chun Wu nodded and continued, "My spiritual armor can withstand the attack of poison dart frogs, so his artifact leather armor is no problem. I guess he is lying on the ground pretending to be dead like me now. After all, places like the head, thighs, and arms are not protected by artifact equipment. Once hit, your life may be gone in an instant." Hashtag C1313 Decisive Battle at Amazon, 27. Han Feng is still alive? After learning such information, Zhang Jin certainly did not dare to delay. For a moment, he raised his hand and threw a earth spirit pill into his mouth, and immediately controlled the iron ball to roll towards Han Feng. Quack! At this time, an angry frog croaked in the distance, and it was obvious that it had discovered the abnormality here. The level 7 evolver who was supposed to be dead was incredibly alive again. At the same time, another figure 100 meters away from the iron ball also instantly turned over from the ground, like a cheetah hunting, and ran towards the iron ball. Seeing this scene, the poison dart frog immediately kicked its legs in the void, and its speed instantly increased to the extreme. But the distance between it and Han Feng was still a little far after all. It could only watch the figure being wrapped in the iron ball. Quack! The angry frog croaked again, and after it rushed to the side of the iron ball, its tender red tongue kept attacking the iron ball, as if it wanted to kill everyone inside. Bang! 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 Amidst the dull sound of impact, deep dents appeared one after another on the iron ball. But such an attack could not hurt the people hiding inside, and the dents were constantly smoothed out by a mysterious force. At this time, the 8th level skeleton, who was running wildly, reached out to grab the poison dart frog. Bang! With a dull explosion, the tongue of the poison dart frog hit the iron ball. Again, although it was attacking the iron ball with all its strength at this time, it did not relax its vigilance at all. As its legs kicked the ground, it instantly jumped to a place dozens of meters away, and its chin bulged high. Quack! With an angry frog croak, the poison dart frog seemed to have no intention of stopping. His chin kept bulging, shrinking, bulging, and shrinking. Quack! 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 The harsh frog croaks continued to sound on this bloody battlefield, and at the same time spread further away. This angry voice not only summoned back the level 7 electric eels, lobsters, tuna, and other sea beasts, and farther away on the Panama Canal there was also a black crab that slowly crawled ashore from the canal. Although thousands of meters away, its huge body could be seen. The crab claws that were raised high were incredibly long, exceeding 5 meters. Gah! As the crab claws gently clamped, another deafening collision sound came. Immediately, and then the 8 crab legs just moved, and the black giant crab rushed towards the side like lightning. Oh my god! Is that another level 9 mutant beast? This made Zunet, who was flying in the air, suddenly change his face, and he hurriedly shouted, "No, its target is Zhang Jin." At this time, even if Zunet did not remind him, Xiao Han had already noticed. Because the poison dart frog's sight had not moved away from the iron ball, it seemed that it would not give up until the few people inside were completely killed. As for the crab that was summoned, just looking at the pair of crab claws raised high, you can tell that it is just right for dealing with the iron ball. That crab should not be level 9. Xiao Han whispered, not sure, but he could only pray like this, and said to the white fox in his arms, "Quick! Let the skeleton go over and stop it." The threat of the poison dart frog to Zhang Jin and others can still be resisted for a short time, but if the crab suspected to be at the peak of level 8 or even level 9 runs over, it may only take a slight pinch to kill everyone hidden in the iron ball. So blocking the crab is also the most important thing at the moment. Yi! The fox hiding in Xiao Han's arms is now looking at the poison dart frog and crab, and his pupils are full of fear. I thought that following the person in front of me would not only save the tribe, but also allow me to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks in the future. But I didn't expect that this ghost place is several times more dangerous than the Hengduan Mountains. But it was useless to regret again at this time. He could only follow the man's instructions. A silver light flashed in his black pupils again. Roar! The skeleton who received the order immediately roared at the poison dart frog, as if he wanted to continue fighting. But in the end, he hesitated for a moment and turned to look at the Panama Canal. Then he turned around and ran towards the crab that was even bigger than it. Bang! 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 With heavy footsteps, the crab and the skeleton were also approaching quickly. Rumble! At the same time, Zhang Zhen, who was hiding in the iron ball, also heard the conversation outside the channel and knew that another level 9 crab had appeared. He quickly controlled the iron ball to roll towards Panama City. When facing the poison dart frog, this iron ball could barely block its attack. But facing a level 9 crab, no. Even if the crab that just appeared was only level 8, this iron ball could not withstand its attack. After all, what wrapped them was just ordinary steel. Boom! The iron ball rolled vigorously on the ground, but the poison dart frog had no intention of letting it go. It just flashed and jumped in front of the iron ball. Then it opened its mouth slightly, and its tender red tongue shot out. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron ball that was rolling towards Panama City was hit back by this blow. The poison dart frog, which was only the size of a fist, had a force of more than 10,000 kilograms. This made Xiao Han, Richard, and Zunette in the sky, although they wanted to help, dare not take a step forward, and could only watch quietly. Seeing this situation, they could only look at the 8th level skeleton, hoping for a miracle. Bang! 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 With the sound of heavy footsteps, the distance between the skeleton and the crab was getting closer and closer. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Seeing that they were about to collide head-on, neither the crab nor the 8th level skeleton had any intention of stopping. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded, and the 8th level skeleton was instantly knocked away, and the black crab not only did not retreat at all but even its speed increased a few points, directly catching up with the flying skeleton, and at the same time stretched out its crab claws to clamp its spine. Crack! Then there was a sound of bone breaking, and the level 8 skeleton was directly split into 2 pieces. Crack! 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 Then the sound of bone breaking continued, and in just a dozen seconds, the level 8 skeleton was split into more than a dozen pieces. Even the head that was shining with soul fire was directly crushed. #C1314 Decisive Battle at Amazon 28. Is he going to die now? Outside Panama City, even though most of the Gnostics evolvers have fled into the city, a small number of people still remain. Seeing the situation over there, everyone shouted in disbelief. Although there had been such speculation before, I still didn't expect that the battle would end so quickly. The 8th level skeleton, that is a skeleton with 8th level strength. Another 9th level mutant beast. How is this possible? Is it possible that Gnostics, who has always been favored by God, has really been abandoned? Run away quickly. Panama City can't be defended anymore. Those level 7 mutant beasts are coming to kill us too. Desperate voices sounded one after another in the crowd. Even though everyone knew very well that it was impossible for them to escape the pursuit of the mutant beasts, they were still running with all their strength. In the sky, Richard, who witnessed this scene, sighed helplessly, then flapped his wings fiercely, and flew towards the north without any hesitation, without even saying hello to Schnet. Since the outcome has been determined, there is no need to stay and die. With the skeleton killed, it was now certain that the crab was a level 9 mutant beast, and there were 2 such 9th level mutated beasts at once, which they couldn't defeat at all. As his wings flapped vigorously, Richard quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, Zunette's face darkened, but he didn't say anything more. Instead, he quickly flew to Xiao Han's side and asked in a deep voice, "Brother Xiao Han, what should we do now? That level 9 giant crab? Do you have any way to deal with it?" "I'm not a god. What can I do?" Xiao Han said angrily, looking towards the crab solemnly. "I thought that even if the 8th level skeleton was no match for crab, he could at least hold on for more than 10 minutes. And he will also see if he can harass him from the side depending on the situation. If they can kill it completely, even if the poison dart frog has level 9 strength, it won't pose much of a threat to them. But now, let alone 10 minutes, I can't hold on even for 10 seconds. Bang! At this time, there was another dull explosion from the iron ball, and at the same time it rolled towards the crab. He didn't have to care about Farrar, House, Blevins and others in the iron ball, but he couldn't care less about Zhang Zhen, who was still alive, and Han Feng and Chen Wu, who had returned from the dead. What to do? Xiao Han muttered secretly in his heart. Xiao Han no longer knew what to do. Although there is also the soul-sealing technique that can be used, this skill requires strong mental power to back it up. Once he forcibly uses the soul-sealing technique on a 9th level mutant beast with his current mental strength, it is no different from seeking death. What's more important is that even if the crab's soul is sealed by luck, there is still a poison dart frog watching. The current situation is almost unsolvable. How about detonating all the remaining nuclear bombs? Thinking that there were more than 150 nuclear bombs in the space ring, Xiao Han couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, but then shook his head with a bitter look on his face. His ultimate purpose for coming here this time was actually just to save people. If more than 150 nuclear bombs were detonated at the same time, not to mention whether they could kill 2 level 9 mutant beasts, Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, Farrar, and Blevins would only be able to hide in the iron ball. No one would survive for sure. And even for him, it is not easy to escape from the explosion range of a nuclear bomb. At this time, the Golden Dragon Divine Armor had been worn on Han Feng's body, and he also lost the ability to teleport. Forget it. Do your best and obey fate. He muttered something in his mouth, and there was another bang sound coming from the iron ball, which was already less than a kilometer away from the crab. If the delay continues like this, none of House, Chen Wu, Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, Blevins and others inside may survive. Although the crab's strength seems to be abnormal, he can actually deal with. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han suddenly had a thought in his mind and said in a deep voice, I will try my best to hold that crab back. But just holding down the crab is not enough to allow Farrar, House, Blevins, and others to escape from the poison dart frog. So if I can successfully trap it, you also have to find a way to trap that poison dart frog. Hold the poison dart frog? Schnatter said solemnly, and then immediately added, I can try to hold it back and buy time for General Zhang Zhen. But you also know that that poison dart frog has the ability to kill an 8th level evolver instantly. I'm not sure how long we can hold it off, and I'm not sure if we can buy them enough time. I know. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and as soon as his mind moved, a yellow shield was taken out, and then he continued, This is a spiritual weapon. Shield, you can use it for now. Although that poison dart frog is powerful, it can't penetrate this shield. What? A spiritual weapon shield? Schoonert's eyes suddenly lit up, and he reached out to take it without any hesitation. At the same time, he said with excitement, With this thing, I am somewhat sure. Although that poison dart frog is a level 9 mutated beast, its power should be weaker than mine. It's just that the poison is more powerful. It's not that simple. You'd better be careful. Xiao Han shook his head, and another bottle of pills appeared on his palm, and continued, This is a bottle of purple-striped detoxification pills, 20 pills in total. If you are accidentally hit by a poison dart frog, 5 of these can save your life. House has been poisoned, and he hasn't been poisoned yet. As for the effect of 10 pills, I don't know yet, but you can give it a try when the time comes. Okay. Thank you very much. Schnatter stretched out his hand to take the elixir and said with a smile, But there's no need to try, I haven't lived enough yet. I guess so you need to be careful. Xiao Han warned again, then turned to look at Crab and immediately said in a deep voice, Then I'll go, you can act according to the situation. As he spoke, the purple thunder wings behind his back flapped fiercely. Whoosh! While flying straight towards the crab, Another shield was thrown at Schnet, and he shouted loudly, "This is a treasure shield. I don't know if it can withstand the attack of the poison dart frog. But having Shaq attached to you can also help you make up for the holes in your defense. Whether you can save the three generals Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, and Chen Wu as well as Farrar, House, and Blevins, is up to you." Hashtag C1315 Decisive Battle at Amazon 29. General, can he hold back the crab? Seeing Xiao Han flying towards the crab, Shaq reached out to take the shield thrown by Xiao Han, asked in a deep voice and smiled wryly with an unconfident look on his face. "And can we hold back the poison dart frog?" "I don't know." Schnet shook his head slightly and continued in a deep voice. "But House, Faller, and Blevins are all in that iron ball. So no matter what, we have to try. As long as Xiao Han can hold back the crab, we have to fight the poison dart frog head-on, even if there is a risk of being poisoned." "Yeah." Shaq looked at the iron ball that kept rolling towards the crab and smiled wryly. "There are 6 level 7 evolvers in it, and we humans can't afford such a loss." As they said this, the two of them stared at the purple figure. At this time, he was less than 100 meters away from the crab. At the same time, the iron ball that was constantly hit by the poison dart frog was a little further away from the crab, but it was less than 300 meters away. "Look, he's taking action?" A distance of 100 meters only takes 1 second for Xiao Han, who has wings. After deciding to take action, his speed instantly increased to the extreme. So even if the distance between the iron ball and the crab is closer, he still arrived first, and the mace that disappeared before also appeared again. And the 5-meter-long crab claws of the crab seemed impatient and casually slapped the purple figure. Ha! But even if it was just a casual slap, the air around the crab claws was instantly squeezed aside, making a series of sharp whistling sounds. And Xiao Han certainly didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. Even with the blessing of the Beast King's power, he didn't think his strength could be stronger than the 9th-level crab. Even if he was not careful, he would be killed instantly like the 8th-level skeleton. So when he saw the black crab claw flying towards him, the purple thunder wings behind him also flapped violently, and instantly moved 3 meters to the left. Whoosh! In the whistling wind, the crab claw also passed by. But Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at this time, because he heard another sharp, whistling sound of the wind, and the wings behind him suddenly swung to the side again, and instantly climbed up 3 or 4 meters. Whoosh! At this time, another crab claw, like a black lightning, passed by his feet. "Stop!" Seeing this scene in the distance, Zunette whispered, and then moved immediately, and flew towards the poison dart frog at full speed. Bang! Seeing that the iron ball where Han Feng, Zhang Zhen, and Farrar were hiding was hit again, and at the same time continued to roll towards the crab. Trace of anxiety flashed across his face, and his speed instantly increased to the extreme. Although he did not have wings like Xiao Han, his speed was actually not slow. In just 2 seconds, it blocked the iron ball. Swish! At this time, the poison dart frog opened its mouth, and a sharp whistle sounded immediately in his ears. With the shield given by Xiao Han, even though Zunette was still a little unsure, he still instantly judged the landing point of the tongue and instantly blocked the shield in front of him. Bang! With a dull explosion, a huge force immediately came from the shield. Zunette's right foot couldn't help but stretch back, forcibly stopping his retreat. Hey, it really works. The attack of the poison dart frog failed to penetrate the spiritual weapon shield. Zunette's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but whispered. Through the previous attack, he had clearly felt it. Although the power of the poison dart frog is also very strong, it is only about 10,000 to 20,000 kilograms. He can completely withstand such an attack head-on. Once the threat of the poison is gone, the poison dart frog is not even as good as an 8th-level mutant beast. Thinking of this, Zunette became more confident. He took 2 steps forward, without hesitation, and rushed towards the poison dart frog, shouting loudly, Leave this to me, you guys hurry up. Inside the big iron ball at this time, Zhang Zhen's face was already pale. It is not an easy task to control an iron ball weighing hundreds of tons. The energy in the body disappears like a flood. If it were not for the continuous replenishment of the Earth Spirit pill, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. But even so, it was not easy at this time. Listening to the sound coming from outside the iron ball, although he was very tired now, he still forced himself to cheer up and control the iron ball to roll to the north. Boom! Without the obstruction of the poison dart frog, the rolling speed of the iron ball was not slow, and it could even reach more than 10 meters per second. At this time, Xiao Han on the other side had already stood on the back of the crab, and the mace in his hand was smashed down with all his strength. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the crab also waved its claws, trying to attack the figure on its back. But no matter how it waved its two crab claws, it couldn't touch the figure. That was in the blind spot of the attack. Boom! 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 The mace on its back was still hitting it continuously, and the black crab could only shake its body continuously, as if trying to throw it down. But Xiao Han had the ability to fly, so he couldn't be thrown down easily. Ah! The power of the Beast King! Open it for me! After hitting it dozens of times in a row, there was not even a crack on the crab's shell, and Xiao Han finally opened all the states. As the energy in the Beast King's ring was fed back into the body, violent power instantly filled the entire body. Xiao Han held the mace in his hand and immediately smashed it with all his strength. Boom! As the explosion sounded, the powerful backlash not only caused the tiger's mouth to crack, but even Xiao Han flew up involuntarily. But the carapace under his feet was still intact. Fuck! This horse riding is too hard. Cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han's face instantly turned ugly, and he didn't know what to do with the crab. If a gap could be made in its body, an atomic bomb could be inserted into it. If it explodes inside its body, even if it is a level 9 mutant beast, it will be impossible to withstand such damage. He finally found a feasible method, but the extremely hard carapace forced him to give up. It seems that it is impossible to kill it. With this judgment, Xiao Han no longer continued to do this useless work, but looked at the iron ball that was gradually moving away, and whispered, "Since you can't kill it, then try to lure it as far away as possible." C1316 Devil Armor 1. Fuso Mount Fuji. A big black snake with 8 heads was swimming in the lava of a volcano with a look of enjoyment on its face, and traces of black devilish energy kept coming out of its body. Even the red magma was stained with a hint of black. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this moment, a series of footsteps quickly approached from far away, and then a figure in black cloth appeared at the edge of the magma, leading a series of young women in scantily clad clothes. The surging hot air hit their faces, making these shivering young women feel a little warmth that they had not seen for a long time. But when they saw the creatures swimming in the magma, their faces instantly turned pale. Ah! Shouts of fear rang out from the crowd, and a few people were even frightened, to the point of incontinence by the big black snake that appeared in front of them. But the man in black standing at the front, as if he didn't see it, reached out to grab the person next to him and threw him directly into the lava. Hiss! A scream followed, and the big black snake swimming in the magma opened its mouth and sucked it in. The scantily clad young woman was sucked directly into its mouth. Click! The sound of cracking bones also sounded. The big black snake chewed a few times and nodded with satisfaction. But the other heads looked at those scantily clad and beautiful young women with bright eyes, and their meaning was self-evident. The man in black standing on the edge of the lava certainly understood what this meant. The reason why these women were brought here was to satisfy the big black snake's appetite, so without any hesitation, he reached out and grabbed another woman and threw it directly. Ah! Don't! A shrill sound of panic came from the woman's mouth, but her fate did not change. She was instantly caught in the air by the big black snake in the magma pool. Click. Then there was another crisp sound, and the big black snake closed its eyes. With satisfaction, chewed slowly, and carefully appreciated the delicious food in its mouth. The man in black reached out and grabbed another, and lifted up a scantily clad young woman. Spare your life, woo-woo. Master Yuing, please spare your life. Piercing cries and screams came from the young woman's mouth, and the women behind her also loudly begged for mercy. We will be obedient, and we will definitely be obedient in the future. Lord Shadow, we will do whatever you ask us to do in the future, and we will never say no. Please let us go. I'm not a vase, I can cook, I can do laundry, I can also warm the bed. When faced with the threat of death, everyone burst out with a strong desire to survive and tried their best to promote themselves. But the man in black remained indifferent to this, and threw the young woman in his hand away. Click! The sound of bones breaking sounded again, and the man in black kept throwing the women he brought towards the big black snake one by one. It wasn't until everyone was eaten, and even a trace of blood appeared in the magma, that he finally stopped and looked at the black figure in the magma pool with awe. After enjoying the delicious food, the big black snake said slowly, "Why did you come here in person? Is it possible that things have changed in Nassix?" Shadow nodded and continued in a deep voice, "I have received news that the Chosen One has returned from the abyss. Even when I went back, my face was full of excitement, as if I had gained something extraordinary." "Excitement on your face?" the big black snake repeated softly and said, softly with a smile on his face, "It seems that the first layer of seals should have been released. My attributes are not soluble in this world, so I can't do it myself yet. Since they have believed your statement, then you should contact them again and reveal the information about the demon god armor. Over at Amazon, the 9th level mutant beast should have appeared." "Yes." Yuing nodded solemnly and continued, "We passed the only satellite that could still be mobilized and found that 2 level 9 mutant beasts appeared over there. So if nothing else happens, Panama City should not be able to defend it." "Ha! Can't you keep it anymore?" the big black snake repeated softly and said, with a smile, "That's not necessarily true. There are still many things you don't know. Didn't you send the ghost wolf to Nassix? Let him prepare and try to grab that black helmet. That thing will be of great use to me, and it will also be of great use to your nation." "Okay, I will let him prepare, but..." Yuing paused and said hesitantly, "It's just that the phantom wolf is only at the peak of level 6. Even if he holds the belief that he will die, how can he possibly grab the black helmet in front of a group of 7th level evolvers?" "Why is it impossible?" the big black snake snorted in dissatisfaction, and continued in a cold voice, "The things belonging to the devil are not something ordinary people can get their hands on. It doesn't matter if it's level 7, as long as it's not the Chosen One. Whoever touches the helmet will die. More importantly, I know that you have always wanted to escape from this island with your tribe, and now that the first seal of the helmet has been unlocked, some information can be derived from it. As long as we get the information in the helmet, let alone escaping from this island, it is not impossible to occupy the continent to the west." "Occupy the continent to the west?" Shadow whispered, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. "This has always been the ambition of our ancestors, and they almost succeeded." Although he didn't know how much the words of the black snake were worthy of belief, he had no other choice in the current situation. If he couldn't leave this island, the entire nation would disappear. Since the sea beasts on the Nassix side have already landed, it is estimated that it will not be too far from the sea beasts on the Fuso side. After understanding this, Shadow immediately said, "I understand. The ghost wolf will definitely bring the helmet back. Hee hee." I'm glad you understand. The black snake chuckled and didn't say anything more. With a slight swing of its tail, it drilled into the depths of the magma. Hashtag C1317 Devil Armor. 2. Outside Panama City, the battle is still going on. Boom! The mace weighing 1,000 pounds slammed into the crab's back shell again, making it even more frantic. Since he had decided to lead it to a farther place, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all. The wings behind him just flapped lightly and flew to the crab's abdomen. The mace aimed at its slightly lighter shell and hit it hard again. Boom! With a dull critical sound, the second step foot on the left and the third step foot on the right immediately stabbed over. The lower abdomen is not the crab's attack blind spot. So facing this situation, Xiao Han had already expected it. The thunder wings behind him immediately slapped lightly and instantly stepped back a few steps. Puff! At the same time, the second step foot that stabbed downwards instantly passed in front of it and also deeply pierced into a stone on the ground.
Dom, luckily I'm fast.
After narrowly avoiding the attack of the two legs, Xiao Han looked at the crab's abdomen with some lingering fear. The previous attack had already cracked the carapace of the abdomen. If he continued to hit it, he should be able to directly smash a hole in the carapace. But the abdomen is not a dead angle for the crab to attack, and the danger level is too high, even higher than a head-on battle. What should I do? Should I take a risk and try it? Thinking so in his heart, the black crab quickly turned around and swung 2 5-meter-long crab claws to hit him. Through the gap between the crab claws, Xiao Han could see that the iron ball that Zhang Zhen had already controlled was rolling quickly towards Panama City. But its speed was a little unsatisfactory, and it only rolled more than 100 meters. And the distance to the crab was less than 500 meters. If the crab in front of him changed its target, it would probably only take a few seconds to catch up with the iron ball. By then, the people hiding inside would probably not survive. Seeing the crab facing the iron ball with its back, waving its claws and smashing towards him, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, and he thought to himself, let's lead it away first. Since he had made a decision, he no longer hesitated, and smashed the black crab claws with the mace in his hand. Boom! The moment the mace and the crab claws collided, a huge force immediately came from the mace. Even with the blessing of the Beast King's power, he couldn't help but fly backwards. At this time, the level 9 crab was as stable as a mountain and didn't move at all. After seeing Xiao Han flying out, its 8 legs instantly moved like a phantom and immediately chased after the figure that was smashed away. Humph! You still want to use this trick? Seeing this situation, Xiao Han couldn't help but flash a coldness in his eyes. This was how the level 8 skeleton was killed. And he, of course, would not repeat the same mistake again. Seeing that the crab claw was getting closer and closer to him and was about to clamp him, Xiao Han immediately flapped his wings and retreated dozens of meters in an instant. Crack! The black crab claw suddenly clamped, and the collision between the moving and the immovable fingers instantly made a deafening explosion. The situation of clamping 2 pieces did not occur, and the level 9 crab instantly became furious. Then the 8 legs on both sides danced faster and chased the figure flying quickly to the south. Bang! 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 In the heavy footsteps, in just 2 or 3 seconds, the distance between the crab and the rolling iron ball was nearly 1,000 meters. Quack! At this time, a loud frog croak suddenly sounded, which made the crab's running footsteps suddenly pause, and then turn to look at Panama City. At this time, the poison dart frog had left Schneider behind and caught up, with the iron ball weighing hundreds of tons. The tongue in its mouth suddenly shot out, instantly stopping the rolling iron ball, and even the powerful force made it roll several meters to the south. Quack! But when its mouth opened again, a figure with flames all over his body had already blocked the iron ball. The tender red tongue shot out from the mouth of the poison dart frog and instantly hit the yellow shield. Boom! In the deafening explosion, Zunette, who was holding the shield, did not retreat a single step, and the iron ball after getting up also boomed and rolled again. This made the poison dart frog immediately irritable, and the tongue in its mouth kept shooting out trying to stop the iron ball. But every time it was blocked by the yellow shield. Although the tongue had extremely strong attack power, it could not penetrate the defense of the spiritual weapon shield. Bang! 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 In the roars, the anger in the eyes of the poison dart frog became more and more intense, and the white skin on the chin just bulged slightly. Quack! A loud frog croak came out of its mouth again. This made the crab 1,000 meters away move its feet, and immediately responded to the call of the poison dart frog and ran towards the iron ball. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse angrily, and at the same time, the thunder wings behind him slapped violently and immediately chased after it. He even flew under its abdomen and smashed it hard at the cracked shell. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the third and fourth legs on the left and right sides of the crab were even smashed dozens of centimeters off the ground under the huge force. But even so, it still had no intention of stopping and continued to run towards the iron ball. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han became even more anxious, and the speed of swinging the mace in his hand also increased. Boom! 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 As the true energy in his body quickly disappeared, the mace continued to fall, and each time it accurately hit the cracked shell. But even so, there was no way to completely smash it for a while. In this extremely fast run, the level 9 crab not only got faster and faster, but also got closer and closer to the iron ball. 800 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, even though the iron ball weighing 100 tons was still rolling towards Panama City, it was caught up by the level 9 crab in just a few seconds. The 5-meter-long black giant claws clamped towards the iron ball with murderous intent. It's over. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's face flashed a hint of powerlessness. Although he had tried his best to stop it, when the crab no longer paid attention to his harassment, there was no way to stop its actions. Click! At this time, the crab claws fell on the back of the iron ball and instantly clamped out 2 pits as deep as 3 or 4 centimeters. Even if the iron ball was still flowing, it wanted to repair the pit. But the crab claws were still loaded on the iron ball, and such repairs were ultimately futile. Crack! With another explosion, the iron ball was instantly clamped in half, and the figures hidden inside immediately appeared in everyone's sight. Although they were not directly clamped to death by the crab claws, their faces instantly became ugly. It's over. Blocking the attack of the poison dart frog again, looking at the crab not far away from him, Zunette knew that he should leave. And these people in front of him probably couldn't be saved. Whoosh! At this time, the poison dart frog's mouth opened again, and the tender red tongue shot straight at the pale Zhangzhen. At the same time, the crab's claws also clamped towards him. Tear! But at this moment, a black crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of Zhangzhen, and then a figure in black armor walked out of it. C1318 Devil Armor 3. Who is that? The black armored figure that suddenly walked out of the space crack made everyone have such a question in their minds. Even the bulging eyeballs of the level 9 crab had a touch of horror. At this time, it wanted to retract the crab claws that hit the black armored figure. But with all its strength, the crab claws were too late to retract, and then it hit hard. Dang! Amid the deafening explosion, the figure in black armor seemed to be welded to the ground. Even if it was subjected to tens of thousands of kilograms of force, it still did not move at all. At the same time, the tongue of the poison dart frog also snapped and hit the black chest armor heavily. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Zunette on the side couldn't help but stare, and then shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Is there a level 9 evolver among humans? The full-strength attack of the level 9 crab, even the same level 9 creatures dare not take it head-on. But now it was caught with ease. Although the figure who suddenly appeared was wrapped in armor, it was not yet possible to determine that he was also a human. But for some reason, Sunite had a familiar feeling. Heh! Is this the 9th level mutant beast? At this time, a disdainful chuckle sounded, and then the figure in black armor slowly stretched out the palm that was completely wrapped in the black armor, and gently grabbed forward. The palm that looked very slow, but strangely grabbed the tongue of the poison dart frog. Even though the tongue retracted like lightning, it was still firmly grasped by the black palm. It's so weak. After grabbing the poison dart frog, the figure in black armor said again, and then retracted his arm slightly and pulled the poison dart frog in front of him. Puff! Although the poison dart frog struggled violently, it was crushed by it in an instant. While throwing it away, he slowly turned his head and looked at the frightened crab beside him and then whispered, "You are quite brave. You don't even run away. Duh, duh, duh." The moment the voice fell, the crab seemed to understand what he meant, and its 8 legs instantly danced like a phantom. It took almost only a breath of time to run 100 meters away. The figure in black armor did not chase after it immediately, but just watched quietly. This made the faces of other people on the side flash with a hint of doubt, and at the same time they were more curious about the identity of the black armored figure. But everyone did not dare to speak at this moment, for fear of provoking this perverted guy. Only Shaq, who was attached to Zunit, frowned and whispered, "General, this voice seems a little familiar to me." "Yeah, I have the same feeling." Zunit nodded, but did not dare to ask. But a hint of excitement flashed across his face, because just now what came out of this person's mouth was a very pure American English. Even if we don't know who he is now, at least he shouldn't be an enemy. Duh, duh, duh. At this time, the frightened level 9 crab continued to run wildly, and in a blink of an eye it ran 1,000 meters away. Although Zunette wanted to step forward and say something, let the figure in black armor completely kill such a scourge. But in a weak position, it is not easy to speak casually. If he makes that person unhappy, maybe he can kill him instantly with just one finger. "Hey, still want to run?" At this time, the black armored figure who had been standing still suddenly looked at Xiao Han and continued, "You can run for 2 hours first and see if you can escape from my palm." This made Xiao Han, who was far away, feel a click in his heart. He didn't know how he offended this guy, but he could feel his strong malice. Tear. As the black armored figure stretched out his hand and gently slashed forward, another black space crack appeared out of thin air. At the same time, a space crack more than 1 person high also appeared next to the crab that had already run 1,000 meters away. At this time, the black armored figure took a step forward and disappeared in front of him in an instant, but the next second, he appeared 1,000 meters away. Then he just stomped his feet lightly, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye instantly appeared under his feet, like an air cannon, blasting towards the crab under his feet. Boom! The roar like a nuclear bomb explosion immediately spread around at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 8 legs of the running crab instantly made a crackling sound, and then exploded into fragments all over the sky. At the same time, the black shell behind it that was hit from the front was directly dented, and the crab roe inside even flowed out. It was obvious that it was no longer alive. "Oh my God!" Phaler, who was far away, saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out of his sockets, and he shouted in disbelief. Level 9 mutant beasts were killed just like that. This is really unbelievable. Blevins on the side also said with emotion and continued, 2 level 9 mutant beasts were killed so easily. Who is that guy? Is he from our Gnostics? Why do I feel that voice is a little familiar, as if I heard it somewhere not long ago? Now that you mention it, I seem to feel a little familiar. Farrar whispered back and continued with excitement. Hey, if it's really someone familiar, then our Gnostics will be invincible. Even the nuclear bombs that Yanhua blackmailed some time ago, they have to hand over everyone. Yes, they have to hand them over. Blevins' eyes flashed with excitement, and his eyes were still fixed on the figure in black armor. He raised his hand slightly, and the crab that had sunk into the ground flew up again. But at this time it had no signs of life. Then the black finger just lifted slightly, and the crab's body seemed to be hit by a huge force. Boom! In the dull explosion, the huge crab flew towards them like a cannonball. C1319 Devil Armor. 4. The 2 level 9 mutant beasts that left everyone helpless were killed just like that. This was something no one had expected. At this time, Xiao Han's face was so gloomy that water was almost dripping. After all, the threat just now was still echoing in his ears. Tear. At this time, the black-armored figure stretched out his hand again and slashed forward, and another black space crack appeared in front of him. As he took a step forward, Xiao Han also saw a space crack 2 meters away from his body, and the figure who killed the 2 level 9 mutant beasts in a second then slowly stepped out of it, and then said jokingly in his voice, "Oh, you actually have the courage to stay. Why don't you dare to stay?" At this time, although Xiao Han didn't know who this guy was, he could guess from his actions that this should be a Nami evolver. But he didn't understand why Nami, since he had such strength, still asked Yanhua, Shiming, and Ross for help. Even if he wanted to hide such combat power, there was no need to sacrifice a level 7 peak evolver. With the strength of this black-armored figure, it is more than enough to even sweep across Amazon. Unable to figure this out, Xiao Han stopped wasting energy on it and stared at the black-armored man in front of him and said, "Why do you want to kill me? Oh, is it not possible?" The black-armored man gently wiped his face, and the black mask covering his face shrank up and then grinned and said, "You are growing very fast and you may be a threat to me in the future. Usually, for threats, I will wipe them out in the bud." "Felix, you are Felix?" Looking at the face hidden behind the mask, Xiao Han shouted loudly with surprise on his face. "How is it possible? How can you have such strength?" For this guy in front of him, perhaps he had not heard of it half a month ago. But since he met Zhang Tian in Dahan, he deliberately asked Bai Shaoxing to collect information about this. And then, he also knew the existence of this guy. Zhang Tian drew 100 times the damage at the beginning and he drew 100 times the reward at the beginning, and Felix in front of him drew 100 times the physical strength. The 3 of them are all the chosen ones mentioned in the game. If they meet in the game, Xiao Han believes that he can easily kill him. Even if the battlefield is transferred to reality, he has absolute confidence that he can easily crush Felix, because Bai Shaoxing's information clearly states that he is a level 5 evolver, a level 5 evolver who controls ice energy. But now, this guy actually raised his hand to kill 2 level 9 mutant beasts. What's going on? What's going on? Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Xiao Han's thoughts turned rapidly, trying to figure out what was going on. At this time, Zunette on the side suddenly widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "You are Felix. You are actually Felix." With this roar, Farrar and Blevins, who were not far away, also flew over. Quickly, staring at the face in the black armor, he couldn't help but shouted excitedly, "It's really you, but how is this possible?" "Hey, nothing is impossible." Felix chuckled and continued, "I'll solve this threat first and explain it to you later." As he said, he looked at Xiao Han in front of him and then his fingers slightly raised. Seeing this, Zunette frowned slightly and immediately stepped forward to block Xiao Han and said in a deep voice, "The satellites above are watching. This is not good. What's wrong?" Felix replied, saying indifferently, "If they want to watch, let them watch. But the threat in front of him can't let him continue to live. No, you can't do this." Zunette didn't retreat and stood in front of Xiao Han and continued, "Anyway, They are here to help. Not only did they bury an 8th-level creature here, but they also saved House, Faller, and General Blevins. Now that the threat of the mutant beast has just been lifted, could it be that you going to kill him? Humph. You are too soft-hearted. Felix snorted coldly and continued. This guy just blackmailed us for 100 nuclear bombs some time ago. Have you forgotten it? No, but there are only 70. Sunit corrected the number and said in a serious voice, if you want the blackmailed nuclear bombs, I can call Kyoto now. Let alone 100, they would be willing to give them even 200, and even if they directly ask for hydrogen bombs, they will not refuse. Hydrogen bomb? What do I need that for? Felix stretched out his finger slightly, and the space at his fingertips immediately shrank, and then an air bomb was formed instantly. Swoosh! Amid the piercing sound, the air bomb flew towards the crab that had been dead for a long time, and then there was a bang sound. The 5-meter-long crab claws of the level 9 crab exploded into fragments in the moment they touched the air bomb. At this time, Felix said slowly, with such strength, do I still need hydrogen bombs? Indeed, I don't need it, Sunit said with a shocked face, but still said in a deep voice. But even so, you can't kill people at will. After saying that, he looked at Farrar and Blevins on the side and said with a serious face, you two, don't you plan to say a few words? Xiao Han even went to fight the level 9 crab to save you. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have the chance to stand here and watch the fun, and you might have become a corpse long ago. Don't worry, I haven't had time to talk yet. Farrar glanced at Felix, who had an expressionless face, and whispered, brother, I actually understand your thoughts, but you can't be so ruthless in doing things. The last time I went to Yanhua, Xiao Han only extorted some nuclear bombs, but do you think he dared to kill a level 7 evolver? You are indeed very strong, but the threat of mutant beasts is still there. I believe you should also know the news of the 4 Jedi. Can you kill all the mutant beasts on Blue Star by yourself in the future? Why not? Felix said confidently and continued. After solving this threat, I will go to Amazon in person. They are just some mutant beasts. I will clean up all those above level 7. C1320 Devil Armor. 5. Confident words rang in his ears, and Farrar immediately didn't know how to persuade him. With the strength that Felix has shown now, he can easily kill the 9th level mutant beasts, and there really is no need to think too much. From the bottom of his heart, he actually felt that killing the threat of Xiao Han was the right decision. But at this time he couldn't express his true thoughts. After all, Xiao Han can be considered his savior. Even if there is no way to save his life, he can't stab him in the back. Seeing Felix slowly stretching out his finger and seeming to have made up his mind to kill Xiao Han, Farrar glanced at Schnet beside him with a look of helplessness on his face. Why? At this time, a sigh sounded, and Shaq lifted the elemental body and said in a deep voice, in fact, nipping the threat in the bud is indeed a wise decision. If it were possible, I would kill him without hesitation. But have you ever considered what consequences we will suffer once we kill him in Nassix? What consequences could there be? Felix did not continue to take action, but said with disdain, is it possible that Shi Mingyuan in Kyoto can kill himself in Nai? Oh, if he really dares to come here, it will save trouble. Yes, it does save trouble. Shaq agreed and continued. With your current strength, you can easily crush him to death. But have you ever thought that Yanhua's current stock of hydrogen bombs is even more than the Western Alliance, Ross, and us combined? Once you push them into a hurry, it's the worst possible outcome for everyone. Some time ago in Yanhua, the reason why Xiao Han did not dare to touch House and me was actually due to this reason. Hey, just blow it up. Felix looked unconcerned and continued with a sneer. The hydrogen bomb is very powerful. Can it still kill me? Damn it. Why don't you listen to others' advice? Shaq cursed silently and said urgently, maybe the nuclear bomb can't kill you, but what about the others? Is it possible that from now on, you want to live alone on this planet? You are overthinking. How could it be a person? Felix looked at the silent Xiao Han and said with a smile, because of the emergence of mutant beasts, Nami has built a lot of underground fortifications in recent years. It shouldn't be a problem to hide 10 or 20 million people. Holy shit, are you crazy? When Schnet heard what Felix said, he immediately said angrily, in order to kill Xiao Han, you actually want hundreds of millions of people in Na6 to be buried with you. Ha, are you feeling noble now? Felix's expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at his head with a murderous look on his face and said, but back then you knew that everyone would die as long as you got close to this damn helmet. For the hundreds of millions of people in Na6, should I sacrifice myself? Hey! Skunat sighed heavily and continued with a solemn face. You have to understand that there is no way to do this. What's more, you're not dead now either. Yes, I'm not dead, Felix said with emotion, then slowly opened his arms and said with a wild smile, but I am lucky. Are you a little disappointed? Now, not only am I not dead, but I also have godlike power. Actually, I have to thank you. If you hadn't insisted on using a dispensable little person like me to test whether the helmet is harmless, I wouldn't have the power I have now. So, Felix slowly stretched out his finger, flicked it in the air, and an air bomb instantly formed on his fingertip and shot towards Schnet like a hesitant sword. Skunat's expression changed, and he quickly put the shield in front of him. Boom! With a dull explosion, he instantly flew out involuntarily, and even a crack appeared on the spiritual weapon shield. At this time, Felix continued, so, you better stay away from me. I will have the final say in Nami from now on, and you will have no say here in the future. If I stay calm, I can forget about it. But if you say one more nonsense, I won't mind killing you with my own hands. Anyway, after you have me, you won't be that important to Nami. The arrogant voice rang in everyone's ears, causing the expressions of Farrar, Shaq, Blevins, and others to all change. Only then did they remember that Felix had been forced to put on the black helmet unwillingly. As Schnet was knocked away with one finger, everyone immediately became afraid to speak. Felix also turned his attention to Xiao Han again and said with a smile on his face, do you have any last words that you need to explain? I don't have any last words. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, looking at the few strands of white hair exposed under Felix's helmet, and said softly, just before I die, I have a few questions. I wonder if you can answer them. Ha! Question. Felix chuckled and continued, you probably want to ask where my strength comes from, right? No need to ask. Xiao Han shook his head and continued, as you said just now, they forced you to wear a black helmet. Presumably your current strength should be given by the black helmet. Hehe, you are quite smart. Felix chuckled, pointed to the armor on his body, and said, how about it? This demon armor is pretty good, right? With this armor, I, who is only level 5, can easily kill a level 9 mutant beast with just a wave of my hand. Yes, it is good. Xiao Han nodded, and seeing that Felix's skin was even paler than before, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The state of this guy in front of him made him more speculative, because it is not so easy to gain power. For example, although he can surpass the level 7 peak or even level 8 with the strength of a level 6 warrior, there is a price to pay. But the blood demon's wrath burns blood, the dragon pattern demon pill will make people lose their minds, and the beast king's power requires the consumption of the body's true essence, but it can only last for about 10 seconds. He did not believe that Felix would use this power without paying any price. And now, seeing the pale face and snow-white hair, Xiao Han finally felt a little relieved and said seriously, but do you know that you are about to Hashtag C1321 Devil Armor. 6. I'm going to die. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Felix laughed loudly and continued with a proud face. It's useless. Stop struggling. I will definitely kill you. Although I don't know what you drew at the beginning, since you are so powerful in the game, you must be a chosen one. And Yanhua also has a white helmet. If I just let you go back like this, maybe you can just get the helmet and fight back. I won't do such a thing with endless consequences. Oh, your worries are indeed justified. Xiao Han was actually not very sure about his guess, but in this situation he could only continue to lie. It's just that your academic qualifications are not low. You should know the principle of energy conservation. Conservation of energy? Felix was a little puzzled. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Han knew that he already had some doubts in his heart, and quickly continued to explain. Yes, it is the conservation of energy. Any acquisition of energy follows the law of energy conservation. If I don't tell you, you should also know that if you use a black helmet to enter the game, you will gain godlike power, but you will die suddenly in 10 minutes at most. And this is a disguised form of energy conservation. Now you can actually have godlike power in reality with a black helmet. This is extremely unreasonable, and you will pay a heavy price for it. Hey, is this what you're talking about? Felix breathed a sigh of relief and continued. I'm different from ordinary people, so I won't pay any price. If not for that, I would have died long ago. And the power I have now does not belong to me, but to the armor on my body. So I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Oh really? Xiao Han laughed noncommittally and continued. If I remember correctly, you are also a handsome guy with blonde hair and blue eyes. And after putting on this helmet, didn't you notice any abnormal changes? Abnormal changes? Felix repeated in a low voice, shook his head and said, slowly, this is such a waste of skills. It's really disappointing. I know you're stalling, but I don't care. In the face of absolute strength, even if you are asked to run for 2 hours, you will not be able to return to Yanhua alive. As he spoke, Felix slowly raised his finger, and then with just a flick, an air bullet shot out from his fingertip. Call out. Amidst the harsh whistle, Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed. His arms instantly blocked his body, and at the same time he roared in his heart. Absolute defense. As the true energy in the Dantian surged out, a pale golden light mask immediately appeared on the body surface. At this time, the air bomb had already boomed and hit his arms hard. A huge force hit him, and Xiao Han immediately flew back involuntarily. Puff! The power of the air bullet passed through his arms and hit his chest hard, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood several meters away. This made Han Feng, Chen Wu, Zhang Zhen, and others who were dozens of meters away suddenly changed their expressions, and then their eyes flashed fiercely, and they shouted in unison, "Do it!" All three of them knew clearly how important Xiao Han was to Yanhua. So the moment the words fell, Han Feng, the fastest, flashed and rushed towards Felix. At the same time, Chen Wu did not hesitate at all. Zhang Zhen, the strongest among the three, suddenly took a step forward, stretched out his hands forcefully to both sides, and at the same time, a silvery light that seemed to be real suddenly appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! 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 Amidst the harsh whistle, the iron balls that had been crushed by the crab immediately started flying around it at high speed. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they condensed into 2 giant steel palms. Zhang Zhen's eyes suddenly stared, and his silver-white pupils were instantly stained with a bright red blood color. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "D!" As his words fell, 2 giant steel palms roared out immediately, even past Han Feng and Chen Wu, and slapped Felix. "Ha, that's it!" A sneer filled with disdain rang out. Felix, who was wearing the demon armor, just flicked his fingers, and 2 air bombs were instantly generated at his Fingertips. Boom, boom. With 2 explosions, the seemingly powerful steel palm instantly became fragmented. Then he flicked his fingers twice more, and Han Feng and Chen Wu in the air heard 2 muffled bang-bang sounds from their chests, and flew back faster than when they came. At this time, Felix said slowly, "Old man, I advise you to be wise, otherwise I will kill you." "So what if I kill you?" Zhang Zhen took a step forward again and said with a murderous look on his face, "Soldiers of Yanhua have never been afraid of death." As he spoke, he stuffed a handful of pills directly into his mouth and then shouted with a crazy look on his face, "If you want to kill us, you can't even think about it if you step on a horse." Woo, woo, woo. As his words fell, the steel scattered on the ground roared again, and at the same time the grass, leaves, and stones around him also began to rotate at high speed. Damn it! Is this about to break through? When Shaq saw this scene in the distance, he immediately opened his mouth and exclaimed, and at the same time, there was a look of pity in his eyes. Felix showed a sneer on his face, stretched out his finger and said slowly, "Huh? You still want to break through in front of me? Since you want to die, I will grant your wish." As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and clenched his fist slightly, and an illusory fist shadow appeared in front of him instantly. Roar! At the same time, a thunderous roar came from a distance, and then a black figure holding a mace smashed the fist shadow with a fierce face. Felix turned his head and looked at it, and said with surprise, "Oh, you are still tenacious, you are not dead yet." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and slapped it over there. Boom! There was another explosion, and Xiao Han, who was running wildly, was instantly slapped away even if he had all the states. But he had just flown less than 100 meters, and the illusory palm condensed into the air and grasped it in the palm of his hand. At this time, Felix continued with a smug look on his face, "This time I'll see how you can escape from my palm." But at this time his voice was a little hoarse. And this change was not only noticed by Felix himself but also by Farrar, Shaq, and Blevins. Schnecht shouted in shock, "Your face? What's wrong with your face?" Puff! At this time, in the illusory palm, Xiao Han, who turned into a giant ape, opened his mouth and spurted blood, and shouted with a gloating face, "Haha! I said you are going to die. How can you use such power without paying a price? My face, what's wrong with my face?" Feeling that everyone was looking at his face, Felix was no longer in the mood to pay attention to Xiao Han's ridicule, and hurriedly touched his face. But through the demon armor, there was no touch on his fingers. So he thought in his mind, and the armor on his right hand quickly retracted to his arm with a click. At this time, a skeleton without any flesh and blood, as if covered with a layer of skin, appeared in front of him. How could it be? How could it be like this? Seeing the palm that looked like a mummy, Felix said in disbelief, and then his mind moved again. Click, click, click. In a series of sounds, the black armor plates on his body quickly shrank to his head and gathered into a black helmet again. And under the helmet, a human figure like a skeleton also appeared in everyone's sight. #C1322 Fight for the Devil Helmet 1. As the demon god armor was retracted, the illusory hand holding the black giant ape in the sky suddenly had no follow-up energy supply and disappeared with a puff, and the black giant ape fell heavily to the ground with a bang. How is it possible? How could I become like this? At this time, Felix still didn't want to believe what he saw, and shouted hoarsely, "The power used just now clearly came from the demon god armor. This helmet obviously won't cause fatal damage to the chosen one. Why is it like this now? Xiao Han, yes, Xiao Han must know something." Having said that, Felix immediately looked at the black giant ape that fell heavily to the ground. Seeing him raise his hand and throw 2 pills into his mouth, he immediately said with a murderous look on his face, "You know it, right? You must know it, right? Tell me quickly, What is going on? Why did I become like this? Tell me quickly, or I will kill you now. Heh? Kill me? Xiao Han grinned and sneered. He felt that the pills had slowly taken effect and began to recover from his injuries. Then he continued, Do you still have the ability to kill me now? You are looking for death. Felix's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said like crazy, Don't force me, otherwise I will definitely drag you to be buried with me before the end of the world. That depends on you. Although he knew that the other party might still have this ability, Xiao Han was unwilling to admit his weakness, and said with a murderous look on his face, Without the demon god armor, you are nothing in front of me. As he said, he patted his chest lightly. Yi! A soft cry came from under the Beast King's leather armor, and then a white head also drilled out from the collar. At this time, it can be clearly seen that there is a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. But even so, the head that just emerged from the collar, the dark pupils also flashed a brilliant silver light, and almost at the same time, Felix's eyes immediately became dazed. Then the body seemed to lose all strength and suddenly stumbled to the ground, and the helmet on the head, which seemed a little fat, also rolled. Gurgle. It rolled 4 or 5 meters away before it stopped, and everyone's eyes were immediately attracted by the black helmet, because everyone understood what this thing represented. But at this time, even though Farrar, Shaq, and Zunet's faces were full of anxiety, they did not dare to step forward, because the black helmet not only represents power, but also death. The atmosphere at this moment seemed a little solemn. Seeing that everyone was watching, Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately pointed at the helmet in the distance and patted the white fox's head. Helmet, my helmet. As the white fox's eyes flickered, Felix immediately struggled to stand up and pick up his helmet. But his body, like a skeleton, was no longer enough to support him to stand. After trying several times, he still failed, so he simply stopped trying and crawled directly to the helmet on the ground, muttering, Helmet, my helmet. That helmet no longer belongs to you. At this time, Zunet said coldly, then turned his hand to take out a dagger, and threw it at the helmet. Yang! Despite the support of 100 meters, the dagger hit the helmet accurately, immediately knocking it out and rolling nearly 100 meters away after landing. This made Felix, who was crawling towards the helmet, no longer have the opportunity to pick it up. Only then did Zunet take a deep look at the seriously injured Xiao Han and the white fox that was peeking out of his arms. Then he walked quickly to Felix and slapped him on the back of his head, knocking him unconscious instantly. Then he turned around and said, Shaq, go back and call 2 people. Yes. Shaq responded, looked at the black helmet 100 meters away with fear on his face, and turned around and ran towards Panama City without hesitation. He didn't expect that the black helmet could be transformed into a demon armor, covering the whole body, so such a thing must be taken back. But there was no ordinary person within 1,000 meters nearby, not even a level 3 evolver, and he couldn't risk his life to get involved in such an evil thing. So he could only go back to the city to call people and let ordinary people take this thing back. Da. With the sound of hurried footsteps, Shaq's figure also quickly went away, while Farrar, Blevins, and Schneider rushed a few steps and surrounded the black helmet from 3 sides, but none of them dared to get too close and could only stand more than 10 meters away from the helmet. Woo! 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 At this time, the whirlwind around Zhangzhen was still raging, and stones, branches, and mutant corpses were all swept into the sky. At the same time, his momentum was getting stronger and stronger. Obviously, the breakthrough has reached an important juncture, but it still takes some time. This made Xiao Han's face flash with anxiety, and he thought to himself, it's a pity that he broke through at the wrong time, otherwise the helmet could be snatched. Puff! Thinking in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and said with hatred on his face, I don't know what's going on with Han Feng and Chun Wu now. A level 5 evolver can kill a level 9 mutant beast with that helmet. This kind of thing must not be left in Nami. But even with the protection of the Beast King leather armor, my internal organs were displaced by the 2 air bombs, and now I can't even exert the strength of level 6. What can I do to grab the black helmet? At this time, although one of Nami's level 7 evolvers died and one was injured, the remaining Farrar, Shaq, and Sunit and Blevins did not lose much combat power. In this case, the possibility of grabbing the black helmet is almost zero. But even so, Xiao Han still doesn't want to give up. Because this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity will never come again. What should I do to grab the black helmet without Sunit getting angry? #C1323 Fight for the Devil Helmet 2. After a trip to Nai, I got some results and even got the body of an 8th level mutant beast. But for this, he also paid the price of serious injuries. Even whether the 2 generals Han Feng and Chun Wu are still alive is still unknown. So in this case, Xiao Han was certainly not satisfied with his current gains. And at the same time, he was even more afraid of someone using the demon helmet again and gaining godlike power. After all, Naomi is not the only one chosen by heaven. The 100 times the intelligence of the Western Alliance and the 100 times the strength of Ross are both threats to him. What to do? After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han frowned deeply as he watched Farrar, Schnatter, and Blevins protect the demon god's helmet in the middle. Crunch, click, caca. While he was thinking about a solution, several strange noises came from far away, causing him to involuntarily look in the direction of the sound. Over there, electric eels, lobsters, and tuna came into view immediately. Hey! These sea beasts are so brave. Seeing several level 7 sea beasts lying on the body of a level 9 crab. Without leaving, Xiao Han said with surprise on his face. But when I saw them eating the crab carcasses, I immediately understood. After all, that crab is an extremely rare level 9 sea beast. If it can swallow its flesh, blood, and core, it is even possible to go further. The fact that people perish for money and birds perish for food is a universal principle no matter when. Boom! At this time, a purple thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky and landed accurately on the tuna's head, making it tremble. At the same time, the attacking electric eel suddenly twitched its golden tail, sending the tuna flying away. Then a diamond-shaped crystal fell from his mouth instantly. Beast Core, 9th level Beast Core. Seeing that a lightning strike actually produced a 9th level Beast Core, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with light, and he whispered, "The 9th level Beast Core is indeed a good thing. But compared to the Beast Core, the demon god's helmet is more important." Saying this, Xiao Han immediately took out a bottle of Zayundan and lowered his voice to Hu Da in his arms. "That electric eel, can you control it? If you can control it, can I give you 5 bottles of this elixir?" "Hey, 5 bottles?" Hu Da's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately replied, "I don't know either, but I can try it. But I have to take 2 of these pills first. Only by restoring my mental power to its optimal state will I be more confident." "That's no problem," Xiao Han replied, raised his hand to rescue, poured out 2 pills and stuffed them into the white fox's mouth. Seeing it close its eyes and recover, it also released its beastly state, coughed while covering its chest, and slowly stood up from the ground. Bang! At this time there was a muffled sound, and the abnormal 7th level lobster also rushed into the battle group. The red claws hit the body of the 7th level eel hard, and the beast core it had just bitten in its mouth didn't even have time. After swallowing it, he flew out directly. On the other side, Schoonertz was also ready to make a move. However, looking at the demon god helmet aside, he suppressed the idea of rushing over, and at the same time glanced at Xiao Han warily. "Humph! Just wait for me." Feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest, Xiao Hanin snorted, and at the same time the few true energy left in his body immediately flowed to the meridians of his ears. Cough! At this time, a slight cough came from 100 meters away. Xiao Han's face suddenly flashed with joy, and he immediately walked over quickly. After a while, a familiar figure appeared in sight. However, blood foam was still spraying from his mouth, which made Xiao Han's expression suddenly change, and he couldn't help but speed up his steps. After walking to him, he turned over his hand and took out a life-sustaining pill and stuffed it directly into his mouth. At the same time, the red blood pill for replenishing blood, the healing pill for recovering injuries, and the 5 zong pills for protecting the organs were also stuffed into Han Feng's mouth. At this time, Xiao Han felt a little relieved and said softly, "Lie down and don't move. Don't let the injury continue to worsen." Han Feng responded and said intermittently, I'm okay. For now. For now. Should not die. Chen Wu, General Chen Wu's injury. The injury should be more serious than me. Hurry up and take a look. Don't worry. I'll go right away. Although his injury was not healed yet, Xiao Han immediately comforted him, turned around and walked quickly towards Chen Wu. Because the two were hit together, they were not far apart from each other. Xiao Han soon saw that Chen Wu's chest had become dented, and his expression instantly turned ugly. Compared to Han Feng, Chen Wu only wore spiritual weapon armor. Therefore, after being hit head-on by an air bomb, the injury will, of course, be more serious. Judging from the current situation, at least half of the ribs on the chest are broken, and most of them are probably comminuted fractures. At this time, there is almost only outgoing breath and no incoming breath. The demon god's helmet must be returned to Yanhua. Seeing such injuries, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with coldness, and his intention to snatch the helmet became more determined. At the same time, he whispered, "Fortunately, he is not dead. He should be able to be saved." As he said, he pinched 3 fingers in the air, and a milky white pill was pinched on his fingertips. Then he pinched Chen Wu's cheek, forced him to open his mouth, and forced the pill on his fingertips into his mouth, and then continued, "If the Bu Tian pill can't save you, then I can't do anything. This pill can even repair the cracks on the crystal core, so it should be useful for your injuries." Said a little uncertainly, Xiao Han thought about it and fed Chen Wu the red blood pill, the 5 organs pill, and the healing pill. Yi. At this time, a soft cry came from his chest, which made Xiao Han turn around immediately and look at the crab's body. At the same time, Shaq also rushed back with 2 tall and strong black men. He threw it to the ground and pointed at the black helmet between Farrar, Schneider, and Blevins and said, "Go! Take that thing back to Panama City. #C1324 Fight for the Devil Helmet 3. The 2 black men who were arrested obviously had low IQs. They didn't know that this was a deadly job, and they were still full of fear when they were captured. But after hearing such a request, they raised their feet and ran directly towards the helmet. Seeing Shaq come back, Schoonert immediately looked at the crab corpse and said in a deep voice, "I have to snatch that 9th-level beast core back. I'll leave this to you, be careful." As he said that, he glanced at Xiao Han, and the meaning was self-evident. As for Zhang Zhen, who was making a breakthrough, he didn't pay too much attention to it because breaking through to level 8 couldn't be achieved in a short time. And around here, Xiao Han is the only one who has the ability to snatch the demon god's helmet. Of course, Shaq understood such a clear reminder and immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him. Don't be careless." Schoonat was still a little worried and reminded him again, "Be sure to keep an eye on him. If there is any change, notify me immediately. You don't need to have the 9th-level beast core, but this helmet can't cause any accidents. I understand this." Shaq nodded cautiously and continued with a serious face. "Even if Xiao Han takes action, we can last for a minute or 2. Felix's 2 blows were not so easy to catch. His current injury should be Serious. If you still want to leave Na6 alive, you shouldn't do it easily. More importantly, Han Feng and Chan Wu's injuries are even more serious. If he dares to take action, those two people will definitely die. Well, that's true. Schneider nodded and continued. But you have to be careful in everything. So be careful. Bah! At this moment, a black man had grabbed the demon god's helmet and ran towards Panama City without any hesitation. When Schnett saw this, he no longer hesitated and immediately ran towards the crab corpse. Bang! 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 Amidst the heavy footsteps, he ran extremely fast. Boom! At this time, another purple thunderbolt fell, accurately landing on the head of the tuna. At the moment when its body was paralyzed, the red claws of the 7th level lobster pointed directly at its head. Bang! Amidst the dull explosion, the tuna, which was less than 10 centimeters away from the 9th level beast core, flew out in an instant. At the same time, the other claw of the lobster had accurately clamped towards the diamond-shaped core. Get out of here! But at this moment, a strong man with a lion's head and body suddenly rushed over, and the big knife in his hand slashed directly at the red claws of the 7th level lobster. Boom! Amidst the deafening explosion, although the lobster's power was also very strong, it was still inferior to the 8th level Schnatter. The claw foot almost touched the diamond-shaped beast's core, but was still knocked away. Hey! This Schnee is so greedy. Seeing that Schnett had also come to grab the beast core, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately motioned to the white fox in his arms. Grumble! As he screamed softly, a bright silver light immediately flashed in Huda's dark pupils. This made the electric eel who was about to release lightning suddenly pause, while Schnett grabbed the diamond-shaped crystal core in his hand. Whoosh! 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 But before the crystal core could be put away, dozens of cold ice arrows roared over. With a ding sound, the beast core was knocked out again. Court death. The 9th level beast core he obtained flew out again, and a murderous look flashed across Shunat's face. But he did not attack the tuna and chased after the beast core again with a single stride. Grumble! At this time, Huda let out a soft cry. A look of tiredness flashed in his eyes, but there was a sense of joy in its voice. This made Xiao Han's face flash with joy, and he quickly asked in a low voice, "Did it succeed? Is the eel under control?"
Ye, lucky.
Huda replied a little tiredly and immediately said, "But its mental power is a bit strong. I don't know when it will break free by force. Such control is too draining for me. It's okay. Just control it for a few minutes." Xiao Han's face flashed with excitement, and he immediately said, "Quick! Let it grab the black helmet." Zunate, who is at level 8, happens to be away, so the possibility of success is still very high. "Gee, just grab the helmet?" Huda asked doubtfully and then immediately asked, "What about after you grab it? Is it possible that after grabbing it, I can give you the helmet directly? But in your current state, even if you get that helmet, the 8th level Schnatter can easily take it back." "I know." Xiao Han glanced at the lobster, who was violent, and his eyes flashed slightly. He continued, "Although I really want that helmet, I can't do it myself. That's why I let you control that electric eel. After you grab that helmet later, you try to make him run away as far as he can. This kind of thing cannot be left in Na6. Okay. That's easy." Understanding what Xiao Han meant, Huda said nothing more, and a silver light appeared in his eyes again. At this time, the 7th level electric eel suddenly turned around and flew straight towards the two black men. This made the three people escorting the demon helmet nervous immediately, and Blevins, the strongest one, immediately said, "I will stop it, you guys be careful. And you must escort the helmet into the city safely." As he said that, he flew directly over. Boom! But a lightning bolt came from the front, and it froze in place instantly, while the electric eel passed by it and flew straight to the black man holding The helmet. Not good. Seeing that Blevins didn't block it, Farrar's face suddenly changed, and he immediately went up without hesitation. Boom! But another lightning bolt fell, and his body suddenly froze like Blevins. The electric eel swung its tail hard in the air, and also did not attack Farrar. While passing by him, it continued to fly towards the black man, holding the helmet. This made Shaq, who was standing between the helmet and the electric eel, change his face wildly, and he shouted loudly, "General, come back quickly!" Boom! As his shout spread far away, Zunet, who was trying to grab the 9th level Beast Core, turned around and ran back without hesitation. But another bolt of lightning fell, hitting Shaq accurately, causing his body to freeze as well. The golden electric eel flew at high speed without even looking at him and passed by him and flew towards the black man more than 10 meters away. At the same time, it suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the black man and his helmet together. #C1325 Fight for the Devil Helmet. 4. Hey, it's done. Seeing the helmet and the black man disappear together, Xiao Han suddenly felt a sense of ecstasy in his heart, but there was a hint of astonishment on his face. But at this time, Schnet, who was running wildly, immediately became furious and shouted like a madman, "Ah, you are seeking death on horseback, hand over your helmet to me." The moment the words fell, the speed that was supposed to reach the extreme speed actually increased by 3 points. Bang! 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 Amidst the heavy and rapid footsteps, with just a flash of his body, the distance between him and the electric eel had been shortened to less than 20 meters. At the same time, he didn't care about the terrifying lethality of the demon God's helmet and reached out to grab the electric eel. But at this time, the electric eel that swallowed the black man and the helmet didn't even look at him. He just flicked his golden tail and hit the ground, directly with his head and feet. Puff! Then a soft sound came, and a dark hole immediately appeared on the soft ground, and the electric eel disappeared instantly. Even though Schoonert was extremely fast, he still reached out to catch the empty space. Ah! A roar followed, and Schnatter, who was standing by the entrance of the cave, could only watch helplessly, even though his face was so gloomy that he was almost dripping with water. At this time, Shaq and Farrar also ran over with expressions of remorse on their faces. In a rage, Shonerite suddenly turned around and said with a murderous look on his face, "I told you to be careful. Now, this is the result you gave me? This is our fault. Please punish us." The two men did not defend their dereliction of duty, but said in unison, "No matter what kind of punishment, we are willing to accept it. Take the bullshit." Schoonat suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted loudly with an angry look on his face, "Why are you still standing there in a daze? Why don't you go back and call someone for me? All Earth element controllers are here for me. You can't throw this helmet away. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find it again. We'll talk about the punishment later." "Okay. I'll go back and call someone right now." Farrar replied quickly, and immediately added, "There is an armor-piercing beast evolver here in Panama, which is just right for the current situation." "Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you bring him to me? Quickly." The angry voice came from Zunate's mouth, but Xiao Han, who was hundreds of meters away, could not help but feel a sense of ecstasy in his heart. "I thought that even if the electric eel grabbed the demon god's helmet, it would not be easy to escape the pursuit of Shaq, Farrar, Blevins, and Schoonerts. But he didn't expect that the electric eel would go directly into the ground." "Hey!" Hearing the rustling sound coming from deep underground, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Looking at the angry people over there, a hint of excitement flashed across his face. The hole left by the electric eel is not big, only as thick as a bucket. With a human body size, a smaller person can barely get in. But Farrar, Shaq, and Schoonerts are all typical Westerners, and their Heights are all over 1.9 meters. And considering their size, the cave entrance was still too crowded after all. But this is good news for him. The electric eel has been controlled by the fox. As long as he waits for a while and then finds another place, he can let the electric eel deliver the demon helmet. After such an operation, not only will Zunet not go crazy, but he can even be brought back to Yanhua without anyone noticing. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han became even more excited. Grumble. Suddenly, a slightly anxious cry came from his ears. He quickly looked at the white fox in his arms. With a thump in his heart, he asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the electric eel?" "Gee, the distance is too far," Huda replied anxiously, and immediately added, "In just a moment, it has already penetrated 200 meters underground. It even drilled several hundred meters to the west. My mental power can't cover that far. Just now, it broke free from my mental control. What should I do now? Should I pursue it along the entrance of the hole?" "No, you can't chase after him." Xiao Han shook his head and did not continue talking but listened carefully to the movement underground. Now that the electric eel has broken free from Huda's control, if he wants to get the helmet, he must do it himself. At this time, the sounds deep underground suddenly stopped. This made Xiao Han frown and whispered to himself, "What does that electric eel want to do? Why doesn't it run away? Could it be that it still wants to come back to fight for the beast's core?" Rustle. Just as I was thinking this, the sound from the underground came again. But it turned a corner and began to move towards the Panama Canal. No, we can't let it escape my monitoring range. Although ears have evolved several times, hearing is also limited by distance. It is almost impossible to hear sounds 20 kilometers away. The underground sound is even more restricted, with a range of only 3 to 5 kilometers at most. Rustle. Listening to the sounds underground moving southward, Xiao Han looked at the furious Skenet, hesitated for a moment, and walked quickly over there. However, such an action immediately attracted Schnet's eyes, and his face looked very ugly at the same time. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't want to overly stimulate him at this time, so he stopped and said, "The mutated beasts here should not continue to attack the city. Now that the crisis has been resolved, we will not stay here any longer. Go back." A flash of surprise flashed in Zionate's eyes, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he looked at Chun Wu and Han Feng and said, in a deep voice, "In this case, I won't keep you any longer. The injuries of the two generals are serious. It would be better to go back as soon as possible." "Well, that's what I thought too." Xiao Han glanced at the hole on the ground, pretending to be curious, but didn't say anything more. Seeing someone running towards him quickly from the Panama City side, he turned around and walked quickly towards Han Feng. However, out of the corner of his eye, he saw level 7 lobster and level 7 tuna, chasing the beast core and quickly escaping into the distance. But the crab carcasses on the ground were like garbage, and no one cared about them anymore. This made Xiao Han's eyes suddenly brighten. The flesh and blood of the 9th level mutant beast should taste pretty good. As he spoke, he turned around and quickly ran towards the crab's body. When he got close, he stretched out his hand to grab it and put it into the space. Ring. #C1326 hole digging expert. The corpse of a level 9 sea beast disappeared in an instant, which immediately attracted the attention of Farrar and Blevins, and their faces immediately turned ugly. The corpse of a level 9 sea beast is something that can only be encountered by chance. Its flesh and blood contains huge energy, and even a level 4 or 5 peak evolver can break through directly if he eats a piece of it. Seeing that Xiao Han took it away without any hesitation, they looked at each other, and then looked at Zunet beside them and said in a hurry, "General, Xiao Han took away the level 9 crab. Such a big crab, he took it all without leaving any. Should we go over and negotiate and let him spit out some, otherwise it would be too much?" "Forget it. Zunette's eyes flickered, looking at Zhang Zhun, who was still breaking through, and said in a deep voice, "For us, getting the helmet back is the most important thing. At this time, don't make trouble. I have taken out the beast core of the level 9 poison dart frog. Although they got the body, we are not completely without gain." Okay. Since Zunette didn't want to make trouble at this time because of the helmet that was stolen, the two didn't say anything more. I could only lower my head and continue to look at the black hole at my feet. Woo, woo, woo. At this time, a silver-white aircraft appeared in the sky above, with a blazing blue flame spraying from its tail, and was flying towards this side. Quickly, the aerospace aircraft belonging to Jing'an finally arrived when the battle was over. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately took out his mobile phone. Beep. The ringtone only rang once, and it was immediately connected, and Xiao Han immediately shouted loudly, "General Zhang Zhan is breaking through. Don't land in Panama City. If it affects his breakthrough, our losses will be too great. Also, land the aircraft to the Panama Canal. There are many corpses of mutant beasts in that place, so it's just right to bring some back." Xiao Han's voice was so loud that even Farrar, Zunette, and others who were hundreds of meters away could hear it clearly. The aerospace aircraft that was about to land immediately turned in the air and flew to the Panama Canal in the south. Hey! Now I can finally chase him openly. Listening to the rustling sound coming from underground, Xiao Han chuckled, and at the same time a thought came to his mind, and the crab shell that had just been put into the space ring appeared in his hand again. Then he immediately took a few steps and returned to Chun Wu's side. At this time, his breathing had become more stable. Although his chest was still sunken, his life should have been barely saved, under the effect of the Bu Tiandan. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han also breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately took out a few pieces of animal skin and spread them flat in the black crab shell. Then he carefully picked up Chun Wu and gently placed him in the crab shell. There is no stretcher here, and there is no stretcher in the space ring either. If you want to transfer Han Feng and Chun Wu to the aerospace vehicle without any bumps, this method is the only way for the time being. Get up. Lifting the crab shell with one hand, a sharp pain suddenly came from the chest, which made Xiao Han groan. Although he had taken the medicine to treat his injuries, they would not heal immediately. Fortunately, Xiao Han could endure this level of pain. He just stood there for a while and then walked quickly towards Han Feng. After putting it in the crab shell, he listened carefully. Sha, sha, sha. The familiar sound came again, and his eyes lit up slightly. He immediately walked quickly towards the Panama Canal in the direction of the sound. Although the electric eel moved very quickly underground, it only moved 4 or 500 meters in more than a minute. At this speed, it might die before it reached the Panama Canal. Since the discovery of the black helmet, every living creature that came within 10 meters of it would die within 10 minutes. The only exception now might be Felix. But even if that guy was a 1 in a million chosen person in the game, he claimed to be immune to the damage of the demon god helmet. But in the end, although the guy was still alive, his body had been sucked into a mummy. This shows the evil nature of the helmet. Xiao Han didn't know whether the 7th level creature would last longer after touching the demon god helmet because of its strength. However, it only takes 10 minutes of quiet waiting to know the result. But before that, he needs to prepare some tools to go deep underground in advance to obtain the demon god helmet. Sha, sha, sha. As the true energy in the Dantian continued to flow to the meridians around the ears, not only did the sound of the underground drill into the ears, but even many nearby sounds were heard by Xiao Han. General, I have brought the people. Then what's the point of talking? Hurry up and dig down along this hole for me. Other earth element operators, bring all the excavated soil to the ground. The familiar voice came from hundreds of meters away, and Xiao Han immediately blocked the useless sound directly, and then continued to listen carefully to the sound he wanted to hear. Sha, sha, sha. The sound of digging soil came from another direction. In just 2 or 3 seconds, they dug 4 or 5 meters upwards. This made Xiao Han's eyes brighten, and he immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Over there was a corpse of a platyrrhine monkey. Judging from its size, it should be at least a level 3 mutant beast. And the purpose of the sound of digging upwards should be the corpse of the mutant beast. Just when he wanted to catch a helper who could dig a hole quickly, he didn't expect it to appear immediately. Xiao Han immediately patted the white fox in his arms and said with a smile, "There is a little expert in digging holes over there. When it comes out later, try to control it immediately. But don't let it out after controlling it, keep it underground and don't let the guys behind know." "Gee, this is easy." The fox opened its mouth and cried softly, and immediately jumped out of Xiao Han's arms, running towards the corpse of the platyrrhine monkey with light steps. Hashtag C1327 Zhangzhen breakthrough. Woo, woo, woo. While everyone was busy looking for the demon god's helmet, Zhangzhen's breakthrough had reached the most critical moment. The strong wind blew up gravel, broken branches, and the corpses of mutated beasts flying everywhere. But the figure in the center of the strong wind had a flash of excitement on his face at this moment, and then he threw a few more earth spirit pills into his mouth. At the same time, there was also a 7th level beast core, which he also swallowed directly. "This time, we will definitely be able to successfully break through." The figure sitting cross-legged on the ground frowned and whispered, and immediately controlled the energy in his body with all his strength, continuing to rotate around the crystal core in his mind. Woo, woo, woo. At this moment, the wind speed also increased at a speed visible to the naked. The steel palms that had been shattered by the air bullets began to tremble very quickly at this time, and then they seemed to be summoned by some kind of power, and they all rose into the air. Even further away, the metal weapons on the Gnostics evolvers began to tremble. Even if they reacted immediately, they still couldn't stop the metal weapons from leaving. Woo, woo, woo. The roar of the wind became louder and louder, and the gravel, broken branches, and corpses of mutated beasts surrounding Zhangzhen were instantly torn to pieces. This made the faces of the Gnostics evolvers suddenly change, and they began to discuss in low voices. "Who is that? The news of this breakthrough is too big. Hey, I heard that it's Zhangzhen from Yanhua. The Zhangzhen who killed 6 level 7 mutant beasts is now trying to break through to level 8. I'll go, what kind of luck is this, trying to break through to level 8? Here. There is no way for people to be lucky, but it is a pity for General Monad. If he is still alive, he might have the opportunity to take a step further. Now." Discussions continued, making Schnet's face even more ugly, but he couldn't say much. After all, Zhangzhen's breakthrough was forced by them. Although it is a pity that Monad died, it cannot be blamed on the people of Yanhua, because the poison dart frog's first target was Zhangzhen, but that guy resisted with his own strength, so the unlucky one could only be Monad. Fake squid, that bastard Soren's. Thinking of this loss, Schoenertz cursed angrily again, and at the same time, looked at the hole at his feet that had been doubled in width with an annoyed look on his face. If Felix had been sent here earlier, this would never have happened. Now not only is Felix useless, but even the demon god's helmet was snatched away by the electric eel because of him. No, the helmet must be found. Schnet looked at the entrance of the cave and whispered, then released his beastly state and jumped directly. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" At this time, the speed of the raging wind and the flying iron sheets suddenly increased to another level, making bursts of ear-piercing howling sounds. Roar! But at this moment, a roar came from the depths of the strong wind, and then the pieces of iron flying all over the sky paused for an instant, turning from extremely moving to extremely quiet, and then just hovering in midair. Quietly, This made the Gnostic's evolver who had been paying attention there immediately look over. Among the iron pieces in the sky, a figure stood up slowly, then stretched out his hand and grasped the void. When, in a series of crisp impact sounds, the iron pieces in the sky immediately gathered into a large iron ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters, and then disappeared into thin air. Is this a breakthrough? Seeing Zhang Zhen like this, everyone understood that Yan Hua's 7th level evolver had already achieved a breakthrough. Their eyes were full of envy, but the figure in the sky didn't even look at them. He just looked around for a moment, then flew straight to the south quickly. At this time, Xiao Han also stopped while holding the crab shell, took out his mobile phone, took a look, and said with a frightened look, 10 minutes, really on time. With level 7 strength, he cannot avoid the fate of sudden death. The rustling sound deep underground has disappeared. Although Xiao Han is not sure yet, at this point in time this is the only explanation that can be given. But in this way, how to take away the demon god's helmet has become a troublesome matter. After all, that thing is too evil and will die suddenly within 10 meters of it, and there are no dead soldiers on his side who are worthy of trust. What should I do? Xiao Han whispered something, and then immediately looked at the white fox who got into his arms again, and his eyes lit up. At this time, Zhang Zhen had already flown over, saw the two figures lying in the crab shell, and immediately asked in a deep voice, "How are they?" Chen Wu's injury is a bit serious. Xiao Han responded and continued, "But I have already used all the available elixirs for them. It should be no problem to save their lives." "That's good." Zhang Zhen looked up at the aircraft that was slowly falling, and said with some emotion, "It's really dangerous to come here this time, but we finally managed to defend Panama, and now we can go back." "Go back?" Xiao Han's eyes flickered. He pointed at Shaq and said with a smile, "Those guys seem to be in some trouble. Do you want to help? With your ability, is it easy to help dig holes?" "Help?" Zhang Zhen said with surprise and immediately asked. "The help you said, is it real help or fake help?" "Of course it's real help." Xiao Han flipped his hand and took out 2 bottles of pills and said with a smile, "They told you to dig there, so you dig there. If you really dig up that black helmet, you don't have to grab it. You must stay 10 meters away from it. Saving your life is the most important thing." "Hee. It's really unexpected." Zhang Zhen chuckled, and while taking the porcelain bottle, he continued, "You actually repay kindness with grievances. And let me go over to help. It should be, but I don't ask. Since you said so, I will go over and help them so that those guys from Gnostics will give up quickly." Having said this, Zhang Zhen turned around and flew away without any hesitation, while Xiao Han shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying softly, "Those who can get to this point are really not simple. I haven't said anything yet, but he actually guessed it. But it doesn't matter. We are all family members anyway. Even if we know it doesn't matter. Letting him go over can also disturb the line of sight." Muttering to himself, Xiao Han once again looked at the white fox in his arms, and said softly, "Can you use my space ring? #C1328 This is fine. What do you want to do?" Suddenly being asked such a question, a chill suddenly rose in Huda's heart, and his eyes were full of begging for mercy, although it is extremely coveted for that space ring. After all, having something that can store items anytime, anywhere will be much more convenient no matter what you do. But at this time it would not get involved in something that is usually extremely coveted, because Xiao Han's intention was very obvious. He obviously planned to use the space ring to install the black helmet. But if we really do this, it only has 10 minutes left to live. Seeing this guy looking at him with bright eyes, Huda quickly shook his head and said, "I don't know what space ring it is, and I don't know how to use it." "So, you do know how to use it?" Seeing Bai Hu shaking his head in refusal, a smile flashed across Xiao Han's face. The white hair on Hu Da's body immediately stood up, and he hurriedly explained, I really don't know how. I don't know what a space ring is. I've always been obedient. You can't let me die. Ha. Where are you thinking? Xiao Han chuckled and continued, I'm not asking you to die. Even if you are willing, I still can't bear it. I just want to ask you if there is any way to control the rat down there and let it use the space ring to install the helmet. Phew, you scared me to death. Hu Da breathed a sigh of relief and then said, with lingering fear, but this method can be tried, but I don't know whether it will succeed. That helmet is too important, and there's nothing I can do about it. Xiao Han explained and continued, anyone within 10 meters of that demon helmet will die suddenly in 10 minutes. But the target of the helmet is too big, and it may be discovered if you are not careful. It is better to install it in a space ring. Not only will it not be easily discovered, but the terrifying lethality of the demon god's helmet will also be isolated. Well, that's really the case. Hu Da responded, and immediately said, then I let the mouse come up so that he can try it. When I was in Jing'an, I secretly used the storage bag once. So I also know how to use the space ring, but I don't know if I can let the mouse learn it, so I need to let it try it. That's how it should be. Xiao Han took off the space ring on his finger and said with a smile, if you can succeed, I will give you a space ring when you go back. Gee, really? Hu Da shouted excitedly, and without even waiting for Xiao Han to reply, a faint silver light flashed in his eyes. Sand. After a while, a round hole the size of a football appeared on the ground, and then a black mouse, slightly smaller than a domestic dog, crawled out of it. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't think much and immediately threw the space ring on his hand. The black mouse immediately, under the control of Fox, began to play with the space ring on the ground, trying to collect the porcelain bottle next to the ring. I just tried for a while but still couldn't succeed. A look of helplessness flashed across Hu Da's black pupils, and he whispered, its mental power is too weak, and the use of the space ring requires mental power. Mental power is too low? Xiao Han whispered to himself. A look of helplessness also flashed in his eyes, and his brows furrowed deeply. Although this mouse has evolved into a mutant beast, it is only a 2-level mutant beast. Its brain capacity has not fundamentally changed, so it has not produced wisdom, and its mental power is so weak that it can be ignored. So wanting to use the space ring is just a delusion. Are you going to catch a rat above level 4? Xiao Han frowned and whispered, then continued a little irritably. But in this moment, where can I find another rat above level 4? I wonder if using Xiaoyundan can temporarily enhance the mental power of this mouse? Such an idea suddenly appeared in his mind, and a purple pill immediately appeared in Xiao Han's hand, and then he said, give this to it to eat and see if it can temporarily improve its mental power. This? Hu Da was a little reluctant and licked his lips and said, isn't it a waste to give this pill to him? Stop talking nonsense and work quickly. After being scolded by Xiao Han, the white fox, even though he was a little reluctant to give up, said nothing more and immediately controlled the black mouse and made it eat Xiaoyundan. After a while, the medicine began to take effect. The black rat, who had eaten Xiaoyundan's mental power, instantly became several times stronger, and he put the porcelain bottle on the ground directly into the space ring. At this time, the silver light flashed in Hu Da's eyes, and the black mouse turned around and got into the hole. I'm really a genius. I can even ride a horse. Listening to the rustling sound coming from the ground, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper with a look of ecstasy on his face. Behind him, Zhang Zhen had already flown to the side of the Name evolvers. However, regarding his appearance, the faces of Farrar, Shak, Blevins, and others were full of vigilance. Xiao Han didn't know about this. However, Zhang Zhen did not just retreat, but said in a deep voice, it seems that you have encountered some troubles. Do you need help? No need for the time being. Shaq shook his head solemnly and refused. Directly, it's just digging holes. We can solve it ourselves. Well, that's such a pity, Zhang Jin said with regret, and at the same time he snapped his fingers. The iron ball with a diameter of more than 5 meters immediately appeared next to him out of thin air. Then the iron ball quickly transformed into a huge drill bit in the eyes of everyone's doubts. Then Zhang Jin waved his hand and with just one breath, the drill bit drilled a hole 10 meters deep and more than 2 meters in diameter in the ground. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he said calmly, I thought you would need such help. Now it seems that I thought too much. Since you don't need my help, I'll go back. At the same time, I wish you good luck and get your helmet back as soon as possible. With that said, he turned around and left without any hesitation. But at this time, Shaq was no longer so calm, and quickly shouted, Wait a minute, I'm going to ask General Schnatter. He should need your help. C1329 Underground River. Boom! Under the control of Zhang Jin, the huge drill bit ran forward at a speed of 2 to 3 meters per second without any external power. The diameter of the hole, which was 2 meters wide, also made Shaq, Farrar, and others follow him. In just a few dozen seconds, he caught up with the humanoid armor-piercing beast that had been digging for a long time. This immediately gave Shonet a glimmer of hope, and he immediately pointed out the direction for Zhang Jin, and they ran wildly underground together. Boom! The control of an 8th-level evolver does not even require the drill to turn, and it can directly penetrate into the cave left by the electric eel. Then, they were squeezed around the cave wall with extremely powerful force. This made Farrar, Shaq, Schnatter and others who were chasing after them couldn't help but have some inexplicable expectations in their hearts. Wait a minute. The direction ahead has changed. With Zhang Jin's help, in just a few minutes, everyone quickly advanced more than 5,000 meters underground. Seeing that the originally horizontal hole suddenly turned downwards, Schnatter frowned and quickly issued a warning. This caused the drill bit that was constantly squeezing the cave wall to stop. Immediately, if it's a straight line, just go straight to the depths. But if the direction changes, you need to readjust the drill bit and start again in another direction. With a machine, this would be very difficult. But for Zhang Jin, it was just a matter of putting the steel drill bit in and, hearing Shonet's reminder, he immediately put the steel drill into the space ring and said softly, Since the direction has changed, let me go over and take a look first. It needs to be seen. A solemn look flashed across Shunat's face, and he continued, But there is some danger underground, so let's go together. That's okay. Knowing that Schnet didn't trust him, Zhang Jin didn't insist, but stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Then please go in first, and I will follow. Let's go together. No need to prioritize. Schnet said politely, but without any hesitation in his movements. He immediately took the lead and took a step forward. He has already figured out some uses for the demon god's helmet, and of course, he doesn't want to lose it just yet. If it can be retrieved, Gnostics can once again dominate Blue Star. At this time, you can't be polite at all. Following the light of the flashlight, Schnet saw that the cave in front had disappeared, and a black shadow appeared below. Because when Zhang Jin was helping, he was not digging the cave, but squeezing the soil on both sides of the cave in all directions. So even though they were moving very fast, they didn't destroy the cave the electric eels drilled. At this time, looking at the vertically downward cave, Schnet frowned and whispered, There seems to be the sound of water down here? The sound of water? An underground river? Zhang Jin was stunned for a moment, then quickly took a step forward, but unexpectedly discovered that there was a hole the size of a football above his head, and his heart suddenly thumped. While blocking it with his body, he couldn't help but secretly thought, Could this hole be made by Xiao Han? But with such a small hole, the helmet can't get out at all. Although he didn't understand the purpose of this small hole, Zhang Jin also knew that Schneider couldn't find it, so he quickly said, "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to what's going on down here." Wow! As the few people following them all fell silent, the sound of running water immediately reached everyone's ears. This made Skunat's expression change, and he shouted quickly, "Brother, Zhang, hurry up, dig down here quickly, and help me dig through this place." "Hey, okay." Hearing the sound of running water, Zhang Zhen pretended to sigh, and immediately put away the steel he had put away before. Boom! The sound of the drill bit squeezing the cave wall sounded again, and the vertically downward cave was immediately widened. But what no one knew was that there was a slightly smaller drill bit behind Zhang Zhen, which had already penetrated into the smaller hole. Taking advantage of the noisy sound that kept ringing in their ears, without everyone knowing it, the smaller hole was tightly sealed. After solving this hidden danger, Zhang Zhen was completely relieved, and the drill bit with a diameter of more than 2 meters continued to drill deep into the ground. As we get closer and closer to the underground river, the sound of flowing water becomes clearer and clearer. While moving forward rapidly, Zhang Zhen felt that the front suddenly became empty, as if it had been completely dug through. He immediately put away the steel drill bit. Wow! The next second, the cold water began to surge up, and he quickly took a few steps back. At this time, everything in front of you can be seen clearly. An underground river appeared in front of him. The water flow was not even, slow, and the electric eel that snatched the helmet was nowhere to be found. Almost all traces were washed away by the rushing water. "Why?" Zhang Zhen sighed pretentiously again and said in a deep voice, "I thought if we were faster, we would still have a chance to catch up with the electric eel. But now it seems that I still thought too much. The flow of this underground river is so fast, and I don't know where it leads. I won't be able to help with the next thing, so I won't stay any longer." "Okay," Shonet said with an ugly face, and then continued, "You also know the situation here, so I won't keep you here any longer. When I have the chance to come over next time, I will definitely treat you to Michelin. They have a unique level of cooking for mutant beasts. I hope I can thank you for your help next time." "Well, there will be a chance in the future," Zhang Zhen replied and said hello to Shaq, Farrar and Blevins, and then flew out quickly along the cave entrance. At this time he was still very curious. What method did Xiao Han use to get the black helmet? After all, the appearance of the cave entrance was too coincidental. If he said that it had nothing to do with Xiao Han, he would not believe it at all. "Hey, demon god armor," Zhang Zhen muttered secretly in his heart, and his flying speed became faster and faster. He was eager to know how Xiao Han did it. After all, the guy's method was really incredible. It's okay to steal the demon god helmet secretly, but after succeeding, he attracted the attention of all the Gnostics evolvers to the underground river. In this way, all the hidden dangers are gone. Is there anything more perfect than this? #C1330 Healing. After seeing an ordinary hedgehog staying near the space ring for 10 minutes, and still not dead, Xiao Han finally felt relieved. And thousands of meters away, a small ring will not attract the attention of the Gnostics evolvers. Roar. At this time, there was a roar from the aerospace vehicle, and the 7th level violent bear quickly ran over, protecting Hidanshua. Seeing the two people lying in the crab shell, they asked with a worried look, "General Xiao, how are the conditions of Generals Chun Wu and Han Feng? Do we need to go back immediately?" "Not too optimistic, but the injury has stabilized," Xiao Han replied softly and continued, "General Zhang Zhen went over to help. When he comes back, we will go back immediately." "Hey, it's pretty fast." As he was talking, although the voices at his feet were still continuing, there was also Zhang Zhen's voice saying goodbye. Thinking that he would be able to leave in a few minutes, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile, and immediately said, "General Zhang Zhen is back. Go and prepare. Pick up as many mutated beast corpses as you can, and we'll set off on time. In 5 minutes." "Okay." I'll make the arrangements right now. He Danshue did not question Xiao Han's decision and immediately began to contact the aerospace vehicle. Seeing this, Xiao Han carefully held up the crab shell and walked towards the aerospace vehicle. Han Feng's injury is okay for the time being. Even if he does not receive any treatment in the future with his level 7 strength, he will recover quickly. Chen Wu is a little more troublesome, although aerospace vehicles are designed according to the endurance limit of ordinary people. But the overload force during takeoff is also stronger than that of the Meng Airlines passenger plane. He didn't know if Chen Wu, who was in such a downward state, could withstand this level of damage. The second injury must be unbearable. As he said this, Xiao Han frowned slightly and continued in a low voice. It seems that we can't leave Name in a short time. I have to go through the 10,000 pill codex again and refine a few pills suitable for this kind of injury. The 7th level evolver is still very important to Yanhua, so even if Xiao Han wants to leave now, he can only do it if he can save Chen Wu. While thinking in his mind, the speed of his feet became faster and faster. Although they were holding a crab shell weighing hundreds of kilograms in their hands, the two people lying inside did not feel the slightest bump. After a while, the aerospace vehicle appeared in front of us. Call out. At this time there was a sound of wind whistling behind him, and then a figure stepping on a steel flying board was already hovering beside him. Xiao Han turned around and took a look. Seeing his confused look, as if he wanted to ask something else, he immediately shook his head gently and said in a deep voice, "This is not the place to talk. If you have any questions, please wait until you get back to ask." "Hey, I won't ask anymore." Zhang Zhen's face showed a touch of excitement, and then he looked at the two people on the crab shell and asked quickly, "How? Are their injuries serious?" As he said that, he looked at Chen Wu's sunken chest, and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Xiao Han walked into the aerospace vehicle and said with a wry smile, "Han Feng's current condition is pretty good, and he should be able to recover. You yourself have seen Chen Wu's injuries. The chest is already dented. It is estimated that when the aerospace vehicle takes off, he will not be able to withstand the overload force of instant acceleration and suffer secondary injuries. So I have to enter the game to see if there are any symptomatic elixirs that can treat his injuries." "The right pill." Zhang Zhen frowned and said, "Where are you going to find the right pill right now? Now that things here are over, we'd better return home immediately." After saying that, Zhang Zhen pointed to his feet and immediately said, "Shunette hasn't given up on that demon helmet yet. If you stay here for too long, it might arouse unnecessary suspicion. As for the overload problem, I can solve it. But the bones in Chen Wu's chest should be broken by now. I need to spend a few minutes processing them. How do you deal with it?" A look of surprise flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he asked in a deep voice, "How do you deal with this kind of injury? Is it possible that you can still perform surgery here?" "Surgery is too troublesome, and the current conditions don't allow it." An iron ball the size of a table tennis ball appeared at Zhang Zhen's fingertips, and he continued with a serious face, "I have an easier way. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes. You put down the crab shell first so that I can perform bone repair surgery on him."
Bonne repair technique.
Xiao Han repeated in a low voice, and at the same time he was very curious in his heart. He immediately placed the crab shell in his hand gently on the ground. At this time, the iron ball at Zhang Zhen's fingertips slowly flew to Chen Wu's chest. Then it slowly started to squirm like water. After a while, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they seemed to have turned into atoms, and they all penetrated into Chen Wu's body. Click, click. The sound of bones resetting also sounded from Chen Wu's body, and his chest slowly swelled. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, in a low voice, "F***CK. Is this okay for riding on a horse?" Zhang Zhen didn't even touch Chen Wu, and the depression in his chest immediately healed. There was even a soft iron tube as thick as a grain of rice that stretched out from his armpit, draining all the black blood clots in his body. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Zhen stopped his movements and Chun Wu's breathing became stronger. But the iron ball that had drilled in before was still in his body. A trace of doubt flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he immediately asked, "Doesn't the iron ball that just drilled in need to be taken out?" "Heh! It can't be taken out for the time being." Zhang Zhen laughed and explained with a chuckle. "His ribs are all broken, and the iron ball has been left inside and turned into iron skin, completely, wrapping the broken bones. Wait until the bones are completely healed, and then I will take it out for him myself." "Fuck! A perfect bone support?" Xiao Han said with surprise and then immediately said, "Your ability is really awesome, and you can even play such a role. #C1331 It's good to come back." Chun Wu's injuries were relieved, and the aerospace vehicle took off. Immediately, in just 10 hours, it appeared in the sky above Jing'an. Although Felix's sudden appearance brought many changes to the trip, and the group was almost wiped out in Nausicaa, but fortunately the final result is still very good. Zhang Zhen brought back 3 of the corpses of level 7 mutated beasts at one time, and Xiao Han's harvest is even more gratifying. Not only was a complete 8th level mutant beast corpse, but even a 9th level crab corpse was also brought back. More importantly, the demon helmet belonging to Nausicaa was also brought back. Without anyone noticing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A powerful roar came from the sky, and the aerial vehicle spraying blue flames finally landed steadily on the airport in the eastern suburbs of Jing'an. When the tail hatch opened, several figures also filed out. Jiang Zhe, Fu Qingji, Jiang Xiaoyun and others who had been standing nearby immediately came over. At the front of the crowd, there was an unexpected figure who walked a few steps quickly, looked at Chen Wu and Han Feng who were lying on the stretchers, and said with a palpitating look on his face, "It's good to come back. I hope everyone can come back safely." "General Shi?" Xiao Han looked at Shi Mingyuan who was coming towards him and said with a surprised look on his face, "Why are you here? Do you not need your presence in Tianshui City?" "Hey, why don't you need it?" Shi Mingyuan sighed and said with a heavy face, "But you almost all lost your lives in Name. I just came to see it in person. And don't worry. And I haven't been idle during this period. The transmission network between Jing'an and Kyoto has been set up. Even if the mutated beasts north of Tianshui suddenly attack the city, I can rush back within 2 minutes. Jing'an now should be considered the safest city in the world. Plan to gradually transfer the population from Kyoto to Jing'an. This is an inland area. As long as the mutant beasts in the Hengduan mountains are cleared away, the area within a radius of 5,000 kilometers will become a safe area suitable for planting. If all goes well, the population will explode. Hengduan Mountains? Xiao Han glanced to the west and said in a deep voice, "Your idea is not bad, and it is also very feasible. However, there is a spiritual vein of good quality in the Hengduan Mountains. To the west, it is said that there are at least 2 8th-level mutant beasts that have been bred. It is not too difficult to deal with them, but I am worried that there will be 9th-level mutant beasts among them." Spiritual pulse. A 9th-level mutant beast? Shi Mingyuan whispered. Then a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "I have already communicated with Qin Zhan before you came back. If a level 9 mutant beast really appears in that place, we have no choice but to sacrifice him. He is also a 5th-level evolver and the owner of 100 times the damage. Since Felix can use the black helmet, there is no reason why he can't use the white helmet stored in Tianshui." "Qin Zhan," Xiao Han said with some confusion, and then he immediately understood and said in a deep voice, "Not to mention the white helmet can Zhan Tian display his strength to kill level 9 instantly. It's a little inappropriate to just do it this way." "There is nothing inappropriate at this time. worried about Xiao Han's misunderstanding. Shi Mingyuan quickly explained, I didn't force him, it was of his own free will. As a soldier of Yanhua, he had this awareness from the moment he joined the army. At the same time, we are also starting to arrange the transmission network, connecting Wuchuan. By then, ordinary people from Wuchuan will also try to move to Jing'an. By sacrificing just one person, he can buy Yanhua a safe area of 5,000 kilometers suitable for planting. By then, the food pressure will be greatly reduced. He knows how to choose. Well, it seems that I am the only one who is not aware enough.
Xiao Han
Responded with emotion on his face, and immediately said, But let's talk about this later. I still have some important things to do here. You'd better come with me. First. Is it important? Shi Mingyuan didn't understand. Is there anything more important than this? When Zhang Zhan on the side heard what Xiao Han said, he immediately said with excitement, Yes, it is a very important matter, more important than immigrating to Jing'an. After saying that, he immediately looked at Jiangzhe and asked impatiently, Is there a quiet and private place in Jing'an? Quiet and private? Jiangzhe repeated in a low voice, and his interest was immediately aroused. At the same time, he also knew that it was not the right time to ask questions, so he said directly, Of course, come with me. Then he turned around and got into the jeep nearby, and explained softly, I had previously arranged for people to hollow out a mountain. I originally planned to transfer some young people there if Jing'an fell. Now that Jing'an has aura and has established a transmission network with Kyoto, of course it won't be able to use it there. When it comes to a quiet and secluded place, the city hidden in the heart of the mountain is just right. Because it has not been activated yet, only some engineers involved in the excavation know about it, but the passage connecting to the outside has been blocked, and they can only enter through the teleportation array. As Jiangzhu explained, the jeep had already started and headed quickly towards the nearest military camp in Anyuan district. After a while, a second-level teleportation array appeared in front of everyone. Although the maximum transmission distance of the second-level teleportation array is only half of that of the third-level teleportation array, it is completely sufficient for the mountain city less than 200 kilometers away from here. Several people stood on the teleportation array, and the crystals embedded in the grooves immediately emitted a soft milky white light, and the few people standing on the teleportation array also disappeared. Immediately, everyone's eyes were just black, and when they opened their eyes again, they had come to a completely unfamiliar place. The buildings here are very rough, and all the rooms are directly carved out of the stone wall. It can be seen that this city hidden in the mountain is not actually a suitable place to live, but it is a suitable place to take shelter. However, at this time, everyone had no intention of observing the surrounding environment, and all looked at Xiao Han beside them. Want to know what the more important thing is? At this time, Xiao Han gently touched the space ring on his finger, without any extra movements, and looked at the dozen soldiers guarding here around him. Jiangzhe immediately understood and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, they are all trustworthy warriors. Otherwise, they would not be sent here. That's good, Xiao Han said in a low voice, and then threw out the space ring. A purple cloud pill was immediately stuffed into the mouth of the second-level rock rat that was brought here specially. At the same time, the white fox's eyes flashed with silver light, and the rock rat immediately rushed to the space ring. Then a black helmet suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Oh my God! You really got it back. Although there was such a guess long ago, when Zhang Zhan saw the devil's helmet, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and Shi Mingyuan on the side also stared fiercely, with an expression of disbelief on their faces. C1332 have a sword in hand. In the silent heart of the mountain, everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of a black helmet. When prehistoric ruins appeared in Antarctica, Gnostics paid a very heavy price to grab this helmet. But today, such an important helmet appeared here silently. Even Gnostics didn't know the news until now. And this is the most surprising thing. After all, something happened in Panama City, although they only got a rough idea of it through satellite. But he also knew that the appearance of this helmet directly killed 2 level 9 mutant beasts. This actually means that as long as they understand why, even if level 9 mutant beasts invade Yanhua's city, they will have the means to fight back. Looking at the black helmet with solemn eyes, Shi Mingyuan wanted to go over and take a closer look, but when he thought of the terrifying power of the curse, he could only put down this idea. After thinking for a moment, he said with a serious face, "Have you thought about what to do with this helmet?" "Deal with?" Xiao Han whispered and immediately understood what Shi Mingyuan meant, and said directly, "What do you want to do with it? Take it back to Tianshui?" "This helmet is really important." Shi Mingyuan stared at the helmet with bright eyes and continued in a solemn voice, "I don't deny that I want to bring it back to Tianshui. After all, research on helmets in Tianshui is almost at a standstill. And if we have this black helmet, some technical problems can be confirmed by each other, and the research progress should make a leap. I even think that these 2 helmets, black and white, will be mankind's greatest reliance in expelling mutant beasts." Only, Shi Mingyuan was silent for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Han had no intention of giving it away, he changed his words. "It's just 2 helmets, we can't put them all down to Tianshui. Now that Nami doesn't have the black helmet, she will definitely try her best to attract the white helmet's attention. Although I am very confident in Tianshui's security measures, for the sake of safety, these 2 helmets should be stored separately. But I will send some experts over to do some research on this black helmet." Research? Trainee Mingyuan did not make excessive demands.
Xiao Han
Immediately said with a smile, "Okay, I will set up a special research room here as soon as possible." Of course, he didn't want to give away the demon god helmet that he had finally attained. After all, since Felix can summon the demon god armor with this thing, as the owner of the 100-fold reward, he can also summon it. Just thinking about that guy's ghostly appearance made him even more afraid of the demon god's helmet. I would definitely not use this thing unless absolutely necessary. But this does not prevent him from holding it in his hand, leaving a trump card that can be used to counterattack at any time. After all, in this apocalyptic world where mutated beasts are rampant, having a sword in your hand is not the same thing as having a sword and not using it. With the demon god's helmet in his hand, no matter what danger he encountered in the future, he would have the confidence to lift the table and fight hard. Now that Shi Mingyuan has taken a step back, it's hard for him to say anything more. Just lending it out for study is acceptable. He lowered his head and motioned to the white fox huddled in his arms, asking him to control the 2nd-level rock rat to put the demon helmet back into the ring. Xiao Han then continued, "However, it is still very dangerous to study this helmet. I will build a set of fully enclosed equipment that is at least spiritual level as soon as possible to see if I can be immune to the curse of the helmet." Now the transmission network has been established in Kyoto and Jingen. Even if there is any progress in research or problems need to be solved through communication, they can be quickly gathered together through the teleportation array. And Jingon is the safest side. "Well, that's what I thought too," Shi Mingyuan said softly, and after knowing that Xiao Han would not give away the helmet, he gave up. After all, compared to the helmet, Xiao Han is the most important talent. Moreover, the use of helmets also has great limitations. Since he is unwilling to give it away, there is no need to be too entangled. Tianshui's helmet has not been studied clearly yet, and it will be even more difficult to study Nasik's helmet. After thinking about this, Shi Mingyuan said with a smile, "In this case I will go back and make arrangements as soon as possible. After all, Tianshui cannot live without evolvers of level 7 or above. In this case, I won't keep you any longer. Xiao Han nodded and continued, with a wry smile. Although the gains from going to Panama City this time are great, the losses are also not small. Generals Chen Wu and Han Feng probably won't be able to participate in any battles in the short term. Although I'm better, the injuries I suffered are not minor and will still have some impact on my combat effectiveness, so I have to refine some elixirs in order to return to peak condition as soon as possible. Alchemy? Shi Mingyuan's eyes lit up and he said immediately, I forgot about this. I have already obtained the heart and inner elixir of the lava cracking beast. Whenever you have time, help refine some Han Yen Shenyuan Dan. There are several level 6 peak evolvers in Tianshui. If they can all successfully break through, they will fill the gap in strength during this period. Lava cracked armored beast? Xiao Han said with surprise and immediately asked, You are really fast. It should be at least a boss above the Emperor. It is not so easy to deal with, but since the materials have been obtained, let's send it to Yunshao City. Later, thinking that he already has the strength of level 8 even with helpers like the White Fox, Violent Bear, and Frost Dragon Aura, there is no need to be afraid of the skyrocketing strength of Jingdu. After agreeing to refine the Hanyan Shenyuan pill, everyone returned to Jing'an. Jiangzhe was responsible for completing the connection with Jingdu, and he also had to personally inquire about the construction of the research room. And Xiao Han took Jiang Xiaoyun back to the administrative hall of Moyun City. At this time, his chest was still a little painful, so he didn't want to get intimate. He just chatted with each other for a while and then immediately took out the helmet and entered the game again. C1333, the effect of crab meat. 1. The refining of Hanyan Shenyuan pill went smoothly. Because the auxiliary materials had been prepared long ago, it only took a few minutes for the pill to be successfully refined. Oh, there are actually 9. Listening to the system prompt beside him, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile, and at the same time he put the pills into 2 porcelain bottles. Since he helped to refine, of course he needed to charge a fee. An ordinary alchemist would normally produce 3 to 6 pills in a furnace of pills. And because he had long been promoted to a senior alchemist, he not only had more precise control over the temperature and medicinal properties, but also the finished pills obtained by successful refining would be directly increased by about 50%. So half of this pill can be directly withheld anyway, no one will find it. 4. Leaving 4 is enough. Muttering softly, Xiao Han stood up and opened the door of the alchemy room, and handed the porcelain bottle containing 5 Hanyan Shenyuan pills to Gu Qingyu, who had been waiting outside. As for the manifestation talisman that manifests the elixir, he didn't have any extra ones, so Jingdu had to find a way himself. But even so, Gu Qingyu left with thousands of thanks. Xiao Han returned to the alchemy room again, looking at the Wandandian, which was less than 1 meter thick, and placed beside him, and sighed softly. In fact, on the way back from Nami, this Dandian had been flipped through for nearly 10 hours. Although there are some elixirs with better healing effects, the required materials are extremely rare, and rare materials, it is almost impossible to find them in a short time. For example, the Purple Heart Resurrection Pill is a 9th level elixir. According to the recipe introduction, it is a top-grade elixir that can bring the dead back to life. But this elixir requires purple blood spirit ginseng and 9 nether resurrection grass as the main ingredients. Purple blood spirit ginseng is better. Although it is also extremely rare, there are still some distributions in some deep mountains and swamps. But the 9 nether resurrection grass is a unique medicinal material in the abyss, and it is located on the 9th layer of the abyss. Therefore, it is definitely impossible to refine the Purple Heart Rejuvenating Pill in a short period of time. Hey! It seems that this injury can only be slowly healed. With a sigh, Xiao Han collected the Wandandian on the ground and muttered to himself, Although there are many good things in the abyss, I must go there next time. But before going to the abyss, I have to inlay attribute gems on each piece of equipment. It's just that the war just ended, and my condition today is not very good. Inlaying gems and engraving runes are extremely energy-consuming. Let's take a rest for 2 days. And I don't know if the spirit vein has been dug up in the dead silence cave. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han suddenly felt that he still had a lot of things to do, but everything could not be completed in a short time. This made him suppress his anxiety and whispered, "Forget it. Let's go offline and rest for 2 days. The body is the root of everything, and these things can't be rushed." Although he wanted to find the spiritual source as soon as possible in order to repair the 9 abyss soul refining formation in the dead silence cave-in. The shortest time, it was not something he could do. With a calm mind, Xiao Han chose to go offline directly. When his consciousness was separated from the game, Xiao Han immediately took off the game helmet and stood up from the Xuanyu ice coffin. "Ah, you're out." Jiang Xiaoyun, who had been guarding the side, exclaimed and immediately asked, in a hurry, "How is it? Have you found a better healing pill formula?" "Yes, I found it." Not wanting to worry Jiang Xiaoyun, Xiao Han told a white lie, and at the same time, a white pill appeared out of thin air at his fingertips. While raising her hand and throwing it into her mouth, she continued with a smile, "Take one a day in the future, and you will be healed in a week at most." "That's good. As long as you can be healed." Jiang Xiaoyun patted her towering chest and said with a lingering fear, "You scared me to death. I thought you would never come back. That guy is too scary. He can kill the 9th level mutant beast in seconds. Hee, no matter how scary it is not your man's opponent."
Xiao Han
gently hugged Jiang Xiaoyun into his arms and continued with a smile, "There are still people waiting for me in Jing'an. How can I bear not to come back?" As he spoke, his hands suddenly became unruly. "Hey, don't touch me." Jiang Xiaoyun blushed and said with some resistance, "Your internal injuries haven't healed yet. Why do you keep thinking about this kind of thing?" "Hey!" Xiao Han laughed with a lewd face and continued, "I'm in such a good shape. This little injury is nothing." "That won't work either." Grabbing the hands that were roaming on his body, Jiang Xiaoyun still refused, firmly despite his body being a little weak. "Now is not the time. Wait until you are better." "Okay." Seeing Jiang Xiaoyun trying his best to resist, Xiao Han no longer insisted. The woman in front of him, for him, can even give up her life. Since she insisted, there was no need to force it. Anyway, although the injury was not light, it would heal in 10 days and a half months at most. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. After his hands became disciplined, Jiang Xiaoyun also shrank into his arms. Obediently, Xiao Han thought in his mind and said with a smile, "This time I went to Panama. I brought back some good things. How about it? Do you want to try it?" "The good thing you are talking about must be that snake." Jiang Xiaoyun frowned and immediately thought of the 8th level anaconda and said, quickly, "I don't want it, so you can eat it yourself." "Haha. I didn't expect you to be afraid of snakes." Xiao Han said something unexpectedly and then explained softly, "But the good things I said are not the snake meat you think." As he spoke, thoughts began to move in his mind, and a claw with a length of more than 5 meters suddenly appeared in his hand. He then continued with a smile, "This thing should taste good. Crab? That level 9 crab?" Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately said excitedly, "The taste of crab meat is not bad, but this is a 9th level crab and its flesh and blood should be extremely rich in energy. With my current physical strength, can I eat this grade of crab meat? I don't know, but you can call that level 5 white fox in and give it a try." Xiao Han smiled evilly and continued, "If it can be eaten, you should be able to eat it too. Isn't this bad?" Jiang Xiaoyun hesitated, but Xiao Han didn't care. He immediately put the crab claws on the ground, opened the door and walked out. #C1334, the effect of crab meat, 2. Suddenly leaving a warm embrace, Jiang Xiaoyun couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But she knew Xiao Han very well. Facing such a man who was both domineering and gentle, he couldn't help but smile and immediately started to deal with the crab claws. At this time, there were many cracks on the black carapace, and the gaps between several cracks were as wide as 30 or 40 centimeters. So it is actually not difficult to take out the crab meat inside. Taking out the dagger, Jiang Xiaoyun reached into the gap in the carapace and pulled it, only to find that although the crab was a level 9 mutated beast, the crab meat inside was not as tough as expected. Hey, what's going on? She took a look at the 2 kilograms of crab meat that had been cut off and whispered in confusion, because even if it is first-level mutated beast meat, it is not that easy to cook. The stronger the mutated beast, the stronger the toughness of its flesh and blood. If the mutated beast meat is level 3 or above, it usually needs to be cooked in a pressure cooker for several days. But this grade 9 crab meat feels tender and tender when you touch it. Even when the dagger scratched the crab meat, it easily cut off such a large piece without exerting much force. Strange, is this really level 9 beast meat? If it weren't for the crab meat in her hands that she personally cut from the claws that were over 5 meters long, Jiang Xiaoyun wouldn't believe it was true. But that's okay, such tender crab meat should be ready to eat with just a little cooking. With this in mind, she immediately cut the crab meat into small slices. After the temperature in the oil pan rises, immediately dip the freshly cut slices into some cornstarch and throw them directly into the oil pan. At the same time, on the other side of the oven, some meat slices were also skewered with iron skewers. Gee. After a while, a faint smell of meat filled the air. Crunch. At this time, the obsidian door of the administrative hall was opened again. Xiao Han had already held the 5th-level white fox by the neck and walked in quickly while smelling the scent of meat, seeing that there were several pieces of crab meat being roasted to golden brown and crispy in the special high-temperature oven over there, and the sauce and cumin powder were also sprinkled on it. I immediately reached out and pinched a piece directly. When you put it into your mouth, a strange aroma immediately spread on your taste buds. After just chewing it for a few times, the feeling became more obvious. Couldn't help but say with a satisfied look, "This taste is really different. But isn't this level 9 mutated beast meat?" Although he didn't understand why, the animal meat was ready for consumption in just a few minutes, so he reached out and pinched another piece. Squeak. At this time, the 5th-level white fox who was thrown to the ground stared at the oven tightly and screamed urgently. However, he was afraid of the man next to him and did not dare to make any move. He could only look at him helplessly, his eyes full of prayer. Laugh. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoyun covered his mouth and chuckled. He immediately picked up a piece and threw it over. At the same time, he said with some confusion on his face, "Is this crab meat really that delicious? Well, it not only has the freshness of seafood but also the strength of mountain delicacies." Xiao Han reached out and picked up a piece of roasted crab meat again and was about to put it into Jiang Xiaoyun's mouth, but he immediately pulled it back. Seeing that the white fox at his feet had already eaten the crab meat, he said, "For the sake of safety, you should wait a while before eating. If it's okay, you can try it too. But this is level 9 mutated beast meat after all. Contains a lot of energy. You must not eat too much." "Well, I know that." Jiang Xiaoyun nodded in agreement. However, after only a short while, the crab meat on the oven was almost eaten, and he quickly said, "Even if this food is delicious, don't eat more. The internal injuries haven't healed yet. If this thing can't be absorbed, it will be in trouble." "No." Xiao Han waved his hand nonchalantly, stretched out his hand, pinched another piece and threw it into his mouth, then continued with a smile, "It's just a few pieces of crab meat. There's nothing difficult to absorb. Besides my injury, maybe if I eat more nutritious food, I can recover faster, as long as—" Just as he was talking, Xiao Han suddenly felt that Xuanwu's true power was automatically running in his meridians. This made him stunned, and he immediately sat down cross-legged. The god-level skills embodied in the game absorb and transform energy, which is unmatched by the passive practice of evolutionists. And precisely because of this, he was able to break through to the level of a 6th-level warrior in just 1 or 2 months. But even then, the technique should not run automatically. Of course, this has to exclude the protective measures that the body naturally takes to maintain a constant body temperature at low temperatures. At this time, Xiao Han didn't understand why the technique suddenly started to work on its own, so Xiao Han closed his eyes and carefully felt the situation in his body. When Jiang Xiaoyun on the side saw this scene, a look of worry flashed in his eyes, but he felt a little relieved when he saw that the white fox did not show any abnormality. She understood that at this time the best choice was not to cause trouble, so she quickly turned off the fire, hugged the white fox and watched quietly. But at this time, Xiao Han couldn't help but have a look of excitement on his face. With the continuous operation of Xuanwu Zhenxiu, the crab meat eaten into the stomach is being rapidly decomposed under the action of gastric juice. At the same time, the decomposed energy was also quickly absorbed by the meridians and flowed to the limbs of the body. But the difference is that these energies did not gather into the dantian in the end, but were directly absorbed by the muscles, bones, and internal organs. Xiao Han could even feel that the internal injuries caused by the air bomb seemed to have improved slightly at this time, and the 5 internal organs seemed to have become stronger. This crab meat actually has this effect. Feeling this change, Xiao Han whispered excitedly, because he keenly felt that the energy converted from the crab meat might not be of much benefit to the conversion of the true essence, but it could be easily absorbed by the body. In fact, he also discovered this during this period of time. Because the elixir targets the warrior's true chi, the beast level is already a little behind. If this situation continues, even if he is promoted to the 7th level warrior, he will most likely still be a 5th level beast. Even if the situation is better, it will be at most the 6th level. Now, if he eats level 9 crab meat for a long time, his muscles, bones, and internal organs will become stronger and stronger, and he will not be far from upgrading his beast level. Hey, it's really an unexpected gain, Xiao Han whispered excitedly, and when he opened his eyes, he immediately reached out and pinched a piece of crab meat and threw it into his mouth. #C1335 Breakthrough. Yunxiao City, Forging Room. Ding, you have successfully embedded an Ice Soul Mysterious Jade, triggering a 100-fold reward. You have successfully embedded an Ice Soul Mysterious Crystal. Listening to the system prompts ringing in his ears, Xiao Han looked at the 9 nether demon-slaying gun in his hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With level 9 crab meat, his internal injuries have long been healed. Even after more than 10 days of cultivation, there are signs of breakthrough in the level of animal transformation. It's just that the spiritual source in the deadly silent cave has never been found, so I can't go anywhere for the time being, so there is no rush to use the great return pill to break through. After all, if a breakthrough comes naturally, the foundation will be more solid. During this time, he also inlaid all his equipment with various attribute crystals. As long as we find the spiritual source and completely repair the Jiuan soul refining array, we can set off to the 10,000 demon mountains and explore the abyss. Looking at the ice blue crystal on the 9 nether demon slayer gun, Xiao Han couldn't help but have a flash of expectation in his eyes, and whispered, "Level 11 Ice Soul Crystal. 500,000 ice attribute damage. It's a pity that there is only one such crystal stone. It is said that the attributes of the 9 abyss are different, and in places where bosses above the Emperor appear, you can usually find attribute crystals of level 7 or above. If you can meet the Emperor boss, it is said that there are also 9th level crystal stones. It's just that the spiritual source hasn't been found yet, and I can't just run around for the time being. It seems that I still have to do it myself. Their speed is too slow. After saying something dissatisfied, Xiao Han was too lazy to continue asking. Guohuai and immediately stood up. As he walked out of the forging room, he walked straight towards the teleportation hall opposite the Yunxiao auction house. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a rapid ringing sounded in his ears. Xiao Han immediately stopped and glanced at the time. Is it already 11 o'clock so soon? Recently, because there is nothing important to do, my schedule has become more regular. And at this time every day, Zhang Xiaoyun would also ask him to go offline for dinner on time. I thought that all the preparations that needed to be done were done, so I would go to the Dead Silence Cave to find the spiritual source as soon as possible so that I could go to the 10,000 Demons Mountains with peace of mind. But since the food has been prepared, it's time to finish the meal before going to work. Anyway, there is no rush for this moment. Hey, it sounds like I'm a little hungry, thinking about the deliciousness of fried crab meat dumplings, and snake soup. Xiao Han couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and immediately opened the properties panel and chose to go offline. Woo, woo, woo. As soon as his consciousness came out of the game, a low whimper penetrated his ears. Xiao Han couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Immediately, pushed open the lid of the ice coffin, and sat up from the black jade ice coffin. At this time, a few meters away, the panda, which had always been pure white, was rubbing hard against the corner of Zhang Xiaoyun's trousers. Ever since this guy ate crab meat 3 days ago, he was so angry that he never wanted to leave. He even didn't like eating his favorite earth spirit pill. Hey, this little guy isn't stupid. He whispered something in his mouth, and Zhang Xiaoyun also turned his head and looked over at this time and said with a smile, "It's all done, come and eat." As he said that, he filled another bowl of milky white snake soup and placed it on the table. The faint umami flavor and the aroma of fried crab meat immediately penetrated the nose. Even after eating it for more than 10 days, Xiao Han still didn't feel tired of it, and he still had no resistance to such delicious food. He stood up and walked to the dining table, picked up a piece of crab meat and threw it towards the iron-eating beast. Woo! The chubby little guy immediately let out a soft cry and showed extremely agile skills. He picked up the crab meat in his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Oh, why did you feed it crab meat again? Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaoyun frowned and said, "I prepared snake soup for it, and the crab meat is for you to eat. It's just a little bit of crab meat." Xiao Han said, raised his hand to pick up another piece and threw it over. At the same time, he said with a smile, "I can't finish such a big crab by myself. Humph, you are the only one who knows how to be a good person." Zhang Xiaoyun snorted dissatisfied, and continued, "Snake meat is already very good for it. Crab meat is so good for you and you won't be able to eat it for long if you continue like this." "That's okay." Xiao Han hugged the huffing woman in front of him and continued, with a smile, "There are no more crabs, so just kill another one. Anyway, the demon god's helmet fell into my hands. It's not difficult to kill. A level 9 mutant beast. Forget it. I don't want you to use that thing." Zhang Xiaoyun shook his head and continued with a serious face, "Promise me not to touch that thing." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Picking up a piece of crab meat and throwing it into his mouth, Xiao Han replied with the same serious face, which made Zhang Xiaoyun's tense face relax. He would not argue much on this issue, but if it is really necessary, there will be no hesitation. I thought about going to the Deadly Silence Cave in a while, but if the restlessness in my heart was completely released, it wouldn't be resolved within an hour or two, so I suppressed it forcefully. And during this period of time, this kind of thing has happened too frequently. Zhang Xiaoyun is only a 4th level evolver, and he can no longer bear it. Seeing that the body in his arms had become a little stiff due to the caress just now, he stopped what he was doing and instead accelerated his eating speed. In a short while, more than 10 kilograms of crab meat and a bowl of snake soup were completely wiped out. Xiao Han then patted Jiang Xiaoyun on the back and said softly, I have something to do tonight, so you don't need to bring me dinner. Oh, got it. Feeling that the dirty hands behind his back became more disciplined, Jiang Xiaoyun breathed a sigh of relief and continued softly. Then when you are hungry, just send me a message. No need to go to such trouble. I can just eat a little. Xiao Han rejected Jiang Xiaoyun's kindness and said with a smile, Don't always go around me, it will be very tiring. I do. Okay. Upon hearing this answer, Xiao Han felt a warmth immediately rise in his heart and whispered, But I have something else to do today and I may not have time to accompany you. If you have anything on your mind. As he was talking, Xiao Han suddenly felt that as the crab meat was digested and absorbed, the muscles all over his body began to tremble. This was a sign that a breakthrough was imminent. A look of ecstasy flashed through his eyes and he immediately said in a hurry, Get out quickly, I seem to be about to break through. #C1336 Blood Awakening 1. Although the movement of the Beast Turner's breakthrough is not as exaggerated as that of the Evolver, its power will increase crazily in a short period of time. And it is not easy to control this sudden increase in power. Feeling that the power in his body was increasing crazily, and at the same time the cells in his body seemed to be dividing rapidly, Xiao Han could not help but complete the beast transformation. Roar. At the same time as he roared, the muscles in his arms, thighs, and chest were all bulging rapidly, and at this time the bones in his body also made bursts of crunching sounds. Jiang Xiaoyun on the side saw this situation and quickly stepped back. Even the white panda, which had already laid down to sleep, ran to the distance very quickly and looked at the black giant ape in the center of the hall with a frightened look. At this time it not only looks stronger, but its height is also increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this going to be a breakthrough? Seeing Xiao Han, who had transformed into a black giant ape, Jiang Xiaoyun muttered excitedly and then immediately said, Is the 9th level mutant beast meat so effective? Although she knew Xiao Han would break through sooner or later, she still didn't expect it to be so soon. When we met for the first time, although he had just completed his awakening, what he had awakened was only his useless ears, and his strength was not even much stronger than that of ordinary people. At that time he was only a first-level evolver. But in just a short time he has reached a height that others could not reach. In 5 or even 10 years. Seeing the figure in front of her, who was completely incompatible with handsomeness and even a bit ugly, she felt her heartbeat speed up and couldn't help but whisper, Hey, this is my man. Roar. At this time another roar came. The black giant ape, which had soared to a height of 3 meters, also waved its fist, which was smaller than the sand bowl, and beat its chest hard. Bang! 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 The dull sound of impact kept coming, and while the giant ape roared angrily, it took out a 5-meter-long black crab claw. Then he broke it with both hands, and with a click sound the crab clam, which was originally full of cracks, was instantly broken into 2 pieces. As soon as the giant ape reached out, he grabbed out the white crab meat inside and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Gudong. He didn't even have time to chew, so he swallowed it directly. After a while, more than 1/3 of the crab meat in the crab clam was eaten, which was nearly 100 kilograms. Roar. At this time the giant ape roared again, and at the same time the sound of rattling sounded again in the body, as if the bones were growing rapidly. But the strange thing is that his height has not increased at all. Instead, a strand of golden hair appeared on his chest, a strange character in the shape of a V, connecting the chest muscles and abdomen on both sides. Among the dark hair all over the body, this strand of golden hair is also extremely conspicuous. What's that? With a low murmur in his mouth, Jiang Xiaoyun stared at the characters on the giant bear's chest, feeling that Xiao Han seemed more powerful at this moment than before. Roar. At this time another roar came, and the black chest hair on both sides of the chest seemed to be infected, turning golden at a speed visible to the naked. And these golden chest hairs, without even showing signs of stopping, extended towards the two arms. When the shoulders and upper arms completely turned golden, the muscles hidden under the golden hair even suddenly grew in size. At the same time, the golden color on the upper arm is also quickly spreading to the forearm. But the speed of spread has slowed down a lot, and when it reaches the wrist position, it has completely stopped. Roar! The giant ape roared angrily. A look of pity flashed in his eyes, and then the gold on his arms and chest quickly disappeared, leaving only a V on his chest. Unfortunately, the strength is still a bit low. The giant ape shook his head helplessly and whispered, and then his size shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. With just one breath, a naked man stood in the middle of the hall. The 8 wheat-colored abdominal muscles on his abdomen immediately made Zhang Xiaoyun, who had seen it many times, blush, and his heart beat violently. Hey, I have a pretty good figure. Feeling Zhang Xiaoyun's gaze, Xiao Han didn't care that he was still naked. He immediately bent his arms on both sides and showed off his biceps. And this action immediately made the chest muscles, deltoid muscles, and trapezius muscles bulge. This powerful movement immediately made Zhang Xiaoyun's heart beat faster. But he still blushed and spat, saying in a low voice, "'Tis such a big man is, still shameless." But his eyes still looked down involuntarily. Boom! 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 And it was this look that made her heart beat faster again. And she couldn't help but change the subject immediately. "Put your clothes on quickly. What does it look like?" "Hey, I thought you liked watching it." Although he wanted to have some fun with Yunyu, Zhang Xiaoyun probably couldn't bear it anymore. So Xiao Han took some clothes and put them on, and then continued, "This 9th grade crab meat is really good. It will take at least 1 or 2 months to break through to the 6th level of Beast Shifter. But it's only been half a month, and you've successfully broken through. Just that you've eaten a lot of this crab meat. Why are there no signs of breakthrough yet?" "How do I know this?" Zhang Xiaoyun walked over and said with a depressed face, "This crab meat is really a waste for me to eat. If it were given to other beast shifters, they would probably break through soon." "They?" Xiao Han said unsatisfiedly and continued, "I only kept less than 1,000 kilograms of snake meat, and 90% of it was given to them. The crab meat is more effective. It's not that I don't want to give it to them, but I want you to advance quickly." "Let me advance?" Zhang Xiaoyun whispered, with a hint of depression in her eyes. I don't know whether it's because of her qualifications or some other reason. Her road to advancement is extremely difficult. Even if there is no shortage of elixirs, and every meal is mutant beast meat, she is still only a 4th level evolver. Even after practicing the Earth level Ziluo Heart Sutra, the warrior has not been able to break through to the 3rd level. Thinking that Xiao Han had invested so many resources in him, but he still couldn't break through the bottleneck, he couldn't help but say in frustration, "I don't think I'm suitable for cultivation, so forget it. If the resources placed on me were given to other evolvers, maybe several level 6 evolvers could be cultivated. That won't work." Xiao Han shook his head with a serious face and continued, "You must break through to level 5, level 6, or even level 7 as soon as possible. These resources are all mine. I will give them to whoever I want, and others have no right to say anything." "Ah." Zhang Xiaoyun sighed. He was angry and whispered, "I just think that these resources are a bit of a waste for me. Even if I reach level 5, level 6, or even level 7, what can I do? My ability is just a flower frame and not suitable for fighting. Why do you have to waste so many resources on me?" "Who said it was a waste?" Xiao Han said in a deep voice and said seriously, "Your strength is too weak. You can't have fun every time. I am in pain, okay? If you can reach level 6, your physical fitness will also be enhanced, and You can hold on for a while longer. Ah, you bad guy. Hashtag C1337 Blood Awakening. 2. Looking at the shy Jiang Xiaoyun, Xiao Han would not explain the real reason. To her, as his strength increased, he felt that even if he could not live forever, as long as he was not killed by mutant beasts, he should have no problem living for another 300 to 500 years. If one breaks through and becomes a 9th-level beast shifter, this number may be doubled again. The little woman in front of him has become an indispensable part of his life. Of course, he must go hand in hand. But this topic is really a bit heavy, so I can only use other excuses to prevent Jiang Xiaoyun from being so disgusted. And at the same time, this kind-hearted woman will not give up. At the same time, such a reason also prevents her from saying no. Seeing that his face was turning red, Xiao Han also pulled him into his arms, and continued with a smile. For you, I have been guarding myself like a jade. So you have to improve your strength as soon as possible for me. Ah, not today. Being held in Xiao Han's arms, Jiang Xiaoyun was like a frightened rabbit and said quickly, "Let me go first, I will definitely practice seriously." "Why do I feel like you're perfunctory with me?" Xiao Han had no intention of letting go. He pretended to think seriously for a while and then said solemnly, "It seems that I have to find a way to get a dual cultivation method. When that time comes, you won't be able to practice even if you don't want to. Yes, my cheap master is well informed and should know about this. I have to rescue him quickly. Don't be like this." Seeing Xiao Han's serious look, Jiang Xiaoyun said with a bit of laughter and tears, "Actually, I have been practicing seriously. It's just that my strength is growing a bit slowly, and I can't compare with you. Why are you a little slow?" Xiao Han looked up and down and continued, "And if you want to say that, then you need to find a book of dual cultivation
Technique.
Oh, why can't I talk to you?" Jiang Xiaoyun said shyly, not wanting to talk about this matter anymore, and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, when you transformed into a beast just now, why did a bunch of golden hairs appear on your chest?" The change of topic seemed a little stiff. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't want to talk any more about this issue. So, he smiled and said, "Hey, you said that. Actually, I don't know why, but through internal vision I found that there seemed to be a drop of golden blood in the heart. And the tuft of golden hair on the chest, if nothing else, is probably related to the golden blood in the heart." Golden blood. Jiang Xiaoyun's face immediately showed an expression of interest, and he asked curiously, "How can there be golden blood? What is going on? I have never heard of this happening to other level 6 beast shifters. I'm not sure about this." Xiao Han whispered, thought for a while, and then continued, "But based on the current situation, there are 2 unreliable guesses." "What's your guess? Let's hear it." Jiang Xiaoyun became even more curious at this time and asked impatiently, "Tell me and I'll help you with your advice, so that you can figure out what's going on." "Hey!" Xiao Han chuckled, his eyes flickered, and then he immediately said, "You should know the techniques I practice." "I know, you told me before," Jiang Xiaoyun said, and then said with excitement, "You don't want to say that that drop of golden blood is related to your technique. But it's really possible. Your Xuanwu Jingong is a god-level cultivation method. Furthermore, it was through observing the practice of the Xuanwu beast that I finally learned the god-level cultivation technique by chance. It is not surprising that golden blood appears." "Yes, I think so too," Xiao Han responded and continued, "And I heard that the divine beasts all cultivate their bloodline. Only the purer the bloodline, the stronger its strength will be. And since the Xuanwu true skill I practice is inherited from the Xuanwu divine beast, it might have the effect of purifying my bloodline. By burning that drop of golden blood, my power will instantly increase several times. So when you break through to level 6, the golden blood that appears in your body may be the awakening of your bloodline." "Awakening of the bloodline?" Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes widened and he couldn't help but ask with excitement. As said in the novel, has the bloodline of some ancient beast been awakened? For example, the King Kong giant ape, the Titan violent ape, and the legendary sky-shaking demon ape. Well, it's as exaggerated as you think. A wry smile flashed across Xiao Han's face and he continued, this is just a guess and we can't be sure yet. And if you want your bloodline to be fully awakened, you probably have to become at least a 9th level beast shifter. Level 9. Zhang Xiaoyun said, a little frustrated, but immediately said, with excitement, if you can advance at the current speed, it seems that level 9 is not far away. I'll go, you think too much of me. Xiao Han was a little speechless, and continued with a wry smile. I am only at level 6 now, and there is still a long way to go before level 7. And every breakthrough after level 6 is not easy. You should also know how long the two generals, City Lord Jiangzhe and Fu Chengji, were stuck at level 5. Well, that's true. Zhang Xiaoyun sighed and continued in a low voice. But I'm really curious about your situation. I wonder if you will become a golden giant ape after becoming a level 9 beast. It's possible, Xiao Han said in a low voice, and then immediately said, but if you want to see it, you have to practice hard. I know. Seeing Xiao Han's serious look, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but think again of the purpose of his asking her to practice, and her cheeks blushed again. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, a quick ring suddenly rang in her ears. She took out her mobile phone and took a look. After finding that it was Guohuai, she swiped it. And then a voice suddenly came from the receiver of the mobile phone. Spirit source. The spirit source of the dead cave has been found. Hashtag C1338 depleted energy crystal. Once again in the alchemy room, Xiao Han immediately pushed open the wooden door and walked out. Now that the spiritual source of the dead silence cave has been found, he has no time to continue flirting with Zhang Xiaoyun. Things in the game are actually still very important. During this period of time, because of the Abyss Demon Lord, he dared not go anywhere for fear that the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation would suddenly collapse and the consequences would be too serious. Fortunately, Guohuai has not slacked off in the past half-month and finally found the spiritual source. Now all we have to do is dig it out. With the increase of 100 times the reward, the spiritual source that is about to collapse will also be reborn. And the Abyss Demon Lord who was suppressed under the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation will never have a chance to break free. At that time he will be liberated. Now all his equipment is inlaid with various attribute gems, and he has been impatient for the Abyss. Hey, wait for me. After whispering, Xiao Han looked at the teleportation hall and directly moved in space. In just 3 seconds he was teleported to the Dead Silence Cave. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar ice wall in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. General Xiao here? As he was sighing in his heart, a figure wearing blue leather armor immediately came up to him and said anxiously, the spiritual source has cracked. Please come with me. What? There is already a crack? Xiao Han was shocked and immediately shouted, quick! Lead the way. Then follow closely. Shifei did not waste time and immediately turned around and ran, saying loudly, there are many forks in the mine, and you may run the wrong way if you are not careful. There are many signs along the way, but you don't know them, so you must follow closely. Don't worry, I can keep up, Xiao Han said and caught up in an instant and continued, don't worry about me, run as fast as you can. Then I will speed up. Shifei knew that the person next to him was more than 1 level faster than him, but running at full speed in this place it is hard to say who is faster and who is slower. As he spoke, a 3-way intersection appeared in front of him. In this place he had already run back and forth for no less than 100 times, so he dodged without slowing down and rushed into the ice cave on the left in an instant. This made Xiao Han, who was following behind, have no time to react at all, and rushed directly into the ice cave in the middle. Hey! Hearing that Xiao Han ran in the wrong direction, Fei couldn't help but chuckle, and while slowing down he whispered, "In order to find the spiritual source, this mine was dug in all directions. In this place, there is no way to run at full speed." Thinking with some pride in his heart, he also turned his head and looked behind him, and the familiar figure had appeared at the fork in the road. Then the figure just flashed and ran over like lightning and said in a hurry, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and lead the way." "Fuck, so fast." Fei muttered in shock, and finally realized where the gap between him and the other party was. This horse is not in the same league at all. One is riding a bicycle and the other is sitting on a rocket. Even if he ran in the wrong direction, he could catch up in an instant. Without worrying about Xiao Han losing him, he no longer had any scruples and immediately ignored the people behind him and ran at full speed. As the forks in the road were constantly left behind, white energy crystals slowly appeared on both sides of the cave wall. These energy crystals have all been drained of energy. Because of his absolute advantage in speed, Xiao Han still had time to observe the surrounding environment while running. As he continued to go deeper, there were no more ores on both sides of the mine. Looking at the crystals on both sides that had been drained of energy, he couldn't help but whispered, "This completely useless energy crystal, after being upgraded 100 times, will it still be useless?" Suddenly, this thought came up, and his heart couldn't help but click, and he had a bad premonition. If this guess comes true, it will be really troublesome. Da. In the silent mine, Fei was still running fast, but Xiao Han had no intention of catching up. He took out a pickaxe and smashed it hard on the cave wall. Yang! With a crisp knocking sound, a system prompt immediately drilled into his ears. "You get an energy crystal, level 7, triggering 100 times reward. You get an energy crystal, level 9. Hearing such a prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "Fuck! Level 9 energy crystal? This is not even at the center of the spirit vein. How can I dig up a level 7 crystal? Could it be that the spirit source of this ice spirit vein has reached level 8 or even the legendary level 9? Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han felt a little impossible, but a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Even when the Dragon Clan established the empire, they only found a level 9 dragon vein. When it was promoted to a divine vein, it was destroyed by the Abyss Demon Clan. And ever since that dragon vein was completely destroyed, no other level 9 dragon vein has been found. This should only be an 8th level dragon vein. After whispering, Xiao Han immediately bent down to pick up the 9th level crystal on the ground, took a look at it in his palm, and his face suddenly changed. Energy crystal, 9th level 0/10000000000. Even after 100 times of reward, the energy crystal is still in a state of exhaustion, which makes Xiao Han think of the spiritual source that is about to break, and he is even more anxious. Da. At this time, Fei's figure has disappeared, but the sound of footsteps continues to come. Xiao Han moved his footsteps and immediately chased after him, whispering, "The energy of this energy crystal has been completely drained. So even if it is upgraded to level 9, it is still useless. But the spiritual source has not yet broken, and there is at least a part of the energy inside. Even if there is only 1/10,000th left, after the 100-fold reward, it can at least be restored to 1%. Even if I can't refine the Abyss Demon Lord, I should be able to continue to suppress it for a while." Thinking so in my heart, Xiao Han ran faster and faster, because the spiritual source at this time was still suppressing the Abyss Demon Lord, and the energy inside it was also rapidly consumed. If the energy of the spiritual source is also completely drained, then even This 100-fold reward will be useless. We're here. At this moment, Sure Fei's slightly excited shout came from the front. #C1339 Divine Source. When the sound sounded in the distance, Xiao Han happened to pass by a three-way intersection. When his speed slowed down, he immediately looked over. There, the dim mine was already filled with burning torches. So even though it was still 100 meters away, several figures could clearly be seen, with solemn faces surrounding the dim and cracked sphere. Has the spiritual source become like this? Thinking of the spiritual source dug out under Qianxi Island, Xiao Han couldn't help frowning and whispered, because the spiritual source in the deadly silent cave is almost on the verge of collapse. It even made him feel that the spiritual source might be broken at a touch. But now there is no other choice. I hope my luck will be better this time. If the Midas skill can be triggered, maybe this spiritual source can be saved. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han also flashed directly and appeared next to Ling Yuan. At this time, all the spiritual stones around the spiritual source have been cleaned up. There was only one pillar left, which was made entirely of depleted spiritual stones, firmly supporting the spiritual source that was slightly larger than a basketball. People who are looking for the spiritual source here know that they are only responsible for finding the spiritual source, but they must not completely dig the spiritual source out of the spiritual veins. Therefore, this spiritual source, which seems to be broken at the touch of a touch, can still stay quietly on the spiritual stone pillar. At the same time, on the spiritual stone pillar connected to the spiritual source, Xiao Han could also see bursts of light shining inside, and huge waves of energy seemed to be flowing from this place to the unknown. Jiyuan Soul Refining Array. Click. At this moment, there happened to be a crisp sound coming from the spiritual source. Xiao Han immediately saw that there was another crack on the spiritual source that was about to shatter, and his expression couldn't help but change accordingly. Under the current situation, can we still hold on for 3 months? Thinking of what the Chief Master said, Xiao Han didn't believe it at all and asked loudly, "Who has my Midas shovel now?" "Here I am." Hearing the answer, Xiao Han immediately turned around and found that it was the 5th level Yuju who was in charge of this matter. He couldn't help but nodded politely, but he immediately took the Dragon Soul Midas Touch shovel he handed over. The energy of the spiritual source in front of me is still being consumed, and it may break at any time. Therefore, we can no longer delay, we must take action immediately to dig it out from the spiritual veins. Only in this way can it be possible to completely repair it or even upgrade it to 2 levels. Holding the Dragon Soul golden shovel in his hand and looking at the dense cracks on the spiritual source, Xiao Han did not dare to dig hard. I had to carefully insert the golden shovel into the gap between the spiritual source and the spiritual stone pillar, and then use a slight force to pry upward. Bite! At this time, a system prompt immediately sounded in my ears. You have obtained a spiritual source, level 8, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained a spiritual source, level 9. Listening to such system prompts, Xiao Han had an expected look on his face. Even in ancient times, 9th-level dragon veins were rare. Although he had dug up 7th-level energy crystals at the edge of the spiritual vein before, he did not think that this ice-attributed dragon vein was a 9th-level dragon vein. However, after a 100-fold increase in rewards, the spiritual source only improved by 1 level, which caused some doubts in his mind. He couldn't help but whisper, "What's going on? Shouldn't be. Why isn't it a divine vein?" Last time on Qianxi Island, the 5th-level spiritual source was directly upgraded by 2 levels. Is it true that the improvement effect of the 100-fold reward is no longer enough to directly upgrade the 8th-level spiritual source to a god level spiritual source? Looking at the spiritual source in front of him, which was still full of cracks and the colorful dragon inside that had lost its activity, Xiao Han was filled with disappointment. After all, this thing doesn't seem to be enough to suppress the abyss demon. Lord. Bite. But at this moment, another system prompt sounded in my ears. You have obtained a spiritual source level 9, triggering the golden effect, and you have obtained a divine source level 1. The sudden system prompt made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and then a look of ecstasy flashed across his face. At this time, the spiritual source had rolled down from the spiritual stone pillar. Although this spiritual source looks like it is still full of cracks. But the colorful dragon inside the spiritual source has slowly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of golden pupils. Boom! 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 And at this moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently, as if something was struggling deep underground trying to collapse the mountain and break free. Not good. While Xiao Han exclaimed, he immediately discovered that the spiritual stone pillar in front of him had been separated from the divine source. Without the continuous supply of divine energy, the Abyss Demon Lord, who was suppressed under the Jiuan Soul Refining Array, immediately began to riot. Thinking of this, Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate at all. The Chief Master is still down there, and if the Abyss Demon Lord breaks free, he may be killed in an instant. And if the old guy can still live, he might be able to squeeze out some benefits. So Xiao Han reached out and grabbed the sphere that had just been promoted to the divine source, trying to reinstall it on the spiritual stone pillar. Roar! But a dull dragon roar suddenly came from the mouth of the seven-colored dragon in the God Source, and then it flew up with the God Source and quietly floated in the mine. Fuck! Is this God Source born with intelligence? Such a change was totally unexpected by Xiao Han, and a look of incredibleness flashed across his eyes. At this time, the rejuvenated seven-colored dragon was already swimming rapidly in the God Source. A huge amount of energy immediately escaped from the God Source, and the shaking ground under his feet immediately calmed down. Crack! But at this moment, a crisp sound came from the God Source again, adding a new crack to the sphere that was already full of cracks. Fuck! Can't I upgrade to the God Source? Seeing such a scene appear in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse. In a low voice, his eyes full of gloom. Roar! At this time, another low dragon roar sounded, and the colorful dragon, swimming in the divine source, was constantly accelerating, almost turning into a colorful light band. In an instant, the mine cave, which was only a few square meters, became colorful. Woo! 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 At the same time, a stream of air appeared around the divine source, constantly rotating around the divine source. Whoosh! 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 In just a few seconds, the breeze turned into a strong wind, and even quickly spread to the entire cave, causing Yoju, Shifei, Injin, and others who were blown by the strong wind to change their faces suddenly. #C1340 Divine Source 2. Fuck! What's going on? The energy in my body is disappearing. Originally, they were just watching the fun, but when Xiao Han shoveled it, the seven-colored dragon in the spiritual source that had already fainted opened its eyes, and several people were shocked. At the same time, they also understood why they were told not to touch the spiritual source before coming here. But now, the spiritual source was like a living thing and flew up by itself. If it was just like this, they would still continue to watch the fun. But the sudden strong wind around the spiritual source blew away all the energy in their bodies when it blew on them. This effect is really a bit scary. Whoosh! 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 As the wind speed in front of him continued to increase, Yuju quickly took out a cheer-covering pill, raised his hand and threw it into his mouth while shouting, "General Xiao, what's going on now? This wind blows on my body, and all the energy in my body is blown away. I don't know." Xiao Han shook his head, but found that the energy in his body did not decrease. He couldn't help but glance at Xinyuan and said in a deep voice, "This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. The wind speed is still increasing. I think you should go out and take shelter first." Fuck! It's too late. Yuju was about to agree, but the energy in his body had reached the bottom. Without energy value, the strong wind blew on his body, and even blew away. The life value, minus 10,000, minus 20,000, minus 40,000. At the same time as the wind speed increased, the life value blown away was also increasing at an exponential rate. Shifei, Injin, and Yuju didn't say anything more and ran outside. Immediately, but they just ran 2 steps and then they fell to the ground stiffly, and one of them even exploded a blue leather armor. The mine cave, which was originally a little crowded, immediately became empty. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind was still raging, and Xiao Han looked at the divine source floating in the air in a daze and couldn't help but whispered, "Oh my God, this lethality is too strong. But what is the situation now? Could it be that this divine source can repair itself?" Thinking of this possibility, his eyes immediately lit up, and at the same time he stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and nearly 1,000 level 6 energy crystals were immediately thrown out by him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, the raging wind instantly rolled over here, sweeping away all the energy crystals that had just appeared. Almost just a breath, all the crystals in the sky were drained of energy. Roar! An excited dragon roar followed, and Xiao Han could clearly see that a tiny crack on the side of the divine source facing him had healed. Oh my God! It can really repair itself? Seeing this, he whispered in disbelief, and then his eyes suddenly lit up again. At this time, there were still tens of thousands of energy crystals in his space ring. Even the extremely rare 7th level energy crystals, although he had not carefully counted them, the number was at least more than 4 digits. These crystals were originally intended to be materialized. But because of the materialization talisman, only less than 1/3 of them were materialized. Although some materialization talismans were exploded later, the energy crystals in reality were completely sufficient, so they did not continue to materialize. Now, this divine source is actually absorbing external energy to repair itself, which makes Xiao Han immediately a little excited. If it can be successfully repaired, it will definitely be able to completely refine the Abyss Demon Lord. Thinking of this possibility, even though Xiao Han was a little reluctant, he could no longer think about it and immediately stretched out his hand and waved forward again. Crash! Nearly 10,000 crystals were thrown out again, almost instantly filling up the underground mine of only a few square meters. Even the raging wind that was sweeping at high speed was forced to stop. Roar! An excited dragon roar sounded again, and the crystals piled in the mine turned into powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. With just a breeze, they flew out along the mine. As the energy in the spirit stone was absorbed, the cracks on the source of the god also decreased. This made Xiao Han's face flash with a look of heartache, but he hesitated for a moment and stretched out his hand again. Crash! And this time, nearly 1,000 level 7 energy crystals were also thrown out together. Whoosh! 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 In the raging wind, the crystals were drained of energy at a speed visible to the naked eye and then turned into powder. At the same time, the cracks on the divine source also decreased by dozens. Almost all the inconspicuous small cracks were healed under the infusion of this huge energy, leaving only a dozen cracks that almost penetrated the sphere. At this time, the wind also stopped, and even the 7-colored dragon in the divine source stopped swimming and looked over with its golden pupils. Xiao Han certainly understood what this meant. But all the energy crystals in the space ring had been thrown out, and not even a single level 7 crystal was left. Seeing the 7-colored dragon looking over, Xiao Han realized that this guy should have been born with intelligence and quickly spread his hands and said, "No more. All the energy crystals have been taken out." Roar! The low roar sounded again, and the colorful dragon seemed to understand and immediately swam quickly again. Woo! 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 The whistling sound of the wind also sounded in this narrow mine cave, and the Wind speed was also increasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the strange thing was that, after the strong wind blew on the rock wall, it seemed to have no effect and blew out directly. Strange. What kind of wind is this? Seeing this unreasonable phenomenon, Xiao Han whispered, not understanding what the colorful dragon in the source of God wanted to do, so he could only watch quietly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As time passed, the wind speed became faster and faster. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Although the wind speed in the narrow mine cave was getting faster and faster, Xiao Han still did not receive any effect, but looked at the source of God with a face full of shock. At this time, one of the remaining dozen cracks had completely healed. What he didn't know was that outside the dead cave, there was a completely different scene. A deep blue eye of the wind had formed on the ice peak, sweeping up the ice, and snow and quickly flying in all directions. All the trees encountered along the way withered instantly, and even the beasts living nearby turned into ice sculptures, turning into strands of energy and rushing towards the ice peak. Hashtag C1341 Tan Yuntian escapes. The time goes back more than 10 minutes. Lu Yen looked at the milky white light shield in front of him, and from time to time looked at the entrance of the ice cave, with a flash of anxiety in his eyes. Junior brother has been away for half a month, but there is still no good news. At this moment, she wanted to find the ice attribute spiritual source, but she knew that the possibility of success was almost zero. But when I think about the consequences of not being able to find the spiritual source, I can't help but hope that my omnipotent junior brother can create a miracle. Cheer, go back. At this moment, an old voice sounded from inside the ice cave. You can't help me here. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to go back and practice hard. With your talent, even if you cannot become a god of war in the future, you should have no problem cultivating yourself to become a king of war. Master will die sooner or later. I haven't been with you for so many years. Why don't you come here like this? It's different. Lu Yen shook his head vigorously and said firmly, now that I know you are here, I must rescue you. Junior brother's luck is always very good. I will definitely be able to rescue you. Ha, I hope so. Tan Yuntian chuckled lightly and said with a free and easy smile, you must have memorized everything I have told you during this period. Our lineage of demon-sealing masters cannot be cut off, and at the same time, you must protect Han Xiao. He is the only one chosen by heaven. Maybe he can survive this demonic disaster in the end. It depends on whether he can grow up. Yes, I understand. Lu Yan's face turned red and he said hesitantly, but, although I have memorized all the techniques you mentioned, there are still many things I don't understand. What's so hard to understand? Tan Yuntian said something dissatisfied, and continued in a deep voice. If you really can't understand, then go back and read more ancient books. Master can't follow you forever, and you can't even think of using this. Boom! As Tan Yuntian was speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently, and the ice cubes above his head fell down. This made his expression suddenly change, and he immediately planned to mobilize the power of the Jiuan Soul Refining Array. But even though the spells in his hands were being fired continuously, the formations under his feet did not react at all. Boom! 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 The tremors on the ground became more and more violent, and even the ice under his feet cracked. This made Tan Yuntian's face even more ugly. He couldn't help but roared angrily. Then Han Xiao, where did you find it? He took away the spiritual source. How dare he take away the spiritual source? Hurry up and leave. The demon lord of the abyss can't suppress him any longer. Why is he still standing there standing still? Do you want to stay and click, click, click. At this time he felt the vibrations under his feet getting stronger, and at the same time the 9 ice sculptures around him began to crack. Tan Yuntian no longer cared who Xiao Han was. He only hoped that Lu Yen outside could leave here alive. Boom! Following another dull explosion, a harsh voice also sounded. This damn formation, I am finally coming out. Haha. Old Ghost Tan, just wait to die. Boom. As he spoke, there was another dull crashing sound, but the Iceland beneath his feet did not move at all. This made Tan Yuntian, who was originally planning to fight for his life, be stunned for a moment, and then immediately looked at the ice sculptures around him. At this time, these ice sculptures, even though they were full of cracks, showed no signs of fragmentation. Instead, they had a faint layer of fluorescence coming out of them, and those cracks that look so heartbreaking are actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Looking at the scene in front of him in bewilderment, Tan Yuntian whispered, and then said in disbelief, "Is it possible that Han Xiao has really found the ice attribute spiritual source? But how is this possible? I have also been to the Arctic ice fields. Don't even think of finding a spiritual vein, even a single earth vein. How did Han Xiao do it?" Boom, boom, boom. The sound of impact was still ringing continuously, and the already collapsed Jiuan Soul refining formation became even stronger than before, which made the Abyss Demon Lord become furious in fear. If you can't escape this time, you may never be able to escape. Thinking of this result, it couldn't help but roared angrily. "Let me out, Tan Yuntian, you old man. Let me out quickly. Hey, aren't you pretty cool?" Feeling that the Jiuan Soul refining array was no longer in danger of collapse and was even stronger than before, he couldn't help but joked. "Since you were so awesome, you should have knocked it out yourself." Boom, boom, boom. The violent collision continued, but at this time Iceland was as solid as a rock, and it could be easily suppressed without mobilizing the additional power of the Jiuan Soul refining array. This made Tan Yuntian slowly stand up from the ground and slowly walk towards the outside of the formation. "Then Han Xiao, what exactly did you do?" Standing outside the formation where he had been trapped for nearly 10 years, Tan Yuntian couldn't help but sigh, and then immediately said, Can I come out?" Boom, boom, boom. The crashing sound continued, but Lu Yen outside didn't know what was going on inside. After being severely scolded by the master, even though he was still reluctant to give up, he turned around and ran out of the ice cave. But then, he felt the vibration under his feet seemed to have eased a lot, and he couldn't help but stop and turn to look into the depths of the ice cave. After a slight hesitation, he still shouted loudly, "Master, how are you? It's okay. Come back." Feeling that the Abyss Demon Lord had been completely suppressed, Tan Yuntian replied loudly, and then he moved his feet and flew towards the ice cave. He cast a spell in his hand, and a gap more than one person high appeared in the milky white light shield, and through the gap you can see a figure with an anxious face looking over. Here dozens of meters away, and a smile can't help but appear at the corner of his mouth. "Master, you are out." Lu Yen, who was about to escape, saw the old figure and couldn't help but shout excitedly, and his eyes instantly turned red. Tan Yuntian took a step forward and appeared beside her in an instant. He wiped away the tears from Lu Yan's eyes and said with a smile, "Fool, why are you crying? I'm out of trouble, you should be happy." "Yeah, I'm happy." Lu Yen quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes and said, with a sob, "You're out of trouble, I should be happy." She said this, but the tears from the corners of her eyes still flowed down. Involuntarily, seeing her like this, Tan Yuntian stopped trying to persuade her, but there was still a touch of emotion in his eyes. Since he entered here, he actually never thought he could come out alive. Thinking of the boy who rescued him, he couldn't help but look around. Seeing that he was not nearby, he asked, "Why is my apprentice not here?" #C1342 7-colored Holy Dragon Scales. Woo, woo, woo. The howling wind lasted for more than 10 minutes before slowly stopping. The same time, almost all the cracks in the abyss were repaired. There are only 2 cracks that almost penetrate the entire spiritual source, and they have not yet been completely repaired. But looking at it like this, the impact shouldn't be too big. Roar. The low dragon roar was still ringing, and at the same time there seemed to be some faint spiritual fluctuations coming from the divine source. This made Xiao Han's eyes light up, and he immediately used the spirit control.
Technique.
Thank you. Thank you. Then a slightly childish and intermittent sound immediately penetrated into the ears. Although he had already guessed that the divine source in front of him might have given birth to spiritual intelligence, he still couldn't help but be stunned when his guess was confirmed. The divine source of spiritual wisdom was born. Xiao Han whispered with shock in his heart, and quickly said, "You're welcome, it's just a small effort. For you, it's a small effort. But for me, it's a life-saving kindness." Colorful Yulong shook his head and continued in a deep voice, "I am finally alive again, but it took too long, so the injury has not completely healed. I will definitely repay you for your life-saving kindness. But it may take a while. Only when the injury is completely healed can I be able to help you break through the existing bottleneck." "What? Help me break through the bottleneck?" Xiao Han's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "You must know that this game is connected to reality. If the current strength cannot break through, the level in the game will always be stuck. For example, right now, he is a level 6 beast shifter, so his level can only be upgraded to level 120. If he cannot break through and become a 7th level warrior or a 7th level beast transformer, he will always be stuck at this level without any solution. Because no matter where I go, I can't accept job transfer tasks. But now, this divine source actually has a way to help him break through the current bottleneck. If I break through in the game, will my strength in reality also break through?" Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Han couldn't help but stare fiercely, and immediately asked in a deep voice, "Those 2 cracks look quite serious." "Well, it's indeed quite serious," Colorful Dragon said in a low voice, and then continued, "So now I need to find a quiet place to practice so that these 2 cracks can be healed as soon as possible. Only then will I have the ability to assist you in your breakthrough." "Is this like this?" Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he squinted and asked, "But it shouldn't be so easy to heal these 2 cracks just by practicing. If there is anything you need help with, just let me know. I might be able to help you." "Do you want to help?" Chitsai Yolong's eyes lit up and he said impatiently, "If you can help, that would be the best. Once these 2 cracks can be completely healed, it will be easy for you to break through and become the god of war. Even going a step further is possible." "Go further." Xiao Han whispered something in his mouth, and immediately understood its meaning and quickly asked, "Then tell me quickly, how can I help you?" "Energy. I need enough energy," Colorful Dragon said without politeness. "As long as enough energy is absorbed, these 2 cracks can even heal within a few hours. For example, if the number of energy crystals you just took out could be doubled by about 1,000 times, it would be enough." "Fuck! 1,000 times?" Xiao Han couldn't help but uttered a curse word, and said with a depressed face, "You might as well say, let me dig a spiritual vein for you directly. If it is possible, spiritual veins are not impossible." Chitsai Yulong replied and continued, "But if it is just a spiritual vein, the energy should not be enough. If I want my injury to heal completely, it needs at least 1 dragon vein. I'll go, I can't do this." Xiao Han's face darkened, and he smiled bitterly. The demonic disaster that took place for thousands of years, both the spiritual veins and the dragon veins, have been destroyed. It's not easy to find a ground line now. "I know." Chitsai Yulong nodded and continued expectantly, "But I'm not picky about food. I can absorb even the dark attribute spiritual veins in the abyss. Although the Great War in ancient times destroyed all the earth veins, spiritual veins and dragon veins, the spiritual veins in the abyss were not destroyed. If I can find 1 or 2 spiritual sources of dragon vein quality, I can recover quickly. At that time, not only can I help you break through to the realm of the god of war, I can also help Tan Yuntian and Lu Yen below. Let me go. Are you so perverted? Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper. His eyes flickered and he continued, with my current strength I can't go to the abyss. Do you have any artifacts? Or anything at the level of a holy weapon? If there are a few pieces of equipment that greatly increase my strength, and I call a few friends who are reasonably strong, I might be able to go to the abyss. No, how could I have that kind of thing? The 7-colored dragon shook his head slightly and said with disappointment, perhaps the Abyss Demon Lord below may have this kind of equipment. But now, even with the help of the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation, I can't refine it in a short time. But if you are really willing to help me, I can temporarily suppress the injury. It should take at most 1 or 2 years to completely refine it, and then you can get the equipment of the Abyss Demon Lord. Ding! As the 7-colored dragon finished speaking, Xiao Han immediately heard a light sound in his ear. Do you accept the task? After many days, another task appeared. He still has some lingering fears after accepting one at Shenxi Island last time. However, thinking of the rich rewards that can be obtained after completing the task, he said without hesitation, of course I will help sincerely. I will gather people immediately after returning. Ding! The task is successfully received. As the voice fell, Xiao Han did not even have time to check the task. Introduction, and the colorful dragon pulled out a piece of colorful dragon scale from under his forehead and said in a deep voice, this is my dragon scale. As long as there is a dragon vein within 1,000 meters nearby, it can feel it. Swoosh! As he said, the colorful dragon scale flew out from the crack on the source of God, and Xiao Han subconsciously reached out to catch it. And the system prompt sounded immediately in his ears. Ding! You or a piece of colorful dragon scale, triggering 100 times reward, you get a piece of colorful holy dragon scale. Hashtag C1343 Spirit Source Mission. After successfully accepting the task and obtaining a piece of 7-colored holy dragon scale, Xiao Han stopped talking to 7-colored wandering dragon. Seeing its figure flash, it disappeared into the crystal wall. At this time, he had time to look at the scale in his hand. 7-colored holy dragon scale. An extremely rare material. Not only can it be used to make holy tools, but it also has a very keen sense of spiritual energy with a detection range of 10,000 times 10,000. Seeing such an introduction, Xiao Han couldn't help but stare, and couldn't help but whispered, hey! Equipment above the artifact is called a holy tool? It's a pity that 7-colored wandering dragon only gave 1 piece. Otherwise I could try to make a holy tool. Xiao Han still felt very sorry about this. If there were more scales like this, maybe the holy tool equipment could be made directly. At that time, let alone the abyss, even the Lord of the Abyss would dare to touch it. But this scale, and there is only this one, is also needed to detect the location of the dragon vein, and even accurately find the spiritual source. Hey, after the 100-fold reward increase, the detection area has also increased 100 times. Just now, the 7-colored dragon said that it can only detect dragon veins. I wonder if the upgraded 7-colored holy dragon scale can detect spiritual veins or even ground veins with lower spiritual energy reaction. If these 2 kinds of spiritual veins can also be detected, it would be perfect. Thinking with some expectation in his heart, Xiao Han took a closer look at the 7-colored scale in his hand and saw a 7-colored light spot inside swimming quickly. Obviously, this is the 7-colored dragon that just left. Even it can no longer avoid the detection of the 7-colored holy dragon scale. This made Xiao Han feel a little proud, but he didn't think much about it. He just looked at it a few more times and put it away, and then quickly opened the task panel to take a look. Offering the spiritual source. Task requirements. Enter the abyss to find the spiritual source and offer it to the divine source. Task reward. Unlimited. Can be submitted repeatedly. Contribute a ground vein level spiritual source. Depending on the quality of the ground vein, 1 to 10 players can be designated to help them complete the breakthrough of the profession below level 1 to 3. Contribute a spiritual vein level spiritual source. Depending on the quality of the spiritual vein, 1 to 10 players can be designated to help them complete the breakthrough of the profession below level 4 to 6. Contribute a dragon vein level spiritual source. Depending on the quality of the dragon vein, 1 to 10 players can be designated to help them complete the breakthrough of the profession below level 7 to 9. Oh my! Can I submit it repeatedly? After reading the introduction on the task panel, Xiao Han's eyes widened. He didn't expect to receive such a task. But this seems to be very good for him. After all, once this idea is really confirmed, there is no need to worry that Jiang Xiaoyun will always be stuck at level 4. Even Guohuai Manyong and Fu Chengji and others will have the opportunity to break through. In this way, even if all the mutant beasts in the 4 forbidden areas rush out, there is no need to worry too much. Thinking with some excitement in his heart, Xiao Han even wanted to fly to the abyss immediately. However, since the crisis of the Abyss Demon Lord has been resolved, he also has to go and see the Chief Master to see if he can get some more benefits from him. After finishing here, he will go to the Sunset Grassland to take a look. After all, more than half a month has passed, and the breakthrough of the Purple Flame Dragon Horse should have been completed. With the blessing of 100 times the reward, it will successfully upgrade to an Emperor level. Bait. And even in the Abyss, the Emperor level Abyss demons are not everywhere. Bringing the Purple Flame Dragon Horse, it will be easier to enter the Abyss. At the same time, as the grade breaks through to the Emperor level, its flying speed will be faster than before. If it encounters any irresistible danger, it may also escape. Hey, what will it evolve into this time? Thinking with some excitement in his heart, Xiao Han didn't want to delay here any longer and immediately turned around and ran in the direction he came from. Damn it! Which way should I go next? He barely remembered a few forks in the road, but forgot the rest.
Xiao Han
couldn't help but curse in a low voice, and then energy immediately rushed to his ears. At this time, a familiar voice immediately drilled into his ears. I don't know, but Junior Brother should be here soon. Well, then wait for him here for a while. But you just said that there are some parts of the technique that you don't understand. What exactly is it that you don't understand? Tell me so I can hear it. Now let's not do it. Anyway, you've escaped. Let's go back and talk about it later. Listening to the voices coming from afar, Xiao Han immediately distinguished that the fork in the road was correct, and then he moved his feet and ran quickly in the direction where the sound came from. But his brows frowned slightly, and he whispered, "The technique, what kind of technique is it that is so difficult to understand? Is there a better technique in the hands of that cheap master?" Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han ran faster and faster, and the forked roads were constantly left behind. In just over 2 minutes, he returned to the teleportation array where he came in before. At this time, the distance to the voice was less than a kilometer. Turning around a corner again, Xiao Han immediately saw Lu Yen and the old figure standing next to Lu Yen. Space teleportation. He didn't want to run the remaining kilometer. With a slight thought in his mind, he instantly appeared beside the two of them, and said with surprise, "Master, you are finally out of trouble." "Yeah." Tan Yuntian nodded in response, and then said with a smile, "This is all thanks to you, otherwise I might have died here." "What are you talking about?" Xiao Han hurriedly shook his head, showing an expression of disbelief, and said in a deep voice, "Master is so powerful, how could he die? It's just a small abyss demon lord. Sooner or later he will be completely killed. Hee. Don't compliment me. Tan Yuntian smiled bitterly, shaking his head. He continued, how can I not know what my own strength is? Even if the Lord of the Abyss has been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years, I can't be its opponent. In the distant ancient times, only the 9th-level professionals were qualified to fight them to the death. And I am still far from that realm. Seeing that Han Xiao looked disapproving and seemed to want to continue to flatter, Tan Yuantian waved his hand and said with a smile, don't talk about me. Let's talk about you. Talk about me? Xiao Han was stunned and asked in confusion. What are you talking about me? What can I say?
C1344-in yang misterius art.
Haha. What else can I say? Of course it's about your talent. Seeing Han Zhao's confused look, Tan Yuntian continued with a smile, your senior sister just told me that it only took you less than a month to break through to the intermediate level. This kind of talent is not just one in a million. Even in ancient times, I have never heard of such a thing. I want to know if it is true. Hey, this is it.
Xiao Han smiled proudly.
Now that his awesomeness has been blown out, of course he would not deny it, and admitted with a smile. Yes, it did only take less than a month. But I am the chosen one. Isn't this speed normal? Is it really normal? Tan Yuntian shook his head, no longer entangled in this matter, and continued in a deep voice. You may have other secrets, but every chosen person has some secrets that others don't know. As for what it is, I won't ask. But now, most of the seals left over from ancient times have begun to loosen, and your improvement in strength is still a bit slow. Hey, what can I do? Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he immediately said, without good training techniques, it is already very good to have this speed. If the master has any good skills, maybe in a month, I might become the king of war or even the god of war. Ha! You really dare to think about it. Tan Yuntian chuckled, turned over his hands and took out a thin book, and said with a non-committal smile, I don't have advanced cultivation techniques here either. Our magic seal masters specialize in spiritual power, so we don't have good cultivation techniques to pass down. I found this in a ruins on the Arctic ice sheet. If you want to quickly improve your strength, this technique should be of some use. Arctic ice field? Xiao Han whispered. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he reached out to catch the dark blue ancient book. At this time, the system prompts immediately sounded in the ears. Ding, you have obtained a copy of the Fierce Yang Peiyuan Gong Earth level, triggering 100-fold reward, and you have obtained a copy of the Yin Yang Xian Gong Heaven level. Yin Yang Xian Gong, what kind of skill is this? Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper in his heart, and the dark blue ancient book in his hand instantly turned into black and white. Fortunately, at this time, Tan Yuntian had already turned his gaze to Lu Yen aside, and did not notice that the dark blue book had changed. But this was good, and it saved the trouble of explanation. Xiao Han quickly put the book in his hand into the space ring, and said respectfully, Thank you, Master. I will definitely practice seriously. Well, I hope it's not too late. Tan Yuntian looked at the ice cave behind him and said in a low voice, Just now, I also taught you the Shenin wedding clothes technique to your senior sister. You two should practice together. These two exercises are a set. If practiced together, the effect will be better. A set of skills? Xiao Han said in confusion, and immediately turned to look at Lu Yen, who was standing quietly aside. At this time, I saw that her face was flushed with embarrassment, and her face was so pink that it was almost dripping with water. As for what this meant, Xiao Han understood it instantly, and couldn't help but secretly thought, Damn it, is this horse riding a dual cultivation technique? Although he has always had thoughts about Lu Yen. After all, he is a normal man, and he is also a man with strong needs. If he has no ideas when facing a top-notch beauty like Lu Yen, then he is probably not a man. But if you have an idea, you have an idea, and you don't have to put it into action. Jiang Xiaoyun is very important to him, so even in the game he never intends to start another relationship. What should I do? Should I refuse? Seeing that Lu Yen had no intention of rejecting her, Xiao Han, no matter how dull he was, understood her intentions at this time. Back in the demon ceiling tower, I kissed her, hugged her, and even saved her life. This can be regarded as a hero saving a beauty, so it is not strange that Lu Yen has feelings for him. Thinking that every time he went to find Lu Yen, Xiao Wu was always irritated with him, and Xiao Han finally found out the reason. But even so, he can't accept it. No, you can't refuse it directly. Xiao Han didn't have much experience in dealing with this kind of thing, but he also knew that it would be bad to refuse directly. He couldn't help but secretly thought, I have to let her know that I already have a wife. After I go back in a while, ask Xiaoyun to come see me immediately. I think she will understand what it means. Having made such a decision in his heart, Xiao Han no longer struggled and said immediately, I know, but I can practice very quickly by myself. Practice alone? Tan Yuntian shook his head gently and said in a deep voice, this technique cannot be practiced by one person. The abyss demons are about to come again, and there is no time for you to practice step by step. The world of the future will still need young people like you to fight to give the people of the world a chance of survival. I am definitely obligated to do this, but Xiao Han hesitated, and in order to prevent Lu Yen from having unnecessary misunderstandings, he said harshly, but such a burden cannot be placed entirely on young people. Master, you are so powerful, you should also contribute to expelling the Abyss Demon Clan. I have been contributing all the time, Tan Yuntian said in a deep voice, pointing to the ice cave behind him, and said in a deep voice, I have been here for nearly 10 years. It's just that my potential has been exhausted, and there is no possibility of further progress. So the future still belongs to you young people. Although I can still shield you from some wind and rain, it still depends on you to expel the Abyss Demon Clan. Hey! Just shielding from the wind and rain is not enough.
Xiao Han flipped
his hand and took out a pill, smiling, and said, This is the 100 turns Shenyuan pill. It is said that taking this pill has at least an 80% chance of advancing to a Level 9 professional. If Master can make further progress, I believe that the Abyss Demon Lord should be able to seal it at will. 100 turns Shenyuan pill? Tan Yuntian's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, Where did you get this elixir that only exists in legends? Hey! This is my secret. Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and continued, Didn't senior sister tell you that I not only have amazing talent in cultivation, but also am a good alchemist? Shenin wedding clothes technique, just hearing the name, it is a kind of technique that harms others and benefits oneself. I don't want senior sister to be hurt because of this technique that sounds very evil. Okay. Tan Yuntian took the elixir handed over by Han Xiao and said in a deep voice, I didn't think about this matter. In this case, I won't say anything more. If I can make further progress with this elixir, I should be able to buy some time for the world, and you really don't have to rush to practice this technique. #C1345 causing harm to the country and the people. After explaining some things that needed attention, Tan Yuntian turned and left alone. With the Baijuan Shenyuan pill, he needs to find a suitable place to try to break through and become a 9th level professional. Sister, let's go back too. Seeing that Tan Yuntian had disappeared from sight, Xiao Han wisely did not mention Liang Peiyuan Gong again and walked straight towards the teleportation array. After all, it would be very embarrassing to talk about dual cultivation. As for the 100 turns Shenyuan pill given away, although it was a pity, it was acceptable to him, because in a short period of time, this elixir will not be used at all. And if Tan Yuntian can use this pill to break through and become a 9th level magic sealing master, he might be able to kill the Abyss Demon Lord, and he might even explode a few holy weapons. By then, his strength will also skyrocket, and entering the abyss will not be so dangerous. Once you can obtain the resources in the abyss as well as those rare medicinal materials, you can also try to refine many high-level elixirs in the Wandan Code. Now he only loses one, but in the future he can refine 10, hundreds, or even tens of millions or 10,000. With this thought in his mind, the teleportation array appeared in front of him. As Xiao Han raised his feet and walked up, he also turned his head and glanced at Lu Yen beside him, but saw that her face was still blushing, and a wry smile suddenly appeared in his heart. To be honest, he was a little proud that this kind of thing happened to him. But this kind of beauty is really hard to enjoy. Now that he understood Lu Yan's intentions, of course he couldn't delay it any longer. If you can't accept this feeling, you have to cut the knot quickly and completely nip this feeling in the bud. Senior sister is also a very independent woman, so she should be able to withstand such a blow. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Zhang Xiaoyun and then continued with a smile. Senior sister, the matter here is over. Let's go back too. Lu Yen responded with a sound like a mosquito and walked up to the teleportation array. At the same time, he said with a smile on his face, thanks to you this time, the master is finally out of trouble. It's okay. Isn't this what it should be? The two of them were talking, the light on the teleportation array flashed, and the two of them disappeared. Almost at the same time, Zhang Xiaoyun also clicked on Xiao Han's message. After reading it, he couldn't help but chuckle and muttered, "Oh, excellent. Men are indeed welcome everywhere. I just didn't expect that he didn't eat it smoothly, and now he wants my help." It's no exaggeration to say that Lu Yan's figure and appearance are rare to see in 1,000 years. Even a man can't help it. Thinking this in his mind, Zhang Xiaoyun couldn't help but blush. But whispered, if I hadn't experienced it myself, I would really doubt whether he was a man. But since I want to expel the mistress, I have to compare her to that. Lu Yen is indeed a beauty that is rare to see in 1,000 years. But, compared to me, she is still a little behind. With that said, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately put on a tight-fitting gauze skirt, and her figure slowly changed at the same time, making her curves more soft and plump. At the same time, there were some subtle changes that were difficult to detect on her charming face, and this change made her become more charming and alluring. This should be enough. Looking at himself in the mirror, Zhang Xiaoyun whispered, and at the same time touched his pointed ears and whispered, will the elf ears cause some unnecessary trouble? Forget it, it doesn't matter so much. Xiao Han can protect me anyway. Only by making those vixens feel ashamed will they not overestimate their abilities and covet my husband. Having made a decision in his heart, Zhang Xiaoyun didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took out a gauze scarf and put it on his face. Then he opened the wooden door of the sewing room and walked out. At this time, as the best tailor shop in Stormwind City, there are still many players buying and repairing leather armor here. Seeing a female player wearing a gauze skirt and a gauze scarf walking out of the backyard of the tailor shop, everyone couldn't help but take a few more glances. But just this look made the tailor shop instantly quiet. It wasn't until the figure in the gauze skirt left that someone woke up with their eyes shining brightly and shouted with shock, "Fuck me! There is such a woman in the world. The legendary fairy is probably nothing more than this. Yes, it's a pity that she wears a scarf on her face, so we can't see her appearance, but just her figure and temperament make people have an irresistible impulse. This kind of perfect woman with almost no flaws does not exist in reality. She should be an NPC. No, I saw her coming out of the sewing room. If she is an NPC, she shouldn't come out of the kind of tailor that can be rented. Hey, he's not an NPC. While everyone was talking about it, a player wearing blue leather armor laughed and then immediately said, "If you have been to Ice City, you should have heard of this woman." Although she didn't do anything at the beginning, several guilds collapsed because of her. There were even 2 cities that were destroyed by some big guys who wanted to court her because of her. Damn it. Are you talking about Yunling from Ice City? When the Ice City was mentioned, a player immediately knew who the woman who just passed by was, but still asked with some doubt. But I have also seen the video on the forum. That Yunling is indeed beautiful, but not to the extent of what she just saw. Hey, that's because you don't know her. The player wearing blue leather armor grinned and chuckled, and continued with shining eyes. That woman is not simple at all. If it were 200 years ago, she would definitely bring disaster to the country and the people. It is said that she can switch to more than a dozen appearances at will, and the one that just passed by is the appearance of the elves. When I was in Ice City, I saw her transform into a leopard girl with my own eyes. The leopard print and the figure were even more popular than the one just now. I still have that video. And whenever she appears with a special appearance, it will almost always cause a bloody storm. Fuck. Is it so exaggerated? The surrounding players didn't quite believe it, but their eyes still unconsciously looked at the place where Yunling just disappeared, and their feet slowly moved towards that place. The player wearing blue leather armor chuckled and said with interest, "I wonder who will be unlucky today. I have to go and take a look." As he said that, he moved and immediately rushed out of the tailor shop. The remaining players did not hesitate at all and immediately chased after him, with gossipy faces. Soon, all the players in the city followed the fairy-like figure and ran towards the teleportation hall. #C1346 declares sovereignty. 1. Stormwind City, Teleportation Hall. Zhang Xiaoyun stood outside the hall and waited quietly, occasionally looking at the entrance of the hall. But the figure she was expecting never appeared, which made her a little disappointed. At the same time, all the nearby players began to gather here, and at the same time they also showed a look of wanting to chat up, but not daring to approach. However, the discussion of the crowd was endless. Yunling, it's Yunling from Hanbing City. I finally see her in person. Didn't expect her to be more beautiful than in the video. It's incredible. She's not an NPC. I wonder which city she is in now. Why, from what you said, do you still have feelings for her? Is it not possible? This kind of top-notch woman that is rare in 1,000 years, any man will have feelings for her. If I can make love with her, I would be willing to live 20 years less. Amid the discussions, most men had such thoughts, but some people said with disdain, "TSK, you still have feelings for her? If you don't have the strength of a level 7 evolver, but if you touch her, you will never see the sun tomorrow." Hey, this funny guy probably hasn't figured out the situation yet. Is Yunling someone that ordinary people can mess with? What's going on? Does this daughter have some special background? Even if she can't be touched in reality, there shouldn't be any problem in the game. Hey, the last person who thought so was killed by the Veteran Guild. Oh my god, the Veteran Guild is actually related to her. Could it be that this woman is the mistress of the great devil Han Xiao? It's hard to say, but it's really possible. Everyone was talking and speculating, and at the same time some women who thought they were pretty good said some sour words. Tisk, she's just a little prettier, what's the big deal? Where is she prettier? How come I can't see it at all? Just look at her face. With plastic surgery and those silicone breasts, can you call it prettier? Are you men blind? You can call such a vixen pretty. I'm better than her. That's right, and people like Xiao Han can do big things. A woman like this, who only has a skin but no talent, is only worthy of being a plaything at most. Hey, it's a pity that some people can't even be a plaything. The players' discussions were endless, and most of them were not good words, which made Zhang Xiaoyun frown and feel a little irritated. However, in order to declare sovereignty to Lu Yen, the vixen, as soon as possible, he could only bear it now. Why hasn't she come yet? Didn't she say she would be there in 2 or 3 minutes? Muttering anxiously in his heart, Zhang Xiaoyun raised his toes and looked towards the teleportation hall again. This also made the surrounding players curious, and they couldn't help but speculate. Who is she waiting for? Who has such a big face? She looks like she is in love, and she seems to have dressed up deliberately. Isn't she waiting for a man? It's really possible, but I don't know who she is waiting for. Hey, isn't that Xiao Han? Could it be that Yunling is really Xiao Han's mistress? No way. Who is that person next to Xiao Han? Amidst the noisy discussions, Xiao Han also walked out of the teleportation hall with Lu Yen. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately felt that Yunling should not be Xiao Han's woman. After all, they also know Lu Yen. She is a very independent woman and should not accept polygamy. If Yunling is Xiao Han's woman, she should not dare to make trouble at this time. Husband. But at this moment, a soft and charming cry sounded, and the woman in a tight, long skirt ran towards Xiao Han like a butterfly. At the same time, in the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, Xiao Han immediately opened his arms and held her firmly in his arms. Fuck! How is this possible? She is really Han Zhao's woman. Amid the exclamations, all the players showed an expression of disbelief and then looked at the woman next to him. At this time, Lu Yen, who was next to Xiao Han, seemed to be frightened by something. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her body shook slightly. It was not until a long time later that he asked in disbelief, Are you married? Yes. Xiao Han nodded in response. Since things have come to this point, he certainly would not deny it. He smiled and introduced, This is my wife, her name is Yunling. After saying that, he pulled Zhang Xiaoyun and said, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and call me senior sister. Hello, senior sister. My name is Yunling. Nice to meet you. Because she was prepared in her heart, Zhang Xiaoyun was not at all restrained, and said it generously, and Lu Yen seemed unable to accept this for a while. She squeezed out a smile, and said, Hello. Hello, my name is Lu Yen. If you have time in the future, you can come to my house often. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyun was not polite and continued with a smile. My Han Xiao often mentioned you to me and said that you are very good to him. I am his senior sister. Isn't it my duty to take care of my junior brother? Lu Yen whispered. Although she still didn't want to believe it, she slowly got used to it, and at the same time she took a serious look at the woman in front of her. I have to say that this is an extremely beautiful woman, who combines charm and purity, and is even half better than her. And when he meets such a woman, his junior brother must not be able to refuse her. Hey, it seems Xiao Wu is right. Sighing secretly in her heart, Lu Yen couldn't help but feel a little lucky. Fortunately, she hadn't had time to express her feelings. Otherwise she wouldn't have known how to end it. And there is no need to practice the Shenin wedding clothes technique. Thinking of this, Lu Yen turned over and took it out, forced a smile and said, softly, It's our first time meeting. I don't have anything to give you. This training method should be of some benefit to you and your junior brother. Practice skills. Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up and he immediately reached out to take it. This also made Xiao Han, who had just stretched out his hand, flash a look of pity on his face. But he didn't notice that Lu Yen suddenly stared at Zhang Xiaoyun's fingers, and his expression suddenly changed. #C1347 declare sovereignty. 2. Ruyan ring. How could Ruyan ring be in her hand? Looking at the familiar ring, Lu Yan's eyes were full of disbelief, and her eyes looking at Xiao Han also became complicated instantly. She later went to look for the pieces of equipment that were lost in the ceiling demon tower, but in the end, she couldn't find any of them. But today, she actually found one on Yunling's finger, which made Lu Yen simply couldn't believe her eyes. Heh, my ring, he actually gave it to another woman. Enduring the pain from her heart, Lu Yen looked at the woman in front of her with a complicated face, and then a thought came to her mind. At the same time, the Ruyan armor on her body also trembled slightly. And almost at the same time, Yunling's towering chest also trembled slightly. This made Lu Yan's face change again instantly, and she gritted her teeth and whispered, "This bastard. He even took my inner." Thinking of the scene in the ceiling demon tower, she often felt fortunate. After all, without Han Xiao, she might have died long ago, not to mention killing the Abyss Blood Emperor and saving her master. But today, thinking about her underwear, which was actually worn by Yunling, Lu Yen even wanted to kill him. But thinking of her master and the duties of the demon sealer, she couldn't help but sigh secretly and whispered to herself, "Forget it, he never liked me. Anyway, and everything at the beginning was just a misunderstanding. Isn't it natural for a man to give the good things he got to his wife? At least he did nothing wrong in this regard." Forcibly suppressing the unhappiness in her heart, Lu Yen secretly looked at Yunling again, then slowly adjusted her mentality, forced a smile and said, "That's great, you two are a good match. I have something to do here, so I'll go back first. I'll take you there." Seeing Lu Yan's face change several times, Xiao Han didn't know whether she accepted this fact, but still said it politely. Lu Yen shook her head gently and waved her hand to refuse. "No, we have already returned to Stormwind City. I don't need you to take me there. You too. I haven't seen each other for a long time. I can go back by myself, so I won't disturb your reunion. If you have time, you can come to my place and sit down." "Okay. We will definitely go there when we have time." Since Lu Yen insisted, Xiao Han no longer forced her. After watching her disappear in the crowd, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, love debts are the most troublesome, but fortunately they were easily resolved. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun, who was dressed up beside him, Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a heat in his heart again, and even wanted to execute her on the spot. Immediately. Alas, it's a pity that the Xianin wedding clothes art is gone. He sighed secretly in his heart. He only hated that he reached out too slowly. At that time, otherwise, after the 100-fold reward, it would be another heaven-level cultivation method. And with the heaven-level Yinyang Shen Gong, it might be able to play the effect of a god-level art. But now it's too late to say anything. Even this matter can't be said, otherwise Jiang Xiaoyun will probably blame himself. Forget it, it's good to have a copy of Yinyang Shen Gong. Thinking that there is no more materialization talisman in the space ring, Xiao Han said directly, "Let's go. I'll take you to kill monsters and level up." "Kill monsters and level up?" Jiang Xiaoyun repeated in a low voice, and immediately nodded and said, Okay. Where are we going?" "To the Sunset Grassland." Xiao Han continued as he walked. "My purple flame Dragon Horse should have successfully advanced now. Let's go to the Sunset Grassland to pick it up now, and it will be easier to kill monsters." "Purple Flame Dragon Horse?" Jiang Xiaoyun's eyes lit up and he asked, quickly, "So we are going to the lair of the Purple Flame Thunder Horse. There should be many foals there." Hee, you may be disappointed." Xiao Han laughed and continued, "All the foals have been caught. There should be no more in a short time." "Not even one left?" Jiang Xiaoyun's face flashed with disappointment, and he whispered with a depressed face, "I still want to wait for you to have time to catch one for me." Hee. What's so difficult about this?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued with confidence. "Even if there are no foals, I can force you to catch an adult one." As he said, he pulled Jiang Xiaoyun and walked into the teleportation array. The light on the teleportation array flashed, and the two were instantly teleported to Yunshao City. This place was originally located in the Sunset Grassland. The reason why they chose to build a city here was because they saw the resources on the Sunset Grassland. Now the core members of the veteran guild almost all have an elite mount. And the flow of people in Yunxiao City is also very terrifying. Because of the 6th level teleportation array, except for the 4 system. Main cities, the number of players entering and leaving here is the largest. Pulling Jiang Xiaoyun out of the crowded teleportation hall, Xiao Han immediately stretched out his hand and waved forward. Roar! A green dragon instantly appeared in the air. Although the place where the purple flame dragon horse broke through was only more than 10 minutes away from Yunxiao City, this was measured by his speed. If Jiang Xiaoyun didn't have a mount, it would take several hours just to get there. Raising his hand and throwing a earth spirit pill to Wayman's, Xiao Han hugged the still dazed figure beside him and flew to the back of the green dragon. At this time, almost all the players who came out of the teleportation hall showed envy on their faces. Until Xiao Han had already flown away, he said with jealousy, "This guy, I don't know what kind of shit luck he has. Why does he get all the good things?" "Hush, you are going to die. This is Yunxiao City. What are you afraid of? It's just a game. Even if I get killed 100 times, what can I do? I'm not afraid of him." For the discussion on the ground, Xiao Han can still hear it clearly even if he is more than 10 kilometers away. But he doesn't care. After all, even the emperor hundreds of years ago couldn't completely stop the people from speaking. Since they want to talk, let them talk anyway. He won't lose a hair because of it. As long as they can continue to grow stronger, no matter how deep the resentment in those people's hearts is, they can only talk about it behind their backs forever. "Heh! I don't have time to spend my energy on you." Muttering to himself, the two of them sat on the back of the green dragon, one in front and one behind, and the speed of flight became faster and faster. At this time, Lu Yen also returned to her own courtyard and walked straight to the underground secret room that purified the blood evil magic beads. #C1348 Mass Enslavement of Mounts. 1. Boom! 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 After flying for more than 10 minutes, an altar covered by lightning finally appeared in sight. Looking at the sky full of lightning, Jiang Xiaoyun asked curiously, "What's over there? Is it the place where the purple flame dragon cult broke through?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and explained with a smile. "There is an altar handed down from ancient times over there. The dragon cult needs the power of the altar to have a better chance of successfully breaking through. So that's it." Jiang Xiaoyun looked over there with shining eyes and continued, "Although there are no foals, there are really many adult thunder foals. But they are all adults. Can you really force them to be enslaved?" "Heh!" Xiao Han chuckled and said confidently, "Why, you don't believe me?" "Not really." Jiang Xiaoyun shook his head gently and said with a puzzled face, "It's just that as far as I know, no one has ever successfully enslaved an adult pet. Just can't believe it." "Hey, just because others can't do it doesn't mean that your husband can't do it." Looking at the horses running around the altar over there, Xiao Han touched the Beast King leather armor on his body, and a hint of eagerness flashed in his eyes. But a hint of doubt rose in his heart, and he couldn't help but whispered, "It's been half a month, and the situation doesn't seem to be good. What's wrong?" Hearing Xiao Han say this, Jiang Xiaoyun quickly turned around and asked, "What's wrong over there? Is there something wrong with Longju?" "Yeah." Xiao Han responded in a low voice and continued, "The horses are running around the altar to provide energy to the altar. It should be that Longju's breakthrough is not going smoothly. Is there anything wrong with this?" Jiang Xiaoyun's face flashed a hint of doubt and he whispered, "As long as the energy is enough, wouldn't Longju be easier to break through?" "No, it's not what you think." Xiao Han shook his head and continued with a serious face. "There's not even one overlord-level purple-winged thunder colt over there. The last time the dragon colt broke through here, the leader of the herd sacrificed himself in order to make it break through successfully. And this time, the breakthrough requires more energy than the last time. is estimated that even if all the nearly 1,000 Thunder Colts are sacrificed, it will not be enough for the Dragon Colt to break through successfully. What should we do then? Zhang Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with anxiety, and he said in a hurry, "This Thunder Colt is extremely good among pets in terms of speed and attributes. If they are all sacrificed, won't they be caught in the future? Well, so we can't let them die." Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and touched the Beast King leather armor on his body again. The Beast King ring has now materialized. But this Beast King leather armor on his body also has the awesome skill of Beast King's power. If all the Thunder Colts here can be upgraded by 1 grade, the energy they provide will probably be enough for the Purple Flame Dragon Colt to break through. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As he was thinking this, he heard a series of neighs in the distance, and at the same time, dozens of purple-winged thunder horses flew into the air. Boom! 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 The thunder attribute energy in his body exploded instantly, turning all the dozens of purple-winged thunder horses into blood foam. After these blood foams touched the purple lightning shield, the already dim shield suddenly became bright again. Fuck! So many sacrifices at once. Seeing that 30 or 40 purple-winged thunder horses died in an instant, Xiao Han cursed with heartache, and at the same time he disappeared on Wayman's back in an instant without even saying hello to Zhang Xiaoyun. Space transfer. With the void ring that could teleport over long distances, Xiao Han appeared at the edge of the altar thousands of meters away in just a flash. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, the remaining purple-winged thunder horses also discovered him and neighed excitedly. Apparently, they still clearly remembered that when the Purple Flame Dragon Colt broke through for the first time, it was with the help of this human that an Emperor-level king appeared in the tribe. Now he came again, when they were about to run out of energy and could only use death to give birth to the king of the tribe. He came again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Excited neighs continued to sound, and even though the purple-winged thunder Colts were still running fast, they all looked over. Heh! These guys are not stupid. While chuckling, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became solemn, and then he immediately activated the spirit control technique and shouted loudly, You come here. Chirp. Out of trust, the purple-winged thunder colts that were pointed at rushed over, without any hesitation, and Xiao Han's mind immediately moved, and the energy in his body instantly poured into the Beast King leather armor, and a strong pressure immediately pressed on the thunder colts in front of him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The uneasy neighing sounded, but no purple-winged thunder colt left. Seeing this, Xiao Han immediately reached out and grabbed. Although the power of the Beast King can increase the success rate of enslavement by 30%, it can only last for 3 seconds. But the cooling time is as long as 120 seconds. So he must enslave all the purple-winged thunder colts in front of him within this limited time. At this time, seeing that the palm had reached out, the thunder colts were all a little uneasy, but they still did not move a step. And Xiao Han also took advantage of the situation and gently placed his palm on the forehead of one of them. Ding! You successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt. Leader. Triggering a 100-fold reward, you successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt. Overlord. When the system prompt sounded in his ears, Xiao Han was even a little bit unbelievable. He didn't expect that he would succeed for the first time. At the same time, the purple-winged thunder colt that was touched not only became stronger, but also its wingspan and shoulder height increased by about 30% on the original basis. Chirp, 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 and such a change instantly made the other thunder colts look over in disbelief. Then he immediately turned his eyes and stared at the man in front of him. Hey! I didn't expect it to be successful. Feeling the gazes of the other purple-winged thunder colts, Xiao Han certainly understood what they meant. The power of the Beast King can only last for 3 seconds, and he didn't have time to sigh, and immediately reached out to touch the nearest thunder colt. chirp. At this time, the purple-winged thunder horse that was about to be touched also leaned forward to cooperate. The moment Xiao Han's palm touched it, another system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! You have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder horse. Leader, triggering a 100-fold reward, you have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder horse. Overlord. Hashtag C1349 Mass Enslavement of Mounts. 2. Chirp, chirp, chirp. In just 3 seconds, 4 thunder steeds were successfully enslaved. Xiao Han shook his head slightly with some dissatisfaction. But the excited neighing sound continued to sound around, and the 4 purple-winged thunder steeds that had just been upgraded to the Overlord level immediately turned to the altar and ran over. In response, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and immediately released them. After all, Overlord-level pets were no longer useful to him. If they continued to be kept, they would occupy the position of the pet space, and then they would not be able to continue to enslave other thunder steeds. If only 4 thunder steeds were upgraded, it would not be enough for the purple flame dragon steed to successfully break through. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, 4 more leader-level purple-winged thunder horses flew over. Xiao Han couldn't help but frown slightly and whispered, 120 seconds. This is too long. More than 1,000 thunder horses. How long will it take to enslave them? If the cooling time can be shorter, it will be better, otherwise it will take more than 10 hours here. No, I remember that when Yunxiao built the city, it seemed that there was an equipment with cooling reduction. What was it? Time has passed too long and he has too many good equipment. Xiao Han can no longer remember what equipment it is. But equipment with cooling reduction attributes is extremely rare, so there is still some impression. Roar! At this time, Wyman's in the distance has begun to dive here, but Xiao Han knows clearly that the equipment is not on Jiang Xiaoyun, because at that time the teleportation array has not been opened. Frowning and thinking for a while, he really can't remember who took it away. He was too lazy to waste brain cells and sent a message to Guohuai directly. Then he looked at the thunder steeds in front of him and whispered, "The enslavement just now was successful in 1 try. Although the success rate has increased by 30%, it shouldn't be so abnormal. It seems that these thunder steeds are very willing to be enslaved by me, so even without the blessing of the power of the Beast King, the chance of successful enslavement must be high." With this thought in mind, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he used the enslavement technique without any hesitation, and reached out to touch the purple-winged thunder steed in front of him. Ding! You have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt. Leader, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt. Overlord. The familiar system prompt sounded, and Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said with excitement on his face, "Oh my God! It actually worked. Didn't it say that the success rate would drop by 99% after enslaving an adult? Could it be that the success rate would be greatly increased because the purple-winged thunder colt was willing to be enslaved?" After making an uncertain guess in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the purple-winged thunder colt in front of him, used the slave spirit technique again, and reached out to touch it. Ding! You have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt. Leader, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt. Overlord. As the familiar system prompt sounded again, Xiao Han was almost 90% sure of his guess. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this time, the few purple-winged thunder colts that had not been enslaved immediately became agitated. Obviously, they were already impatient for the breakthrough in strength. Hey! It was something Xiao Han had never expected, that the purple-winged thunder horse could be successfully enslaved into an adult without using the power of the Beast King. He couldn't help but grin and chuckled, and immediately reached out to continue enslaving. Ding! Amid a series of system prompts, the leader-level purple-winged thunder horses. In front of him also became overlord level. Beep, beep, beep. Just when Xiao Han was about to release them all, a quick ring suddenly rang in his ears, forcing him to stop what he was doing and look at his friend. List. Guo Huai. Has he found the equipment with cooling reduction so quickly? Xiao Han whispered in confusion and wanted to hang up directly. Anyway, he didn't need that equipment now. But after a little hesitation, he still answered the call. General Xiao. At this time, Guo Huai's slightly anxious voice came over. You said you were catching thunder foals? But aren't there only adult thunder foals over there? Hehe. What's wrong with adult thunder foals? Xiao Han grinned and chuckled, and continued. Even if it is an adult thunder foal, I can force it into slavery. So, you have caught it now? Guo Huai said excitedly, and immediately said, Then what do you want to do with the thunder foal you enslaved? Hehe. I was planning to let it go. Xiao Han certainly understood what he meant and smiled and continued. He continued. But there should be many players in the guild who need it. Let me build a teleportation array later. Look at the people in the guild who are qualified and arrange for them to teleport over to receive the thunder horses. There are probably more than 900 of them. Oh my God! More than 900? Guo Huai exclaimed in disbelief, and immediately said, I'll wait for your coordinates and arrange for someone to teleport over. Immediately. Well, then I'll hang up first. Without waiting for Guo Huai to respond, Xiao Han hung up the call directly, and at the same time gave up the idea of releasing the purple-winged thunder horse. Although this would waste some time, it would greatly enhance the strength of the veteran guild. And if these 1,000 thunder horses can be controlled by the players of the veteran guild, can they reproduce the thunder array that covered the sky and the sun? The purple-winged blood demon lion fell under the thunder array. More importantly, after these 1,000 thunder horses are all upgraded to the first level, how powerful will the thunder array released be? He is still looking forward to it. So it is completely worth wasting an hour or two for this now. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately took out some materials such as the void stone and the sky splitting stone to start building the teleportation array. Because they were all semi-finished materials, the construction speed was also very fast. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! You successfully built a first-level teleportation array triggering a 100-fold reward, and you successfully built a third-level teleportation array. Looking at the teleportation array that had just been built on the ground, Xiao Han immediately sent the coordinates to Guo Huai. At this time, Wymans also landed from the sky. Jiang Xiaoyun on his back saw this scene and asked curiously, Teleportation array, what are you doing here? Hey, I just caught a few thunder horses. Xiao Han chuckled and explained, casually, they are all overlord-level pets. It's a pity to let them go, so I plan to give benefits to the brothers of the veteran guild. What? All overlord-level thunder horses? Jiang Xiaoyun exclaimed and said quickly, I don't even have such a pet yet. Why don't you give me one as a benefit? Don't worry. Xiao Han shook his head and continued with a smile. Overlord, level pets are not worthy of your status. When things are over here, I will at least catch you an Emperor level 1. As he spoke, the light on the teleportation array flashed immediately, and Guo Huai had teleported over with more than a dozen players from the veteran guild. Hashtag C1350 Purple Flame Thunder Dragon 1. Ding! You have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt, elite, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt, leader. Ding! You have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt, ordinary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have successfully enslaved a purple-winged thunder colt, elite. As the system prompts continued to sound, more than 90% of the thunder colts were successfully enslaved in just over 2 hours. At the same time, these Thunder Colts were also traded by Xiao Han to players from the Veteran Guild. At this time, the player who obtained the Purple Flame Thunder Colt did not leave here, but let his Thunder Colt run around the altar with an excited look on his face, and his eyes were full of excitement and shock. Seeing adult Thunder Steeds being enslaved one after another, a player said, with emotion, "President Xiao Han is so amazing, he can even enslave adult Thunder Steeds." Hey, what's that? Don't you know that the Thunder Steeds enslaved by the president are at the lowest level of elites? I heard that those guys at the captain level even have a leader level pet. Yeah, I just asked a few people specifically. It's really enviable. I don't think there's anything to envy, since the president can enslave adult pets. Won't everyone in our veteran guild have a leader pet in the future? That's right. The ability to enslave adult pets is really too abnormal, but even my success rate of enslaving cubs is less than 30%. Amid the discussions, everyone became more confident in the future of the Veteran Guild, and most people's eyes were involuntarily attracted to the altar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Amidst the endless neighing, all the Thunder Horses began to release the lightning energy in their bodies. This also made the players curious, and someone immediately asked, "By the way, what are these Thunder Horses doing? I am also curious. It seems that it is not simple to release energy at such a cost." Hey, this is nonsense. That's right, since the president didn't let us leave, there must be a reason for it, but I just seem to see that there seemed to be a dragon-shaped phantom in the altar. Dragon-shaped phantom, is it true? Are you dazzled? Hearing the news of the dragon-shaped phantom, everyone immediately widened their eyes and looked into the depths of the altar. However, the thunder energy around the altar was too strong, and the entire altar was shrouded in a layer of purple light. Boom! 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 And the nearly 1,000 Thunder Horses running around the altar were still releasing the lightning energy in their bodies all the time. In the thunderous sound, it was impossible to see what was inside. At this time, Xiao Han's actions had not stopped, and he was still enslaving the Thunder Colt. Ding! You successfully enslaved a purple-winged Thunder Colt, ordinary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you successfully enslaved a purple-winged Thunder Colt, elite. Ding! You successfully enslaved a purple-winged Thunder Colt, ordinary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you successfully enslaved a purple-winged Thunder Colt, elite. Amid the system prompts, more and more Thunder Colts were enslaved, and as their strength increased, the lightning energy on the altar became more and more concentrated. Roar! Suddenly, a loud dragon roar came from the altar. Boom! 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 And the next second, in the deafening thunder, the lightning around the altar suddenly became violent. Before everyone could react, the sky full of lightning suddenly began to shrink and condensed into a dark purple sphere with a diameter of only 100 meters. At this time, through the sphere in the sky, it can be seen that there seems to be a snake-like shadow swimming inside. What is that? It was just a guess before, but now that there is a shadow inside, the players of the Veteran Guild around immediately started talking about it. Judging from the size of the one just now, there seems to be a dragon inside. The purple thunder ball. There is a dragon. It's impossible. Thousands of Thunder Horses have spent so much effort, and you actually told me that they are helping a dragon? This is really a strange thing, but it doesn't make sense logically. Hey, what's unreasonable about this? Haven't you heard that the name of the president's mount is Purple Flame Dragon Horse? Fuck. So, is the president's mount going to be promoted? After reaching such a conclusion, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and stared at the dragon-shaped shadow deep in the thunder ball. Roar! At this time, the dragon roar came from it again. As the energy in the thunderball was continuously absorbed, the dragon-shaped shadow inside became clearer and clearer. This made Xiao Han, who was enslaving an ordinary thunder horse, stop his actions and look towards the thunderball, whispering, "It seems that it is finally going to break through. Is it really the purple flame dragon horse?" Seeing that the shadow in the thunderball was like the dragon in the Yanhua totem, Guohuai couldn't help but whispered, "Could it be that all these purple-winged thunder horses have the blood of the dragon clan?" Ah! Before Xiao Han could answer, a dragon roar came from the thunderball again, and the extremely huge thunder energy seemed to be absorbed instantly. In the blink of an eye, a creature with horns like a deer, a neck like a snake, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, a belly like a clam, and paws like a tiger appeared in the sky. And all the nearby players looked up at the sky in a daze. After a long while, someone shouted in disbelief, "Fuck! The dragon is actually the dragon in the Yanhua totem. This is too magical. Yeah, I always thought that the dragons in the game were like those big lizards in the West, but I didn't expect that there would be a Yanhua dragon. It's so beautiful, our Yanhua dragon is so beautiful, I don't know what grade it is. Who cares what grade it is, as long as it's powerful. Hey, it should be an emperor-level pet. The president's purple flame dragon colt is said to be an emperor-level pet. Now it has successfully upgraded. Isn't it an emperor-level pet?" Amid the pleasant discussions around him, Xiao Han also looked stunned. He never thought that the purple flame dragon colt would look like this after its evolution. But at this moment, a system prompt sounded in my ears. "Ding, your pet purple flame dragon colt, Emperor, has successfully upgraded and evolved into purple winged thunder dragon, Emperor. Ding, you get a purple winged thunder dragon, Emperor, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a purple flame thunder dragon, Emperor. Hashtag C1351 purple flame thunder dragon. 2. I'll go, Emperor level thunder dragon?" Suddenly hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han couldn't even believe his ears. He quickly opened the properties panel and clicked on the pet interface to take a look. Purple flame thunder dragon, Emperor level 120. HP plus 220 billion. Magic. Attack plus 12 million. Physical attack plus 98000000. Physical defense plus 135000000. Magic. Defense plus 148000000. Skill. Thunderbolt, releases a bolt of lightning, causing 8,800,000 points of lightning attribute damage to the target, and 80% of it will paralyze the target for 1 second and cool down for 1 second. Skill. Lightning Chain, releases a chain lightning causing 9,600,000 points of lightning attribute damage to the target, and simultaneously ejects two targets within a radius of 300 meters. For each target ejected, the damage increases by 10% and can be ejected 50 times in a row, and has a 60% chance of paralyzing the target for 1.5 seconds with a 10-second cooldown. Skill. Thunderstrike, summons a bolt of lightning through the two horns on the head, causing 13 million points of lightning attribute damage to the target. At the same time, there is a 100% chance of paralyzing the target for 1 second, and the cooling time is 3 seconds. Skill. Thunder Wing Attack, transformed into lightning movement speed, increased by 10,000%, duration level times 60 seconds, cooldown 600 seconds. Skill. Crazy Thunder falls from the sky, releasing thousands of lightnings within a radius of 1 kilometer. Each lightning can cause 15 million points of thunder attribute damage to the target, and has a 50% chance of paralyzing the target for 2 seconds with a 30-minute cooldown. Skill. Thunderstorm, summon lightning through the two horns on the head to form a thunderstorm, causing 15 million points of thunder attribute damage per second to all targets within the storm range. Every second it lasts, it consumes 100,000 energy points and has a cooldown of 90 minutes. Skill. Purple Flame Crazy Dragon. Releases a Thunder Element Dragon with 60% of its own attributes. Can exist for 30 minutes, consumes 1 million energy points and has a cooldown of 3 days. Skills. 5 Thunder Strikes. Releasing 5 elements of thunder and lightning, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while causing 10 times damage. To the target, it can form a 5-element cage to imprison the target. It has a cooldown of 15 days. Introduction. The Purple Flame Thunder Dragon is a rare species in ancient times. It is born with the power of thunder. At the same time, a wisp of thunder flame and sky fire has been awakened in its body, giving it the possibility to become a divine beast. The long introduction page almost dazzled Xiao Han. The Purple Flame Thunder Dragon that successfully advanced has soared from the original 6 skills to 30 skills, especially the skills on the last page. Not only do their powers look abnormal, but their cooldown is calculated in days. But compared to skills, its attributes are even more shocking. My God! I have a life value of 220 billion. Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper something in his mouth, and Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh. Is it possible that an emperor-level boss has such a perverted health value? If this is the case, how abnormal should the attributes of the Abyss Demon Lord be? Seeing that the emperor-level pet had become so abnormal, Xiao Han suddenly became more afraid of the Abyss, although the equipment all over the body has been inlaid with attribute gems. But the attribute attacks provided by these attribute gems are less than 10 million in total. If you encounter an emperor-level boss, you should have no problem killing it. But if you encounter an emperor-level boss, you will probably be completely defeated. Magic disaster. This is really disappointing, thinking that in each abyss, there was a demon lord-level boss and an unknown number of emperor-level boss. Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper. At this time, he could also understand why his cheap master was so desperate. Thousands of years ago, when martial arts were still prosperous, they were unable to completely defeat the abyss demons. Now that martial arts has declined like this, can they defeat the demons again? Hey! I can only do my best and obey fate. Although he got an emperor-level pet, Xiao Han couldn't be happy at this time. Instead, he was even more worried about the future. This game is too closely related to reality. The demon god helmet was snatched back from Gnostics. Although it has not been used yet, the threat posed by the mutant beasts is already within control. Even if Yanhua is besieged by 10 or even 20 level 9 mutant beasts, he is now capable of dealing with it, because he is not the only one chosen by heaven. Zhan Tian, also known as Qin Zhan in Wuchuan, can also use the demon god helmet. But what worries Xiao Han is that if everything in the game can be realized, then there is a certain connection between the game and reality. And once the magic disaster is not blocked in the game, will it cause some bad changes in reality? After all, the emergence of mutated beasts is also due to the prehistoric ruins at the North and South Poles. If the coming of a demonic disaster had no impact on reality at all, he wouldn't believe it at all. It seems that I have to work harder. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became serious, and at the same time he felt a little happy in his heart, because the purple-winged thunder horse has been trained step by him to become an emperor-level purple flame thunder dragon. In the future, it may not be impossible to cultivate more emperor pets. If the players of the veteran guild can each have an emperor-level pet, what can they do even if the demonic disaster comes? As long as they are strong enough, it is not impossible to fight their way into the abyss. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's face flashed with determination, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the sky in the distance. Roar! At this time, the purple figure in the sky suddenly roared to the sky, and then the tail like a fishtail just flicked lightly and rushed towards him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. at the same time seeing that the purple flame dragon colt had successfully broken through. Nearly 1,000 purple-winged thunder ponies also excitedly neighed to the sky. This made the nearby veteran guild players all talk excitedly. 100-meter-long dragon. Why do I feel that the strength of this dragon seems to be more than just an emperor? Yeah, I have this feeling too. So it seems that it is more than just an emperor. The dragon of President Qingxue is an emperor-level pet, but it is less than 30 meters long. This is getting more and more outrageous. Is there a higher level than the emperor? Why have I never heard of it? Hey, just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Amidst the discussions, Xiao Han did not want to explain this matter, but a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly appeared behind him and flew straight to the purple flame thunder dragon. At this time, Waymans on the side had a flash of fear in his eyes, and there was also deep confusion in his light green pupils. After being stunned for a long time, he whispered, "Emperor level." It actually broke through to the emperor level. But how is this possible? Am I hallucinating? Half a month ago it was the same as me with only the strength of the emperor level. How come it has jumped a grade and directly broken through to the emperor level? #C1352 Wolf Cub. Master, I succeeded. When flying in front of the purple flame thunder dragon, a somewhat excited and childish voice came over. As Xiao Han took a step forward, he touched the purple scales with joy on his face, and then said with a smile, "Not bad. You finally made a breakthrough. How about it? I feel pretty good now." "Well, it's better than ever," Purple Flame Thunder Dragon said with emotion, and continued with excitement. "But I have to thank the Master for this. Without you, even with the help of the Thunder God Altar, I would not have been able to complete the breakthrough. Not to mention directly crossing a level and directly possessing the strength of the Emperor. Even the ancestors who are passed down by word of mouth in the clan were only at this level at the beginning." Ancestor. Xiao Han carefully looked at the figure in front of him and said, with a smile, "You should be no weaker than your ancestors now. But this should only be regarded as a starting point for you. Our enemies are the demons from the abyss, and you must continue to be strong, even stronger than your ancestors." "Of course," Purple Flame Thunder Dragon affirmed, and continued confidently, "One day in the future, I will go into the abyss to avenge my ancestors. It's good to have this ambition." Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and others flying over, he said directly, "You have just made a breakthrough. Go and consolidate your realm first. In the past few days, I will go to the abyss." "Yes," Purple Flame Thunder Dragon responded, but a look of hesitation flashed across his face. After a moment of hesitation, he still said, "I have used up all the Earth Spirit pills. Can you give me some more? If there are enough pills, the realm can be stabilized quickly." "Of course, it's no problem." Xiao Han took out 2 porcelain bottles with his backhand, threw them over, and immediately said, "When you run out of elixirs, just ask me for them." "New," the Purple Flame Thunder Dragon responded, and the dragon whiskers around its mouth instantly wrapped around the 2 porcelain bottles. When Xiao Han saw this, he didn't say anything more. With a thought in his mind, he immediately took it back to the pet space. At this time, Guohuai, Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and others had also flown over on Purple Flame Thunder Wing horses, and they all asked with shocked faces, "I must have heard it right just now, right? Thunder Dragon himself said that it has broken through to the Emperor level?" "Yeah." Seeing that everyone had heard it all, Xiao Han stopped concealing it, and said with a smile, "I'm lucky. I finally made it through successfully. But you guys seem to be very free today. Why do you have time to play the game? This is not very leisurely." Guohuai smiled bitterly and said seriously, "But there is nothing more important than 1,000 purple-winged thunder horses. Now, you have actually cultivated an emperor-level dragon. If the people of Yanhua knew about this, they would all go crazy with joy. It's a pity that there is no emperor-level pet manifestation talisman. Otherwise, it would be even more perfect. Yes, Fu Chengji said with emotion, and explained softly. Maybe for you 1,000 purple-winged thunder horses are not too important. But to us, these thunder horses are all elite level or above. There are even more than 100 at the leader level. This is such a powerful force that we cannot ignore it. Do you still need to pay attention to this? Xiao Han shook his head, helplessly, and continued with a smile. Do you know where there is a boss? Above the Overlord level in Sunset Grassland. Overlord level or above? Guohuai repeated something in a low voice and said helplessly. Bosses of this level are really rare. You also know the flow of people in Yunxiao City. Almost all the bosses in Sunset Grassland have been killed. Almost. A smile flashed across Xiao Han's face and he continued. Since it's almost, does it mean that he hasn't been killed yet? I just have time today, so I can catch some better pets for you. Better pets? Guohuai's eyes widened and he immediately said, to the west, there is a group of three-eyed silver wolves in the west. There were several guilds that wanted to attack them, but there were 2 emperor-level ones in that group of silver wolves, and a dozen or so emperor-level ones. Because they are too united and have a magic joining skill, the few guilds that took action all lost their troops, and one even had his entire army wiped out. So powerful? A flash of excitement flashed across Xiao Han's face, and he couldn't wait to ask, coordinates? Where are the coordinates? I'll catch them. I do have the coordinates, but I can't remember them anymore. Guohuai quickly reached out and pointed to the west and said urgently with his eyes shining. But we only need to go all the way west, which is less than 100 kilometers away, and we will reach the territory of the three-eyed silver wolf. They have a strong sense of territory. As long as they appear on the edge of their territory, the group of silver wolves will inevitably appear. Okay, that's good. Xiao Han immediately turned to look at Zhang Xiaoyun on Wyman's back, and said with a smile, let's go. I'll catch an emperor-level silver wolf for you. With that said, he said to Zhangzhe, Guohuai and Fu Qingji, there are a lot of silver wolves over there. You should come together too. As soon as the voice fell, he didn't care about the veteran guild players below, and flashed directly and landed on the back of Wyman's. Roar! The green dragon Wyman's immediately roared and flew westward without hesitation. The sunset grassland, in fact, the scenery is still very good. But at this time, Xiao Han and Zhang Xiaoyun had no intention to appreciate the charming scenery below. Although 100 kilometers is not close, when Wyman's speed was increased to the extreme, it took less than half an hour for Xiao Han to hear the wolf howl coming from a distance. Over there. Hearing such a voice, a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and then he pointed the direction for the green dragon. Awoo! At the same time, the wolf pack in the distance seemed to have discovered the giant dragon in the sky, and the wolf howl instantly became low. At the same time, within more than 10 kilometers around, waves of wolf howls also sounded one after another. Hey! Are you going to let me catch them all? Feeling that all the silver wolves were moving in one direction, Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. Then a pair of blood-colored wings suddenly appeared behind him, and he said to Wyman's in a deep voice, you don't have to go over there, just protect my wife. As he said that, regardless of whether Wyman's agreed or not, he rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. After a while, a silver-white wolf king with 3 eyes appeared in his sight. Woo! At the same time, several low whimpers came from hundreds of meters behind it. Heh! There are wolf cubs. Although he hadn't seen it yet, Xiao Han was sure that there should be a litter of wolf cubs in the forest over there, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, A set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his